The story begins in an old, broken-down house. Inside, a man and his wife are being brutally beaten by a few loan sharks. One of them even pressed a hot iron onto the man's lap. Blood was dripping from his mouth, and he begged, "Please, just give me one more month. I promise I'll return your money." But the leader of the loan sharks, the one holding the iron, smirked and said, "If you've borrowed from others too, then sell your organs. A real man pays his debts." Then he grabbed the man by the throat and was about to burn his face with the iron. He said, "You both should feel a little pain. Only then will you understand the pain of those who never get their money back." But just as he was about to press the iron on the man's face, he noticed the woman. She was trembling, breathing heavily, and doing something on her phone. The leader snatched it from her and growled, "What were you doing? Calling the police? Or texting a ghost?" When he looked at the screen, he froze. She was texting her son. The message read, "Son, don't come home." But she hadn't sent it yet. Her son was already trying to reach her, texting, "Mom, where are you? I can't reach you." The message to warn him was never sent. The leader suddenly lit up with an idea. "What's the point in killing you two? You have a son, right? Let's play with him instead." The couple broke down in tears, begging him not to touch their son. But no one listened. The leader told his men, "Shut them up. No noise. We don't want the kid to be scared." They tied the couple to the wall, and just then, their son came home. He was a high school student. His name was Kang Sun-woo, and he's the real hero of this story. As he opened the door, his mother, with her mouth taped shut and tears in her eyes, tried to signal him not to come in. But it was too late. Sun-woo was already inside. The loan sharks were ready. He casually took off his shoes, adjusted his bag, and said, "I'm home." Before he could even grasp what was going on, one of the goons smashed a rod on his head. His mother's heart sank. She thought her son was done for. But then, everything changed. Sun-woo grabbed the guy who hit him and with a single punch shattered his face so badly it looked like even hell wouldn't want him. Everyone stood frozen. The leader started sweating. He realized this kid wasn't just strong, he was dangerous. He yelled at his men, "Attack together! Take him down if you have to kill him." One goon charged, but Sun-woo dodged easily. Then, he hit another guy in the ribs so hard you could hear them cracking. That guy dropped the rod and started gasping for breath. But Sun-woo didn't stop. He landed another heavy punch in the same spot, this time completely crushing the guy's ribs. Then he grabbed the first attacker's leg and with a powerful kick, shattered his bones. 3 goons were already down. Then another idiot stepped up, thinking he could take Sun-woo down with a chair. He actually slammed the chair onto Sun-woo's head. The impact, 0. Sun-woo grabbed him and slammed him so hard into the wall, the guy blacked out instantly. The leader stood frozen. He couldn't understand what was happening. Thinking he could scare Sun-woo by threatening his dad, he turned to look, but it was too late. Sun-woo had already picked up the hot iron. He grabbed the leader's head and pressed it against the wall. Crack! The leader's neck broke. Not a single goon was left standing. Sun-woo was breathing heavily now. He walked over to his parents, untied them, and simply said, "If we weren't poor, maybe I wouldn't have had to fight." And with that, he collapsed. A few hours later, multiple ambulances showed up. All the gangsters were rushed to the hospital, crying in pain. Even the doctors were overwhelmed by how bad things were. At the reception desk, a man wearing glasses asked a nurse, "What happened here?" The nurse replied without even looking up, "A high school kid took down an entire gangster crew by himself." The man in glasses was stunned. Right in front of him, the gang leader was being wheeled in on a stretcher, neck braced and face barely recognizable. The boss grabbed a new guy and said, "Find the one who did this to us and kill him." But the underling smirked and said, "No problem, boss. That kid's already here. He's in the same hospital." He added, "Black Bear just went in. So, that kid is as good as gone." The man in glasses flinched the moment he heard the name Black Bear. He quickly turned to the nurse. "That high school boy, what room is he in?" "Room 202, she replied. Without wasting a second, the man sprinted toward the emergency ward straight for room 202. In his mind, he thought, if that's the same Black Bear I know from this area, then he's their top fighter. I need to see him in action to understand his real strength. He stopped near the room and peeked through the glass. He didn't go inside. He just wanted to observe, to see what Black Bear was capable of. Inside, Sun-woo was lying in bed, still connected to a drip, face to face with Black Bear. Black Bear muttered, I thought I'd be called in for a real threat. But this is just some high school kid with a few punches. Then he looked at Sun-woo and said, don't take it personally. I've got debts to collect too. But you seem interesting. You're not scared of me. He grinned. All right then, let's see what you've got. Black Bear sneered. Let me show you what real fear looks like. But Sun-woo didn't give him the chance. He launched a lightning-fast jab, but Black Bear was even faster. He slapped Sun-woo across the face so hard, it was like swatting a mosquito with a fly swatter. Sun-woo hit the ground, coughing up blood. Outside the room, the man with glasses was impressed. That speed. Insane, he thought. Black Bear had lived up to the hype. Black Bear laughed. Kid, no matter how wild you act, if you charge at me with your eyes wide open like that, I'll drop you every time. But in the very next moment, everyone was stunned. Sun-woo slowly stood up. He wiped the blood from his mouth and said calmly, you talk too much for someone who's got nothing. That got under Black Bear's skin, but also excited him. This is what he craved, the thrill of facing someone who didn't flinch, didn't fear. Now the man with glasses grew serious. He realized Black Bear really intended to kill Sun-woo. Just as he was about to rush in to stop it, Sun-woo dodged Black Bear's first strike and landed a brutal kick straight to his face. The man in glasses was shocked. He never imagined anyone could land a clean hit on Black Bear, but Black Bear caught himself with his hand before falling completely. The man with glasses sighed in relief. Of course, he thought, he's called the physical king of the whole country. No way he'd go down that easy. Black Bear smirked. You think I'd fall from a high schooler's kick? But before he could finish his sentence, bang! Sun-woo landed a punch right in his face. Black Bear's head slammed into the floor, and he went down. Even the man in glasses couldn't believe what he was seeing. This is impossible, but Sun-woo wasn't done. He unleashed a flurry of punches, one after another. It looked less like a fight and more like a lesson in pain. Black Bear, desperate, grabbed Sun-woo around the waist and squeezed hard. Sun-woo was caught off guard. Black Bear whispered, this move, using it on a high schooler, is shameful. But now it's going to be fun. The man in glasses instantly recognized it, the Bone Crusher, a finishing move. No one had ever escaped it. He thought, I have to stop this fight now. But then he froze. Sun-woo was still moving. Black Bear couldn't believe it either. His grip wasn't working. The kid wasn't breaking. Sun-woo, shaking, started to rise with every ounce of strength. Then, bang! He head-butted Black Bear right in the skull. The impact was so brutal, Black Bear let go immediately. He gasped, did this kid get metal implants in his skull or something? But Sun-woo didn't stop. He landed headbutt after headbutt until bones cracked, teeth shattered, and Black Bear's face turned to pulp. The man with glasses finally shouted, stop! He's already unconscious. Then he whispered, enough. Stop now. If this keeps going, cleaning up this mess will be a nightmare. The man in glasses quickly made a call. Car accident, head trauma, room 202, building B, get here fast. Sun-woo, barely holding himself up, turned to him and asked, who are you people? The man with glasses handed him a card. This contact, he said, can give you everything you've ever wanted. Sun-woo stared at it, confused. You're part of his team? Glasses guy chuckled. No, I was thinking of joining your team. Just then, masked men entered the room. Their job, pick up Black Bear and wipe the scene clean. One of them asked the glasses man, status confirmed. Should we wrap it up? He nodded. Make sure Black Bear stays unconscious for a while. Got it, the masked man replied, and the cleanup began. Sun-woo just sat there, overwhelmed. Who are these people? What the hell is this world? Glasses guy walked back over and handed him the card again. This contact belongs to the one who can give you everything you've ever dreamed of. Sun-woo took it, but had no clue what it really meant. The man said, you just have to fight for whoever you serve. but Sun-woo clenched the card in his fist and said coldly, "Get lost." He tossed the card straight into the trash and added, "I don't need to fight to make money. I don't know what scam this is, but I'm not interested." Then he walked out of the room. The man with glasses didn't follow him, but thought to himself, people change. So do their decisions. In the hospital bathroom, Sun-woo splashed cold water on his face. He muttered to himself, "Damn, no matter how messed up my life is, I could have at least kept Mum's wish to never fight again." Just then, his father walked in. "What are you doing here? And where are you going in that condition?" Sun-woo snapped, "You tell me, who's responsible for this condition? You, the boxing champion. How did you end up drowning in debt? You had offers. You had a future. Or are you going to say that your stupid champion pride was worth more than Mum's life?" His father stayed silent. He had no answers. He just turned to leave and said quietly, "Don't go anywhere. Stay in the hospital." Moments later, Sun-woo felt dizzy. He nearly collapsed, grabbing the wall for support. He sat on the floor, breath shaky. "What is this?" he whispered. He thought maybe it was just lack of sleep, but something felt off. "My head only hurts like this when I think about him," he muttered to himself, "because I hate him." He hated his father for always choosing everything else except them. His father would always bring him home injured, and every single time he would bow down in front of the bully's parents, the very ones whose kids had beaten up Sun-woo. Sun-woo never trusted his dad. He refused to believe that his father had done everything he could. He felt like he was sinking, falling deeper into a pit with no way out. For a high schooler who wasn't even old enough to work on deep-sea fishing boats, changing his life felt impossible. Even covering basic daily expenses had become a fight. The delivery bike he used for work, company property, was destroyed. Why? Because he refused to play along with the school bullies. That refusal cost him more than just bruises. It piled more debt onto his already struggling father, and with his mum's condition, he couldn't even think about running away. His life was trapped, buried, rock bottom. Suddenly, he woke up, lying in an unfamiliar hospital bed. His head was pounding. He had no idea when he'd been moved to a different room. He grabbed his phone to check the time. But the moment he opened the screen, his heart sank. A text from his dad. "It's time I tell you everything." Sun-woo froze. What the hell is he hiding now? Before anything, he decided to check on his mum. He called his dad right away. His father's voice was urgent. "Don't go home. Some gangsters are hiding there. It's dangerous." His dad explained that Sun-woo had been moved to another hospital room under a fake name for his safety. Sun-woo's chest tightened. "Then where's Mom? She's safe, hiding in a motel near the police station." "I can't talk long. Don't go anywhere." The line went dead. Sun-woo just sat there, still, blaming himself. "If I hadn't messed with those gangsters, none of this would have happened." But he shook the thought off. He needed to find his mom. Now, he grabbed his jacket just as his phone rang again. Caller ID, Dad. But the voice wasn't his father's. It was a panicked man. "Are you Mr. Kang Sun?" Sun-woo. "Yeah. Who are you?" "There's been an accident. Your dad collapsed. He's unconscious. His condition is serious. A workplace accident. Multiple bones shattered, ribs broken." Hours later, Sun-woo was standing in the ICU, staring at his heavily injured, unconscious father. The doctor said, "The surgery is extremely complicated. It'll cost over 100 million won. And that's just the start. Long-term treatment, rehab." Sun-woo broke down. Tears streamed down his face. "Where am I supposed to get that kind of money? Where do I even start?" Then he remembered the red business card, the one he'd thrown in the trash. Without wasting another second, he ran straight back to that room. Sun-woo ran back to the room where he'd first received treatment, room 202. But when he got there, it was completely empty, cleared out, wiped clean. He collapsed to the ground. Tears burst from his eyes. "It's all my fault," he whispered, apologizing to his father, over and over crying, "I wish I had just died instead." Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke from behind. "Are you looking for the red business card?" It was the man with the glasses. He asked, "So, have you changed your mind?" Sun-woo wiped his face and asked, "How much money can you offer?" The man adjusted his glasses and replied calmly, "At least 10 billion won if you win. Even if you don't win, but gain popularity, you can still make a fortune." Then he asked, So, are you interested in working with us? Next scene, inside a sleek office, the man with the glasses, now revealed as Kim, hands Sun-woo a contract. Take your time, read it carefully, sign only when you're ready. Sun-woo looked through the papers. One phrase stood out, fighting ward. Curious, he asked, "What's this?" Kim explained, "A secret underground fighting tournament, where fighters enhanced by dangerous hospital-grade doping drugs battle it out. These drugs turn people into monsters." Sun-woo was shocked. "You're telling me you guys dope people up?" He immediately refused. "I'm not doing something like that." Kim, unfazed, pulled out some of the drugs. "These aren't just ordinary enhancers. Some of them can give monster-level strength to old men. It's optional, not mandatory." Sun-woo snapped, "Who are you?" Kim smiled. "Apologies for the late intro. I'm Kim Minak, a scout for a very important person in the fighting ward." Sun-woo had no clue who this important person was, but Kim said, "Forget about identities for now. What matters is no one has ever won the tournament without doping." Still, Sun-woo stood firm. "I won't do it." "Fine." Kim shrugged. "Let's drop the topic. You'll understand once you're in the arena." Kim broke down the system. "If you reach the top 20, you get to choose a sponsor. Pick the right one, and you can ride that all the way to victory." Sun-woo, frustrated, said, "Okay, I get it. Just give me the money. That's all I care about." Kim calmly replied, "Here's the problem with your request. Payment only happens through the tournament." Sun-woo exploded. "Are you kidding me? If there's no guarantee of money, why the hell should I do this?" Kim replied smoothly, "Because you need money for your dad's surgery and to keep your parents safe." "Am I wrong?" Sun-woo was stunned. How do you know all this?" Kim gave no answer, just said, "You fight for our boss. We'll handle the surgery, the safety, the debt. You just fight." Just then, Sun-woo's phone rang. It was his mom. "Is it true?" she asked. "You already paid our hospital bills and sent bodyguards too?" Sun-woo's eyes widened. "Wait, I did." Kim leaned in and said quietly, "Relax. We've already set up a safe house for your parents." Then added, "Honestly, we have no other option but you." Sun-woo quickly told his mom on the call, "Yeah, Mom, I sent them. Just do as they say. I'll be there soon." He hung up, turned to Kim, eyes sharp. "Why is the prize so high?" Kim replied, "That's just the base prize. With betting, it can go even higher. One winner earned 15 billion won." Sun-woo was stunned. "That's insane." "Possible, yes," Kim said, "but there's a downside. 90% of participants either die or end up disabled. Only 10% come out okay. So many die and nobody finds out." Kim nodded. "That's why it's a secret. Once you sign, we declare your official death. That's the beauty of the hospital system. We can fake anything. Illness, accidents, overdoses." Sun-woo asked, "And what if I report all of this?" Kim's expression turned cold. "You think it's hard to make you look like a junkie? Who would believe a crazy kid talking about a tournament that doesn't officially exist? By the time you even try, you'll already be officially dead." A sly smile crept onto his face. He turned to Sun-woo and said, "So, what will it be? Do you want to sign now or take a few days to decide?" Most people take their time, but Sun-woo's eyes were different now. No hesitation. "I don't need a day. I've already decided. Just make sure you keep your promise." Kim smiled wider, the smile of someone who knew he'd won. Suddenly, Sun-woo felt a sharp sting in his neck. A nurse had appeared behind him and injected him with something. He jerked back, confused. "What the hell are you doing?" Kim looked straight into his eyes. "Relax, Sun-woo. It's just anesthesia to take you to the arena. And remember, your parents' surgery, safety, all of it depends on one thing: you staying in the tournament. So make sure you win and solve all your fucking problems." The most interesting part for me was when Sun-woo decided to sign the contract without any hesitation, and just then, he was injected from behind by a nurse. That moment was a major turning point. A regular guy, just trying to save his parents, suddenly steps into a monster-filled underground world. And then Kim says, "Remember, your parents' safety only lasts as long as you're in the tournament." Chilling. Now, if you have just like that, Sun-woo lost consciousness. Moments later, his senses slowly began to return. His mind was blank. For a moment, he thought he might be dead. Nothing around him made sense. Not the place, not the people, not even the bed he was being wheeled on. "Where am I?" Sun-woo asked, mustering the courage. The man pushing the stretcher replied coldly, "Stay quiet. You'll find out soon enough." A chill ran down Sun-woo's spine. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Hosen Group, Vice Chief Yan-woo sat in his office. From now on, we'll refer to him as Vice Chief Yan-woo. Kim had just arrived and briefed him about Sun-woo. Yan-woo responded skeptically, "Are you serious? You want to use a high school student as our representative fighter, even if he defeated Black Bear? This is ridiculous." Kim calmly adjusted his glasses and replied, "Of course, Vice President. It might sound laughable, but that's exactly the point. The more ridiculous it seems, the better." He continued explaining that their ultimate goal was to lure in Vice President Hyung-nam, a die-hard fan of the fighting ward. If he underestimates us, he'll take the bait. Now intrigued, Yan-woo asked, "Are you saying this one kid could beat our humanine?" Kim nodded. "We examined his body. Surviving Black Bear's bone-crushing technique alone was a miracle." Back at the fighting ward, Sun-woo's eyes slowly opened. Blurry visuals, foggy thoughts. He was still confused. Where was he? Who was the person about to step on him? Suddenly a voice yelled, "Step back or we'll shoot." The boy, threatening Sun-woo, quickly backed off. Sun-woo was still lying on the ground, surrounded by flying drones. One drone came close and announced, "Participant consciousness confirmed." Sun-woo looked down. He was in a school uniform. "Wait, I didn't wear this," a loud announcement echoed. "Round 1 match. Starting now. Welcome to the doping test round." Everyone's heartbeat quickened. This round would determine the 200 fighters who could advance to the main battle arena. Their fate now rested on a single injection. For some, it would be a gift of power. For others, a death sentence. Let the selection begin. Each participant will be given a random doping injection, each designed to enhance a specific physical trait. Meanwhile, VIPs watching the tournament were told, "You may now place your bets." Each fighter was given a doping kit. The same boy who tried to attack Sun-woo earlier grabbed his doping gun with excitement and injected himself immediately. Sun-woo looked at his own kit and muttered, "I've already broken my promise to my parents. I said I'd never fight again and that I'd graduate school. But there's one promise I still refuse to break: no drugs, ever." But then reality hit Sun-woo hard. Right in front of him, the boy who had just taken the doping injection began coughing up blood, his body trembling violently. And then, all of a sudden, his body started to transform. Sun-woo's eyes widened in shock. "What the hell?" The boy, who had been skinny just moments ago, now leapt forward with lightning speed, aiming a stomp directly at Sun-woo's face. But Sun-woo instinctively dodged, ducking just in time. The boy slammed into the wall behind, shattering it on impact. Concrete chunks flew everywhere. The sheer force broke the wall apart. Sun-woo thought to himself, he was just a skinny guy a second ago. Where did those muscles come from? A drone announced in its robotic voice, "Fighter has successfully enhanced strength attribute." The boy, now grinning with excitement, shouted, "I hit the jackpot with power doping. If I could go outside now, I'd destroy everyone who ever called me a weak loser." He stepped forward and in an instant appeared right in front of Sun-woo. "Now, how should I kill this little bug to make it fun?" But before he could act, Sun-woo punched him in the face. It wasn't even a heavy punch, just a quick test. The boy stumbled backward, momentarily caught off guard. Now furious, the boy mistook it as an insult, just like my so-called friends, mocking me. But Sun-woo wasn't listening to his rant. He was analyzing. That punch was just to test the boy's reaction speed. Looks like his reflexes haven't been enhanced, Sun-woo thought. If I can close the distance slowly and create an opening. But the boy suddenly charged full speed, headbutting like a wild animal. Sun-woo instantly realized, I can't face this monster head-on. He tried to adjust his position mid-air for a counterattack, but the boy landed a brutal punch right to his chest. Blood flew out. Before Sun-woo could even recover, the boy grabbed his legs, lifted him up, and slammed him into the ground with all his strength. "I don't need to watch your moves," the boy snarled. "Brute strength is all I need." Sun-woo was helpless. These injuries, they could kill any ordinary person. But Sun-woo had one thing: bone power. The boy, laughing like a maniac, said, "Crushing you feels amazing. Let's see how much pressure a human body can take." He jumped high into the air, yelling, "Bring everyone who used to look down on me, because now I'm King Bang." He came crashing down, landing squarely on Sun-woo's chest. With a creepy grin, Then he whispered, "The best part of crushing someone is the sound of ribs breaking." When Sun-woo had survived the black bear's bone-crushing attack, they examined his body, and what they found was unbelievable. Sun-woo's bone density was 10 times higher than that of a normal human. That meant his bones weren't like ordinary human bones. Normal attacks had little to no effect on him. Back to the fight. As the boy was stomping on Sun-woo, Sun-woo suddenly grabbed his leg and skillfully broke free from his grip. The boy tried to catch Sun-woo's leg again, but Sun-woo quickly changed his leg position and got away. The boy was shocked. How was Sun-woo still holding on without any doping? But he didn't give up. He thought maybe Sun-woo's body hadn't yet fully absorbed the impact of the earlier hits. Meanwhile, Sun-woo was analyzing him carefully. This monster's starting to slow down. Looks like he hasn't enhanced his stamina. Until he can catch me, I should just keep targeting his face. Forget power. For now, it's all about speed. Sun-woo moved toward him. The boy was thrilled. Finally, the target was walking right into his trap. He raised his hand for a fatal strike, but whoosh! Sun-woo dodged the attack and bang! A sharp left jab to the face. The boy reacted with a left-handed counter, but again, Sun-woo dodged and hit him with a fierce right jab. The boy stumbled, losing his balance for a moment. Sun-woo didn't give him time to breathe. He launched a flurry of jabs, one after another, overwhelming the boy until he started to black out. Sun-woo saw the golden opportunity. He decided one final heavy blow could end the fight. But just as he went in for the finishing punch, the boy grabbed his arms, smirking strangely, and said, "Finally got you. You were so excited that you didn't even realize I let you hit me on purpose." But Sun-woo calmly replied, "And you think I let you grab me by accident?" Then he asked, "You know why kangaroos grab their opponent's arms before a powerful strike?" Bang! Sun-woo executed a crazy acrobatic move, swinging his leg up into the boy's face with brutal force. The boy crashed straight to the ground. He couldn't even process what had happened. His body wouldn't move. He screamed in frustration. "Damn it! Why is my body acting like this? How can I be losing to someone who hasn't even doped?" Then he looked up at the doping gun, desperate. Maybe one dose wasn't enough. He reached for it, but Sun-woo saw it happening. "Number that dose is meant for me. I have to stop him." But before Sun-woo could get there, the boy had already injected himself. The drone immediately announced, "Stamina doping successfully applied." And in that moment, the boy speared Sun-woo mid-air, slamming into him so hard that Sun-woo began coughing up blood. But it didn't stop there. The boy, enraged, grabbed Sun-woo in the air and smashed him to the ground with full force. A drone flew in to check if Sun-woo was still alive, but the boy shoved it away, because for him, the fight was far from over. He grabbed Sun-woo by the neck and growled, "There's one thing I've always wanted to do. This is the real feeling. These pests, they deserve to have their breath crushed out to feel the real pain." Just when it seemed like Sun-woo was about to give up, suddenly the boy collapsed to the ground and died. The drone announced, "Game over due to player death." Yan-woo, who had been watching everything, stood there completely confused. "What just happened?" Kim replied, "He died due to doping overdose." Adjusting his glasses, Kim explained, "The survival rate for using two different types of doping back-to-back is less than 0.5%. He had already taken power doping. Then he went for stamina doping. This outcome was inevitable." Yan-woo smirked. "Well, I have to admit, you got lucky. Your opponent killed himself." Kim replied, "Maybe, but I wouldn't call it just luck. Sun-woo's body is unusually strong." Yan-woo responded, "There's nothing strange about it. He just doesn't break easily. But you know, there are even bigger monsters here." Kim said calmly, "Sun-woo is different. With doping, you can enhance muscles, organs, even hormones. But there's one thing you can't enhance: bones. And Sun-woo's bones hold some kind of secret. That's what makes him special." Yan-woo said, "Let's see how special he is when I enter the round." Then he asked Kim, "What's the next step?" Kim adjusted his glasses again and replied, "Sun-woo has passed the doping test round. Now he'll receive urgent treatment, and then he'll be put together with the survivors, players who have developed various powers." Later, in the treatment room of the fighting ward, Sun-woo sat with a worried expression. He muttered, "That guy died because of me." Just as Sun-woo was about to turn and attack the guy, he got a big surprise. Someone stepped in between him and the big guy, stopping him. The man calmly told the big guy, "Enough, stop it." The big guy, clearly irritated, grabbed the man's arm tightly, but the man didn't react at all. He spoke firmly, "Let go of the student. He's just a kid." And with a strong motion, he pulled his arm free. The big guy scoffed. "A guy with only one doped arm thinks he can stop me for the sake of some weakling." Sun-woo was fuming inside, but decided to ignore it. Getting injured unnecessarily would be foolish. The big guy, now fully enraged, decided he'd just kill that man right there. Sun-woo wasn't the type to stand by and watch someone get bullied in front of him. But the real shock came next. A gunshot rang out from a drone hovering above. The big guy collapsed. The drone made an announcement. Briefing will now begin. Any player who harms others outside of designated schedule will be immediately executed. Sun-woo was stunned. These people, they kill without even giving a warning? Can anyone actually survive in here? Just then, a masked figure appeared on the screen. With enthusiasm in his voice, he announced, "Congratulations to those who passed the doping test. In the last round, the only goal was survival. There was no elimination. But from now on, every round will have elimination. And elimination means incapable of further combat." He paused, then said with a grin, "But you're all here for a reason, a grand prize of 1 billion rupees. All the players were instantly excited. Even Sun-woo thought to himself, if I could win that money, my family could finally live a normal life. He made up his mind he would do whatever it takes. But then the masked announcer added, "Unfortunately, the prize will go to only one person." The players groaned, but he continued, "Don't be disappointed. If you survive and make it to the top 16, you'll receive 5% of the total VIP betting amount placed on you." Now, the excitement reached a new level. Some weaklings whispered, "We'll win the prize and snatch that betting money too." Then the rules were explained. Each player will have their own broadcast channel. A personal guide will be assigned to each, along with a camera. VIPs will watch and bet on the ones they believe will win. The more attention you attract, the more money you make. Then came the housing arrangement. Players will be given 5% rooms, their living quarters, till the game ends. You're free to choose your own roommates. If you have further questions, your guide will assist. Meanwhile, the clown guy whispered to the crab guy, "To attract VIP attention, we need to be seen with strong players. We'll have to make some big moves." The crab guy sneered, "If I share a room with that high school kid, I won't earn a single penny." Sun-woo sighed to himself. Damn, even finding a room is turning out to be this tough. Just then, the same person who had saved him earlier spoke up again. "Don't stress too much. I'll make sure nothing happens to you before the official matches begin." Sun-woo didn't reply, but he noticed the man's hand was still trembling, clearly from the force of that giant guy's grip earlier. As they were talking, someone walked past them. Sun-woo felt like he recognized the man. "Maybe someone famous?" The man said, "Looks like there's a room where no one's competing for space. Let's check it out." Sun-woo was suspicious. He got hurt because of me, and now he wants to room with the one guy everyone is avoiding. But he thought to himself, danger is everywhere in this place, no matter which room I choose. So he decided to go along with him. Meanwhile, the clown guy looked at them and scoffed. "This looks like a complete disaster group." The crab guy predicted their viewership will be the lowest. The clown guy added, "Exactly why I picked the room next to the most popular ones. Sharing the same room is dangerous, but if I stay next door, I'll still get screen time." The crab guy agreed. Right, if meatheads attract the VIPs, just being near them is beneficial. In the opposite room, 3 huge muscle-bound guys were sitting around. They looked terrifying. Suddenly, a blonde-haired guy entered, closed the door, and calmly walked toward them. He said, "I like the spot you guys have taken. Mind shifting over a little?" One of the big guys stood up and growled, "The cameras aren't even on yet, and you come in, closing the door behind you? Looks like you've got a death wish." He swung a left arm punch at the blonde, but the blonde guy casually raised just 2 fingers. Bang! He struck the weakest point on the man's neck. The giant collapsed immediately, his neck twisted unnaturally. The other 2 muscle guys stood in shock, frozen. The blonde looked at them and asked, "Anyone else want a greeting?" No one said a word. Silence. He smirked. Good. Staying quiet is the smart choice, because the one I really want to greet is someone else. His name was Herman, age 19. For reference, we'll call this blonde guy MSU. Hours later, inside a car on a bridge, Kim spoke to Yanwoo. "We just got intel. The first vice president is planning to team up again with Troy Machun, last tournament's champion." Yanwoo clenched his fist and muttered in frustration, "Damn, of course he would go for him. There's no one who can beat Troy. Unlike me, all I've got is a high schooler as my alternative." Kim replied coldly, "If Sun-woo makes it to the top 16, he'll qualify for the second doping round. And with a body already 10 times stronger than a normal human, once doped again, he could become a record-breaking monster." The man assured Sun-woo, "Don't worry too much." Yanwoo was a bit concerned, but wondered how to keep him on their side when other VIPs will try to snatch him away. Kim confidently said, "Don't worry about about that. Right now, the 5 people in his room had the lowest viewership during the doping test round. Back at the fighting ward, Sun-woo entered his new room with the man who had saved him. The man said, in a weird tone, "Gaining viewership here won't be easy. The audience is attracted to fighters who have a real chance to win." There were already some people in the room. Amanda Grock, 23, a capoeira fighter, Kim Min-ho, 25, a boxer and the youngest competitor, and Minan, 28, who was literally trying to touch his elbow with his tongue. Cameras circled the room, filming everyone. The man said to Sun-woo, "Looks like the guides have started filming. We have to attract the VIP's attention for betting money." Then the man put one hand on the ground and flipped his whole body upside down, doing acrobatics. Sun-woo thought, this isn't anything special. But then Amanda stood up, placed one finger on the ground, and lifted her entire body with it. Sun-woo was shocked. How could she lift her whole body with just one finger, without any momentum? Amanda and the man started competing on who was faster. Minho said, "Strength is for fools," and zoomed forward and backward at full speed. Meanwhile, Minan finally managed to touch his elbow with his tongue. Everyone was showing their talents to grab the audience's attention and betting money. Sun-woo was confused, thinking, "What is this? It looks amazing, but I feel like an idiot watching this." Suddenly, an announcement appeared on the screen. The tournament bracket for all 124 players was complete. Everyone was shocked to see who their first opponent would be. Sun-woo's opponent was Kai. The scene shifted to the Hosen group, where Yan-woo asked Kim if Kai was really that dangerous. Kim explained, "Kai has never lost a fight in his life. He fights in Lever Burmese martial art, similar to Muay Thai, but more brutal. There are no gloves and headbutts are allowed." Yan-woo, confused, asked, "What's leave?" Kim said, "In leave, forehead strikes to the opponent's face are allowed, which can be fatal. That's why this technique is mostly banned. The most dangerous part is that attacks to the back of the head and spine are allowed, which are strictly forbidden in other martial arts. That's why Kai has the most real combat experience compared to all other participants." Even after his professional career ended, Kai didn't stop fighting. Instead, he began taking on infamous street fighters, which led to an organization recruiting him. Yan-woo finally asked, "Do you really think Sun-woo can stand against him?" Kim replied, intrigued, "I don't know. So far, Sun-woo has only fought dead collectors and a guy like Black Bear people who never had proper martial arts training." The scene shifts back to the 5-person room in the fighting ward. Sun-woo rose from his box, feeling quite relieved. He wondered how long he had been asleep, but immediately realized his body felt unusually light. This wasn't just a light feeling, it was the same sensation he had felt before after fighting Black Bear. The same feeling as if he had become stronger. Just then, the man who had saved him also got up and told Sun-woo, "No need to be surprised. When muscles are pushed to their limit and recover without permanent damage, they naturally become stronger." Then he added, "Looks like you never pushed yourself to that limit before." Sun-woo thought in shock. Is he telling the truth? When I fought Black Bear, I was already at my limit, but I didn't even realize how I was still fighting. The man said, "Forget the muscles. Your recovery speed also seems abnormal. Maybe you're a victim of some recovery doping." Sun-woo looked at him seriously and asked, "I've been curious about one thing since last night. Why did you risk yourself to save me? Why get injured?" The man's face paled slightly. "You remind me of my son. If I had been a better father, he wouldn't have gotten involved with loan sharks. I'm here to pay off his debts." There was guilt in his eyes, but when I saw you alone, it just reminded me of my son, the one I neglected, the one I ruined. So I couldn't just stand silently. Sun-woo said seriously, "Don't waste your time on me. Just stay alive and take care of your real son. If you die, all this will be for nothing." The man was moved by Sun-woo's words but said, "I don't care. I will always help you." Suddenly, Minan shouted angrily, "Damn it, I'm the guy who can touch his elbow with his tongue, so why am I not in the main arena?" The man told Sun-woo, "I heard the matches with the highest viewership go to the main arena. Everyone else fights in the doping arena." But the twist was, being in the main arena meant facing the tournament's most popular monsters. Sun-woo saw it as an opportunity. Perfect. This way, all the VIP's attention would be on our room at once. The man was shocked. "Are you crazy?" Suddenly, Minan appeared right in front of Sun-woo's face. Sun-woo literally trembled in fear. Minan said, "The main arena isn't just to attract viewers. That's where the solar wife herself personally comes. Those people are the real powers of the world." The scene shifts. Night had fallen. Outside, a house deep in the forest, 3 cars were parked with their headlights on. Inside the house, Kim, Kim and Yanwoo stood by a fire. Yanwoo said to Kim, "I thought I was going to the arena." "What kind of lousy place is this?" Kim calmly replied. "The exact location of the fighting ward is a secret. Only the organizers know. Maybe that's why it's in such a hidden spot." Suddenly, they realized someone else had connected to Sun-woo's channel besides them. Yanwoo got confused. Suddenly, "Is someone watching us?" At that moment, a voice came from above the building. It sounded like there was a misunderstanding. It was a girl, Shangyan, age 19, the youngest daughter of the Hojun group. She casually said, "I'm just interested in Sun-woo. I'm not stalking you two." Yanwoo's blood boiled. "Seriously? A few days ago, I got kicked out of the company, and now you guys are following me like rats," Kim said calmly. "Looks like this young lady has a special interest in the boss, and I think she might have some ulterior motives." Yanwoo warned sharply, "If you're planning something, it's better to quietly leave. Whatever you're thinking won't work." Before anything else could happen, a drone and a car stopped right in front of them. They were there to pick them up, two guides who would take them directly to the fighting ward's main arena. A drone announced that it would now escort everyone to the arena, clearly signaling that the next phase of the competition was about to begin. Just then, a mysterious voice instructed a girl to remove the blindfold from her eyes. As soon as she did, she found herself in a large, luxurious room connected to a viewing window. At first, she couldn't understand what the people inside the room were doing, but when she looked outside, she saw a massive arena where intense fights were taking place. A bold bodyguard approached her and said, "What you're seeing below is the main arena. The owner of this arena is seated in one of the 16 VIP rooms." The girl smiled slightly and replied, "So, we've finally arrived at my brother's playground." Kim was present in the room as well. He briefed everyone, "As soon as the current match ends, Sun-woo will enter the competition. His fight is up next." At that very moment, in the arena below, a small boy defeated an opponent 10 times his size. Watching this, Kim muttered, "That kid is a monster." He turned to the manager and revealed, "That boy is Han-soo. He's the same age as Sun-woo." The manager was stunned. Another high schooler in the arena. Kim checked his tablet and added, "Technically, Han-min dropped out of school, so he's not a student anymore. But strangely, he quit the same school that Sun-woo was expelled from." Just then, a guide drone arrived near two fighters and made an announcement. The match between Room 9 and Room 20 has ended with Han-min's victory. Next up, Room 10 versus Room 28. As the announcement echoed, all the fighters from those rooms started stepping out. When Sun-woo and the old man walked into the arena, they were even more stunned than they had been in the previous round. Minho's match was scheduled first. The other 10 fighters waited patiently for their turn. Anyone who lost had to leave the stage immediately. The old man knew that Minho wasn't the kind to panic easily. But then suddenly, something shot towards Sun-woo at incredible speed, like a projectile. He flinched in shock. It turned out to be just a rock urn that had been hurled at blinding speed. But Minho wasn't an ordinary fighter. He instantly realized the stone had come from none other than Han-min, and he also knew very few people would have noticed such a quick move. Yet Minho wasn't just anyone. Just then, Naman walked up casually and asked Minho, "Are all your high school teammates this arrogant?" Minho looked confused and responded, "I'm not really sure about their nature." But suddenly, Naman's mood shifted. He erupted in anger, declaring, "There's no way what you just said is true." The moment Minho sensed the bloodlust coming off Naman, he instinctively dropped into a defensive stance. Meanwhile, Sun-woo and the old man stood by, unsure what had triggered Naman's sudden rage. "Why is he behaving like that?" Amanda explained to the old man. "Minho's senses are so heightened that he can detect even the tiniest shift in his opponent's intent." When he opened his eyes and saw Han walking away, he was shocked. He couldn't understand how his instincts got so overwhelmed that he momentarily thought he was under attack. But Minho was sure a moment earlier. Han genuinely was about to attack him with deadly intent, and then changed his mind at the very last second. Before anyone else could pick up on the moment, Minho was called into the ring by his actual opponent. The scene shifted to a grand hotel, where a wealthy president was watching the fight on a large screen. He turned to his butler and asked about Minho's opponent. The butler responded, "His name is Peace, and while the kid may have some flashy moves, Peace is a solid wrestler. If he finds his rhythm, he can crush his opponent within seconds." He continued, "Wrestlers have always dominated the top tiers of mixed martial arts. It's the strongest strongest base in combat. Even when attacked with just fists, a wrestler can grab and control the fight. The most dangerous opponents aren't those who punch, they throw their entire body weight into every attack. In short, the butler concluded, if you're a good wrestler, you've got nothing to fear. Minho was being compared to Peace on a physical level. As soon as Minho took a boxing stance, Peace chuckled. What is this? Some kind of boxing cosplay? He assumed Minho couldn't fight without gloves. Unfortunately for Peace, his first opponent was Minho. But before Peace could laugh further, Minho moved in and landed a punch with insane speed, one that hit Peace's eye so hard it was likely he'd never be able to see from it again. Peace howled in pain, his face contorting in agony. Minho, on the other hand, remained cold, completely calm. One single strike and Peace was already injured and disoriented. He could now only see out of one eye and barely even follow Minho's lightning-fast movements. Minho kept attacking from the same damaged side, making it impossible for the much larger Peace to react or defend. Suddenly, Minho landed a left uppercut and, without missing a beat, followed with a right straight punch to the face. The impact was so intense that it may have fractured Peace's skull, and yet Peace neither fell nor backed down. He stood his ground, refusing to collapse. But Minho showed no mercy. He launched attacks from every angle, each strike brutal and devastating. The hits came so relentlessly that Peace's second eye was also beginning to give out. Minho wasn't just winning, he was demolishing Peace piece by piece. Everything was happening so fast that the big guy couldn't properly track Minho's moves. The old man was shocked watching Minho, who had almost defeated his opponent with just a few punches. But Amanda pointed out that somehow Peace was managing to grab Minho's fists and trying to stop them. Then the scene suddenly shifts to the stage. We see that Peace had almost launched an attack on Minho, but Minho instantly jumped back, creating distance. He himself was confused. He had been dominating Peace, so why did he suddenly feel danger? Peace, too, was shocked. How was he able to block those attacks? That's when he remembered the moment his one eye briefly started seeing clearly. His instincts kicked in. The intensity of that savage fight was so crazy that his entire body went on high alert. It felt like Peace had entered the second phase of a boss fight. He closed his eyes, and even Minho couldn't properly understand what was happening. But he knew one thing: he had to stay alert, because the odds weren't entirely in his favor anymore. Peace, with closed eyes, suddenly caught Minho's punch. Everyone in the hotel president's VIP room watching the fight was shocked. Minho felt a sudden sense of danger. He knew that if he didn't move left, he would definitely die. Somehow he dodged Peace's next attack and thought he was safe. But then a jointed hand came toward Minho, grabbed him and slammed him into the ground. Before he could even hit the floor, Peace had already caught him mid-air and performed a reverse body slam. The old man was stunned by the outcome, while the president looked pleased, though he still didn't understand how Peace became even more powerful after losing an eye. The butler explained maybe it was the effect of that injection. When he lost his vision, his other senses became sharper. The scene rewinds a bit. Minho was being brutally beaten. Peace smiled like a devil, thanking Minho for damaging one of his eyes, because that was what helped him fully awaken his new powers. But suddenly, Minho punched again. He refused to give up. The punch was so powerful that Peace was thrown several meters away. Then we find out Minho had burst Peace's other eye, like a balloon. The hotel president went into deep shock. He thought all his money had gone down the drain. The old man hoped Minho might still be okay even after all those attacks. He didn't truly know what had happened, but he was just glad that things turned out this way. Meanwhile, the butler told the president something even more shocking. When Minho landed that final punch, he was unconscious. The president was shaken to the core. He had clearly seen Minho raise his fist in victory, but Amanda knew Minho needed to regain consciousness immediately. Minho had to wake up before Peace could find him using his enhanced senses, even without eyes. Now we see that Peace has awakened, but Minho is still unconscious. Peace couldn't see a thing with either eye, but surprisingly, this wasn't a weakness. It became an advantage. His senses were evolving with every passing second. He could smell the floor, feel the dirt particles in his opponent's breath, and even detect slight changes in air pressure with his skin. It felt like he could see behind himself without turning around. At first, he had thought the injection he took wasn't powerful since it wasn't some kind of power-type drug, but now he realized that injection was insane. He now possessed powers that were growing stronger every second. Peace started laughing maniacally while everyone stood stunned, staring at him. He finally decided because of Minho, he had received this strength, so he would let him rest peacefully. Then suddenly, he jumped and launched an attack. Meanwhile, Minho was still unconscious. His body wasn't ready to respond to Peace's presence, but then he remembered he had to avenge his innocent brother's death. At that moment, he recalled how he was dragged into the underground fight arena when he was just searching for weapons. That memory was so powerful that Minho's eyes snapped open. His body came back under his control, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Peace about to strike him with a sharp elbow attack. But something was odd. Peace's speed looked as slow as a turtle. Minho quickly understood. Peace hadn't gotten slower. It was himself. He had become much faster. Peace's attack was so powerful that it cracked the ground, but Minho was no longer there. The old man was also stunned, watching this. What just happened? Peace saw Minho, and Minho thanked him for his enhanced senses. After resting a bit, Minho had recovered considerably, and now Peace finally understood. This little boy was no joke. Minho was now faster than before. He took his stance again and teased Peace to follow him. He had gone back to basics and took the first step. Peace immediately sensed that a major attack was coming. The fight resumed between the two, and somehow Peace blocked Minho's punch at the exact right moment. But Minho was fully confident. He knew one blocked punch could be a coincidence, but the second one will definitely land. But then another attack failed. That's when Minho realized he'd have to take things one step further. Peace's senses had become so sharp, Minho wasn't able to land even a single strike. He was confused. How could such a heavy guy track his speed like this? Peace could sense even the slightest heartbeat of Minho. He knew now there wasn't a single blind spot left around him that could take him down. Even Minho realized that fighting this opponent at normal speed was no longer possible. As risky as it was, he had no choice but to push to his max speed and face Peace head-on. Minho began charging like a Supra. He knew now was the time to land his special move, the straight light punch. But the moment he threw the punch, Peace caught it instantly, slammed him hard onto the ground. As Minho fell, his neck snapped. Peace calmly asked him, even after powering up this much, "Why did you fall?" Minho suddenly got up. He thought his neck had broken, but it was perfectly fine. Peace just smiled and said, "If you hadn't fallen down, I would have broken every bone in your body one by one." Meanwhile, the old man stood up, realizing Minho's speed wasn't working anymore, but he was still learning and analyzing, trying to figure out what kind of move could possibly defeat an opponent like Peace. Just then, they saw Minho get back up again, and this even after his stamina doping had worn off. Still, Minho tried to maintain his speed, and the old man was genuinely shocked. Suddenly, a punch from Minho landed clean straight on Peace's face. The old man was stunned at what he was witnessing. Minho was now dodging the big man's moves, moving insanely fast, circling him like a madman. The old man couldn't understand how Minho was still keeping this speed up even after the doping effects had worn off. Then another punch landed, second clean shot, straight to Peace's face. Yet the old man was still puzzled. Why is Minho wasting so much energy on fake moves when his actual punches are working? That's when Amanda spoke up again. She explained, "It's exactly because of those fake moves that Minho's punches are connecting." Amanda went on to explain how Minho had stopped using fake moves once he realized his opponent had lost his vision. And that's exactly when the real problem started, because Peace's other senses had evolved far beyond normal at that point. The old man could only understand about 50% of what Amanda was saying, but she didn't stop. She continued, "Minho is now cheating Peace's enhanced senses. If Peace sees a single, simple attack, he can read it easily. But if multiple attacks come from different directions, it becomes almost impossible to block them all, especially if the person doesn't yet have enough experience with these new senses." Now, Minho had become Peace's biggest puzzle. It had turned into a purely confusing battlefield. And yet, even with such little time to to analyze and predict, Amanda had a shocking realization. Minho was even more dangerous than she had previously thought. The camera focuses on Peace's face, still wearing that confident expression, as if silently telling the world he hasn't lost yet. But in a sudden twist, Minho is grabbed and slammed to the ground with bone-crushing force. Everyone watching is stunned until, in the blink of an eye, Minho vanishes into thin air, like dust scattered in the wind. He reappears directly in front of Peace, completely unharmed, staring straight into his eyes. Sun-woo watches in disbelief as Peace suddenly collapses to the floor, confused and shaken as if he'd just punched thin air. Amanda steps forward to explain Minho's repeated strikes to Peace's head caused his enhanced brain to shake, weakening his sensory perception. In his confusion, Peace only imagined he had grabbed Minho, when in reality he hadn't even come close. Sun-woo is left stunned, asking himself whether Minho is even stronger than him. That moment of doubt turns into quiet jealousy, especially seeing Minho fight with such sharp instincts without any kind of performance enhancement. Just then, a drone echoes through the arena, announcing that Kim Minho is the winner. The old man watching from the sidelines jumps up in joy, while the VIP in the high room clenches his fists in anger. After the fight, Minho collapses, exhausted and barely able to stand. Back in the VIP lounge, a girl silently watches and remarks that this no longer feels like a human battle. The realization hits her. Those VIPs who went insane didn't lose their minds randomly. Her bodyguard explains this place isn't just a battleground, it's a full-blown paradise for the elite, offering them money, power, illegal indulgences, and violence, all without consequences. He adds that the pride of the VIPs is now riding on these fights. The girl starts to understand the depth of the game. The second in command is fully determined to overthrow the current leader. Her guard tells her that their chosen fighter was not only highly skilled, but had deep combat knowledge. She admits this isn't just a competition anymore, it's a full-on war, and the real strength will only be revealed in the rounds ahead. Meanwhile, in the control center, a staff member informs the director that all 16 VIPs have arrived. The director smiles, hopeful that this time they'll achieve a meaningful breakthrough. Another report follows. Sensory doping awakening has entered its second stage, and this time, side effects are down by 20%. However, the regeneration they were aiming for still hasn't manifested, yet the staff refuses to accept failure, stating that the peak effects are only just beginning. For the first time, the doping has shown a new result, one that might offer clues to unlocking regeneration. The director asks when the skin enhancement effect will show, and the reply is simple: during the next match, in the main arena where Kai will be fighting. At the same time, Sun-woo is preparing for his own battle. The old man gives him some final advice, suggesting that if things get tough, it's okay to give up. But Sun-woo, calm and collected, responds, "I won't give up." The old man is shocked. Sun-woo's poise and composure show not a hint of fear. Suddenly, a drone's voice echoes once more. Kang-woo, known as Kai, is entering the arena. Sun-woo watches closely, thinking back to his childhood, where his battle against fear began. He remembers surviving dangerous moments without a scratch. At first, he cried when afraid, but over time, he went numb to fear itself. Even the bullies who once tried to intimidate him began to fear the way he never flinched, never reacted. At this point, Sun-woo had only one fear left: his family's safety. The moment he laid eyes on Kai, a chilling realization hit him. This opponent was on a whole different level. Manager Yanav asked, "What kind of doping is Kai using?" Kim calmly explained it was his first time witnessing a skin enhancement type, and it wasn't just effective, it was insanely dangerous. Kai's skin was so hard, so coarse, that even the slightest contact could rip through his opponent's skin and muscles. He wasn't just a fighter, he was practically a walking weapon. Kim also noticed that most of the VIPs were betting heavily on Kai, all because of his unmatched training and the terrifying results of his skin enhancement doping. Yanav looked uncertain. "Should we still bet on Sun-woo?" Kim replied coolly, "So far, all bets are on Kai. No one has dared to back Sun-woo except one. Someone placed $1 billion bet on him earlier." The revelation left manager Yanav speechless. the scene shifts to a quiet chamber, where a guard asks Seon, "Are you sure about this decision?" Seon answers with resolve, "I'm trusting my intuition. Beating veterans takes one thing: big risks for big rewards." Suddenly, the drone's voice booms across the arena. Match begins. Kai versus Kang Sun-woo. Sun-woo steadies himself, filled with determination. But one thing gnaws at his focus. Why hasn't Kai made a single move to prepare? Sun-woo calls out, "Are you actually going to fight or just talk?" Kai, calm and emotionless, replies, "I'm a warrior, I don't hurt the weak." Then, slowly stepping forward, he adds, "I'll attack you only once, using 10% of my strength." And in the very next second, with terrifying speed, Kai delivers a brutal kick. Sun-woo couldn't even react. The entire arena falls silent, in shock. Manager Yanav is stunned by the sheer force of the attack, thinking the match might already be over. The old man mutters, "It's better if Sun-woo just gives up now." But Minho notices something. The kid isn't even screaming in pain. Something's off. Sun-woo realizes it too. Kai wasn't trying to hurt him. He just wanted to scare him. Minho explains, Kai isn't saving Sun-woo. He's embarrassed to be fighting a high schooler, afraid his reputation might be damaged. That's why he's pretending this fight is beneath him. Then Kai coldly tells Sun-woo, "You should have pretended to be unconscious, not acted like you're in pain." But Sun-woo suddenly snaps back. "Do you have any real moves, or is talking your only superpower?" That hits Kai hard. He's genuinely caught off guard. For the first time, he admits he underestimated Sun-woo. He resets, and this time he charges in with full speed. But Sun-woo raises his leg and blocks the kick. Silence drops like a hammer across the arena. Kai instantly follows up with a punch, but Sun-woo just tilts his head, dodging it completely. Kai is visibly shaken. The high schooler's agility is unreal. He goes for a strike to the head. Sun-woo not only dodges, but lands a direct punch to Kai's face. Manager Yanav is frozen in shock. Meanwhile, in the VIP box, the girl's eyes sparkle with excitement. Sun-woo smirks and taunts. A man who kneels before a high schooler doesn't deserve a second chance. Kai is rattled. Sun-woo continues, "I don't hit people who've already surrendered." Furious, Kai growls, "If you won't fake a loss, then I'll make you want to surrender." He grabs Sun-woo by the shoulder, eyes intense, and says, "I have no choice left. I have to act." Sun-woo is stunned, completely still. And in a flash, Kai headbutts him with 50% power. Pain explodes through Sun-woo's skull. But something strange happens. Kai feels like he's losing control over his own strength. Sun-woo tries to retaliate with a kick, but Kai narrowly dodges. Even then, he notices Sun-woo isn't showing injury. Sun-woo's vision begins to blur. He's struggling to stay on his feet. Kai attacks again. Sun-woo dodges once more, but the force of the blow tears his shirt. The old man gasps. Such light contact, yet the fabric is shredded. But Minho, calm and collected, says, "This fight isn't over yet." And then Kai goes in again, this time with everything he has. This time, Kai's knee landed directly into Sun-woo's body. Without wasting even a second, he raised his elbow, preparing for another brutal strike. From the sidelines, the old man shouted in panic, "No, don't hit the back of his head. That could be fatal. This has gone too far." The floor of the arena cracked violently where Sun-woo's body hit. The entire arena went still. Whose body hit. The entire arena went still, like every breath had been sucked out of the crowd. Right there, in the center of the arena, Sun-woo lay motionless, and Kai stood above him, expressionless, as if that brutal assault meant absolutely nothing to him. The old man's heart sank, his face darkened. This is too much," he muttered, fear dripping from his voice. "He's just a high school kid. Sun-woo might not survive this." Minho, standing nearby, responded coldly, "You're right about one thing." He cut through the old man's worry with his calm tone. "Kai is a monster, just as we've heard." The old man looked at him, confused, unsure of what Minho really meant. Sun-woo still hadn't moved. His head was half embedded into the shattered floor. Kai just stood there, staring down, his mind racing. Was that it? Is this kid done? But something didn't feel right. Just before that elbow had landed, Kai realized Sun-woo had slammed his own head into the ground. Why was he trying to hurt himself, or was he playing some twisted mind game? Suddenly, a voice came from the ground, weak but sharp. "I was just trying to avoid a direct hit to my occipital lobe." It was Sun-woo. His voice was faint but clear. "Call it fear, or fast thinking, but that was my best option in that moment. Kai's eyes widened. Sun-woo was moving, struggling but rising. Still not willing to give up, Sun-woo looked straight at Kai, breath heavy, and said, "Even if your skull is made of steel, if that elbow had connected cleanly, the damage could have been real." Kai stood in disbelief. How is he even getting up? Is this some kind of doping effect? But he remembered Sun-woo didn't use enhancements. It was his previous opponent who overdosed and died. Then what's driving this kid? The old man stood stunned. How is he still standing? He mumbled in disbelief. Even Minho, usually calm and composed, raised an eyebrow. A flicker of surprise broke through his stoic face. He quickly covered it. "It's fine. Don't worry about it," he said flatly. But inside, even he was beginning to doubt Sun-woo's strong shore. "But this is unnatural. He keeps getting up like nothing ever happened." Now standing tall again, Sun-woo was gasping for air, but his eyes burned with determination. Kai stared at him, genuinely confused. "Hey, kid," he said, "don't push yourself too far. If you just pretend to pass out, I'll accept it. Don't hurt yourself for nothing." Sun-woo took a deep breath, locked eyes with Kai. His voice was sharp, solid. "You're still talking, huh? Can't stay silent even for a second, can you?" Kai blinked, genuinely unsure if this kid had lost his mind from the impact or was just that stubborn. But one thing was now crystal clear. This fight wasn't over, and Sun-woo wasn't backing down. He steadied his breathing, reset into his stance, eyes locked on Kai. Then with a smirk, he said, "Where's all that tough guy energy now? You were making bold claims, right? Well, guess what? I can keep doing this all day." His line dripped with raw confidence, his spirit still unbroken. Kai, calm and cold, replied, "You can say whatever you want, but when you know you can't win, what's the point in fighting? Why waste time and energy?" Then, with a mocking smirk, he stretched his arms out wide, fully exposing his chest. "Let's make this interesting. Come at me with full force. I won't defend." Sun-woo paused for a moment. A flicker of confusion crossed his face, but then something shifted. A new, unshakable sharpness entered his eyes. "So that's what this is all about, huh? You've been ignoring me all this time because you thought I was weak. Fine. But now you're so overconfident, you're mocking me to my face." Kai's expression remained stone cold. He said flatly, "I'm the strongest, and I've walked through hell to prove it. I've fought in underground rings, I've claimed championship titles, but not one opponent has ever truly satisfied my hunger for battle. So I had to move on, search for more." He continued, "When your only goal is to become the ultimate warrior, you take the biggest risks. I joined a gang where people killed for cash. Later, that erased enemies without hesitation. I crushed everyone in my path. I'm the ultimate survivor, the strongest." But Sun-woo didn't back down. His spirit was still intact, solid, and unbroken. He snapped back, "You think you've seen everything? Well, this is different. Now the real fight begins." Without wasting another second, Sun-woo charged at Kai with full speed. His fist clenched tight with all the strength he could summon. Kai just smirked. His arms were still wide open. No guard, no defense. "Come on," he said mockingly. "It won't matter." And then bam. Sun-woo's fist landed straight into Kai's gut. The impact sent a shockwave through the arena. The ground shook. Gasps echoed from the stunned crowd. Everyone watched in disbelief. Why would Kai let himself get hit? And what does this mean for the outcome of the fight? But Kai didn't move, not even a step back. He stood firm, completely unfazed. Still looking down at Sun-woo, he said, "Told you it's useless. A mere high schooler doesn't have the power to hurt me." But then, something strange happened. Kai's eyes flickered, a faint flicker of confusion touched his expression. And then that feeling, a feeling he hadn't felt in a very, very long time. It was as if something inside him cracked, like a shard of glass, shattering from the inside. Before Kai could even process the blow, Sun-woo launched a swift kick straight toward his head. But this time, Kai didn't make the same mistake twice. He blocked it effortlessly, his face now twisted with pure rage. "How dare you!" Kai roared, his voice dripping with fury. He countered with a vicious punch, so powerful it could have shattered stone. Sun-woo felt the brutal force behind it. He tried to dodge, but the speed was insane. Even though Kai's elbow only grazed his chest, it was enough. A deep, bloody cut tore open. Pain seared through Sun-woo's body, but he didn't flinch, didn't even show it on his face. The arena was now electric. Every spectator was on edge. The tide of battle had shifted. Both fighters now understood this wasn't just a fight anymore. This was about to become a brutal war. San-woo's face tensed. He realized he hadn't dodged Kai's last hit cleanly, so he quickly created distance. Suddenly silence. A cold, unnatural silence hung over the arena. They stared at each other. Neither moved. Then Kai broke the tension. "You're not bad," he said, in a cold, measured voice. "You've had your chances. Got anything else to show me?" San-woo's voice was low but confident. "Yeah." A slow, confident smile spread across his face, one that caught Kai slightly off guard. San-woo tugged at his torn shirt. "Remember what you said earlier?" Then he ripped it open. The crowd gasped. What they saw wasn't just muscle. It was proof of struggle, of pain, of years of pushing past limits. Especially one old man in the crowd glasses slipping down his nose. He never imagined a high schooler could have a physique like that. The atmosphere shifted. San-woo looked Kai in the eyes, his voice calm, steady. "I'm guessing I don't get any more free shots, do I, Kai?" His eyes narrowed. He gave a slight nod. "You were strong, I'll give you that. But you were still far from beating me." It wasn't just a compliment. It was a warning. And then, without warning, boom. A blue glow exploded around Kai. Energy pulsed from his body like a shockwave. His aura was now terrifying. "I am at 100% now," he announced. His form became monstrous. The pressure in the arena thickened. San-woo could feel it pressing down on him, but that confident smile, it never left his face. His eyes remained steady. He was ready to face Kai's full strength. Off to the side, the old man in glasses was stunned. "Why is he still smiling?" he muttered in disbelief. Amanda, eyes locked on the battle, whispered softly, "Now it's getting fun." Her anticipation grew, and the old man shook his head. "Interesting, but this is going to be a slaughter. Kai using everything he's got. This will be a massacre," Amanda replied calmly. "A fight isn't won with power alone. It's sear when your opponent finally recognizes you."
Especially when your opponent is someone like Kai. That's when the real fight begins. The old man frowned. "What's the use of recognition if you're still going to lose?" Amanda's voice softened slightly. "This fight, it's about more than winning. I felt it too, when people underestimate you. But the moment they finally take you seriously, that's the real victory." On the sidelines, Miho quietly added, "I get it. People always doubted me because of my size. But when you force them to take you seriously, when you see that fear in their eyes, that's when you know all the pain was worth it." For the first time, a small smile crept across Miho's face. The old man still looked unsure, but muttered, "Maybe I'm starting to understand." He looked back at the arena. But can San-woo actually survive Kai's full power? The tension in the arena became unbearable. The stakes now sky high. Both fighters stood firm, locked in. The question lingered. Could San-woo endure the full wrath of a man who had never lost? When he went all out, San-woo's confident smile only grew wider. His energy surged again as he spoke. "I'll go first." And with that, he charged at Kai at full speed, fist blazing with pure determination. But Kai didn't even flinch. He effortlessly blocked San-woo's punch with one hand. And in San-woo's mind, one thought screamed, "What is this guy made of?" It felt like punching a concrete wall. Kai countered with a powerful strike from his other arm. San-woo managed to block it. Barely. Even then, the force sent him crashing to the ground. The entire floor of the arena trembled. Despite defending, the impact was so brutal that San-woo gasped for breath, his body already buckling. Under Kai's overwhelming strength was starting to give in, but Kai didn't stop. His eyes locked on San-woo's shaky stance. He moved in with lethal precision to finish it. A devastating knee strike ripped through the air, shattering part of the arena floor. San-woo rolled away just in time, barely escaping the direct hit. But even then, a deep gash tore across his back. The crowd stood frozen in disbelief. Even a near miss had caused this much damage. Miho, watching closely from the sidelines, murmured quietly. He dodged, but not clean. The fresh cut bleeding down San-woo's back was all the proof anyone needed of just how deadly Kai's power really was. San-woo gasped, struggling to breathe, sweat pouring down his face. Only one thing echoed his mind. The power gap, it's massive. For the first time, fear knocked at his door. He can now see it. Clearly, Kai wasn't just powerful. He was a monster, a towering mountain standing in his path. Kai stared coldly at him. Now you see the difference between us. No matter how hard you try, victory is impossible. So why keep fighting? Sanwoo's eyes deepened, and a new fire lit within them. He replied in a slow, defiant voice. Don't make me laugh. You're not the only monster here. I've been treated like one my entire life. Then, without hesitation, San-woo crouched low, gathering every last bit of strength left in him, and lunged forward, delivering a fierce elbow strike aimed at Kai. But Kai, calm and composed, shifted his body just slightly and dodged with ease. San-woo's strike missed, and he lost his balance. But he wasn't the type to back down. In a flash, he steadied himself and launched into a brutal headbutt. Kai's lips curled into a wicked smile. With a cold voice, he muttered, "Now it's my turn." Both of them charged in, headbutt against headbutt. Their bodies collided with a thunderous crack. But once again, Kai was faster and stronger. Sanwoo's entire body trembled from the impact. His knees buckled. He dropped to the ground. Kai loomed over him like a shadow, his towering figure blocking the light. "This fight is over," he said coldly. "Your attacks, too weak. Your stamina, depleted. You're not even fit to fight me anymore." But instead of submitting, a faint chuckle slipped from Sanwoo's lips. That chuckle grew, rising, echoing throughout the entire arena. Kai's expression changed. Irritation flashed in his eyes. "Why are you laughing?" he demanded. Sanwoo's smile widened. His voice was steady, unshaken. "If the fight's over, then why am I still standing?" His body exploded with intense blue energy, his aura crackling like living electricity. The air itself turned heavy under his power. But just as Kai lunged for the final blow, he paused. Something was off. Sanwoo's body was glowing too. At first, it was faint, a flicker, but with each second, the light grew stronger. Despite the uncontrollable pain, San-woo forced himself to rise. His aura, once subdued, was now matching Kai's raw intensity. The arena fell into a stunned silence. All eyes locked on the two warriors. San-woo now pulsing with a fierce, fiery glow. Red energy radiated from his body, shifting the atmosphere into something electric and terrifying. In the corner of the ring, the old man cried out in panic. This intensity, even my blood and sweat feel like they're flying out of me. But his voice was drowned out by the rising roar of Sanwoo's energy. Now, Sanwoo's eyes burned. With a terrifying light, memories flooded back like a tidal wave. Fighting, I've always hated it. He remembered those long days, coming home bruised and broken. The disappointment in his mother's eyes. Everyone saw him as a monster. Maybe they were right. Even I started to believe it. The old pain flared up inside him. But something dark, something wild, erupted within the arena. He felt it, a twisted laughter rising from deep inside, spreading like a hollow echo across the battlefield. What is this feeling, and why? Can I stop? His eyes locked on Kai. That grin grew impossibly wide. I have no choice. I have to fight through this. I have to win. And in that moment, as Sanwoo's wild aura ignited, Kai moved. In a flash of lightning speed, he launched a devastating kick, aimed straight for Sanwoo's head. But now, something had changed. Sanwoo's instincts exploded to life. In a move that defied reality, he twisted his body midair like a coiled spring and flipped over Kai's attack. Still midair, Sanwoo reached out and grabbed Kai's face. Kai's skull shook from the impact. His thoughts couldn't even finish before Sanwoo smashed him with a brutal headbutt right to the face. The arena echoed with a bone-cracking sound. Kai stumbled back, his mind going blank. How did he suddenly get so strong? But Sanwoo didn't stop. Riding the momentum, he flipped midair, a perfect somersault, and landed with both feet, slamming straight into Kai's back. Boom! The impact sent Kai crashing into the arena wall. Cracks splintered through the concrete. The audience gasped in unison, every face frozen in pure shock. Kai groaned, trying to get up, his chest heaved. Even breathing became a struggle. How was he moving like this? Panic crept into Kai's mind. But before he could think, bam, a furious punch slammed into his face. Like lightning, crashing him back against the wall. He didn't even have time to react. Grinding his teeth, Kai finally caught Sanwoo's next punch. His grip locked tight on the wrist. Got him, he thought. But then, he looked into Sanwoo's eyes and froze. Inside them burned a cold fire. And on Sanwoo's lips, a chilling grin had formed. With a sharp twist, Sanwoo broke free, pulling Kai off balance and dragging him directly into striking range. Without hesitation, he unleashed a blinding storm of punches, each hit faster, more dangerous, more devastating than the last. They tore through Kai's defenses, like a thunderstorm ripping trees from the ground. que vision blurred. His thoughts spiraled. What is happening? How can anyone move this fast? He had no time to think. Sun-woo caught his momentum and, with a primal roar, drove a final punch straight into Kai's gut. Crack! The entire arena shook from the impact. Shock waves rippled outward. His body launched into the air and crashed hard onto the arena floor. For the first time in years, the so-called invincible felt real pain, crushing pain, beyond anything he'd ever imagined. Sam's body was breaking, his fists numb, the pain unbearable. His thoughts began to blur. It feels like my mind's slipping. I can't hold on much longer. Across from him, Kai was in disbelief. This kid, how much pain can he take? He's absorbing everything, without even flinching. For the first time, doubt crept into Kai's mind, but it vanished just as quickly when he felt something strange, a sensation he hadn't felt in years. What is this? He looked at his own fist, eyes wide. My strength. His punches were weakening. His body was screaming at him to stop. No more. No more delays. No more holding back. Kai locked his eyes on Sam's exhausted frame. This ends now. Then, he saw it. The perfect opening. There it is. Kai shifted his weight, drew his leg back, and launched forward. A devastating final blow, charged with everything he had left. Thud! His low kick crashed into Sam's leg. With a bone-cracking force, the sound echoed through the arena, like thunder, and for a split second, Kai felt like his soul left his body. Sun-woo staggered. He was falling. His eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. I am falling. Kai didn't waste a second. This is it. He stepped back, coiled for one final strike, his body ready to deliver the crushing blow. If you liked the video, drop a like and let me know in the comments which part hit you the hardest. And if you haven't yet, subscribe now and hit the bell icon so you never miss an update. See you in the next video. Until then, take care and keep smiling.
Kai lunged in again, his leg whipping forward with terrifying force. Everyone expected Sun-woo to dodge, or at least block. But instead, he did the unthinkable. He threw his own leg straight into the path of Kai's kick. The sound of bone against bone cracked through the arena. The old man in the crowd flinched. This wasn't defense, it was defiance. Sun-woo had met the attack head-on, using his own bones as weapons. Pain exploded through his leg. For a heartbeat, the crowd was certain his bones had been shattered to dust. Sun-woo staggered. 2 crushing blows had already put him on the ground before. His body was screaming, barely holding together. He could feel the torn muscle, the raw agony radiating through his leg. Kai's doping-powered strikes weren't just brutal, they were inhuman. Kai moved in for the finish, his final, merciless kick arcing through the air. The crowd held its breath. This was it. Then the impossible happened. Crack! Kai's leg buckled. His bone snapped under the collision, twisting at a sickening angle. Gasps erupted through the arena. The man who broke everyone else's bones had just broken his own. Kai's face twisted in disbelief. His reinforced skin was flawless, untouched, but inside, his bones were crumbling. His joints had already been screaming earlier in the fight, and now they were giving out. Sun-woo knew the truth. He had gambled everything, letting his flesh tear so that his unnaturally hard bones could do the damage. Kai's skin was like armor, but armor means nothing if the body beneath it can't withstand the shock. Manager Yen-woo stared, wide-eyed. How is this possible? He doesn't even look injured on the outside. Kim leaned forward, voice steady. Because the damage isn't on the surface. His bones were already failing. Sun-woo's bones, they're like steel. Kai might as well have kicked a wall with his bare legs. The arena was silent for a moment, the weight of the revelation sinking in. Then, Sun-woo lifted his bloodied face and roared in victory. The old man's eyes welled with pride. This boy was a miracle, standing tall after a fight no one else could have survived. But not everyone was celebrating. Miho narrowed his eyes. There was no way this was natural. No ordinary human had bones like that. From the shadows above, the underground arena's boss leaned forward, intrigued. Are you sure this boy isn't doping? The professor adjusted his glasses. The tests were clear. He's clean. Once this round ends, we'll test him again. But I assure you, Sun-woo is fighting on nothing but his own body. The crowd erupted. Sun-woo had done the impossible, but the questions about him were only just beginning. The boss leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing. This boy, Sun-woo, wasn't normal. His power wasn't something you just stumbled across in a street fighter. No, he needed answers. Who were Sun-woo's parents? Where did this miracle come from? The first step was clear: trace his bloodline. That same night, in the quiet halls of the hospital, a shadow slipped into the room where Sun-woo's parents lay. Sun-woo's mother stirred, half awake, and saw a man in white. For a moment, she thought he was hospital staff. But then she noticed the suit under the coat, the polished black shoes, the silence in his movements. Another man followed behind him, also in a black suit, his eyes cold and watchful. Back in the arena, Sun-woo's body was failing. After the brutal fight, he was carried into the recovery room, bloodied and barely conscious. Manager Yen-woo stood over him, jaw tight, heart heavy. Sun-woo had done the impossible, but could he do it again? Could this broken body survive another round? During the mandatory physical test, Yen-woo and Kim spoke in hushed voices. The plan was dangerous: inject Sun-woo with doping, without telling him. If he survived, if he won, then maybe he could become a contender for the championship. But his next opponents weren't just strong, they were monsters compared to what he'd faced. Yan-woo's conscience twisted. The rules were clear: doping could only be given with the fighter's consent. But the boss dismissed his doubts with a single cold line: "It's just a test. No one will know. His body is different, maybe the drugs won't even work on him. If that's true, we'll decide whether he's worth keeping." And so the order was set. In the dim recovery room, Sun-woo lay on a bed, chest rising and falling shallowly. His skin glistened with sweat. His leg was bandaged, still bleeding through. A man in white gloves approached him quietly, holding a syringe that gleamed under the fluorescent light. At the same time, in the arena, Yen-woo and Kim were running the numbers. By the rules, one more victory would push Sun-woo into the top 16, the tier where the real money flowed. Yen-woo shook his head. Who's going to bet on a fighter this injured? He's done. But Kim leaned forward. You're wrong. He's won 2 matches without doping. People are starting to notice. In the history of this arena, no one has ever pulled that off. If he wins again, and wins big, he'll be unstoppable. Still, Kim wasn't naive. He reminded Yen-woo that they had other fighters, safer bets. Winning without doping is a fantasy. The boss can buy new blood anywhere. Sun-woo? He's just useful for now. But for Sun-woo, there was no choice. If he wanted his parents to live, if he wanted the boss's money to keep paying for their hospital bills, he would have to fight. Even if that meant letting the drugs into his body. Manager Yen-woo finally hardened his resolve. If his body rejects the doping, we discard him. What Sun-woo didn't know was far worse. Kim had already planned his future. If Sun-woo couldn't prove his worth, his parents' treatment would vanish. The help would stop. And Sun-woo, bleeding, broken, and blind to the schemes around him, would keep walking into the ring, fighting until he lost, or fighting until he died. Manager Yen-woo still wavered. Sun-woo's strength was already terrifying without any chemical boost. Why risk breaking him? But Kim leaned in, his voice low and sharp, as if cutting through Yen-woo's hesitation. You're being naive, brother. If you keep shielding that boy, you're putting your own life on the line. Kim's eyes gleamed. Unlike Yen-woo, he wasn't worried about Sun-woo's safety, he was savoring the chaos. This was more than a game for him. This was ambition. The underground arena wasn't just about fights, it was a ladder, and Kim wanted to climb it. Aligning himself with the boss meant power. And power meant he could one day strip everything from his brother and take the company for himself. Yen-woo, blind to the rot festering so close to him, still believed Kim was loyal. Moments later, the agent returned, holding a sealed folder. Inside were the results of Sun-woo's doping test. The room went silent as they scanned the report. The findings were shocking. Sun-woo's body didn't respond to doping at all. His system simply rejected it, as if the drug had never entered. An impossibility in the underground world. Fighters lived and died by those enhancements. To see a body that ignored them entirely, it was as rare as a ghost. Kim's lips curled. So it's true, the boy can't be enhanced. His tone carried both awe and disappointment. Awe at the unnatural toughness of Sun-woo's bones. Disappointment that such potential couldn't be exploited. For Yen-woo, the answer was simple and merciless. Then we end it. Stop the parents' treatment. Wrap it up quickly. It wasn't just cold calculation. It was erasure. Without his parents, Sun-woo would have no leverage, no reason to keep fighting. Not long after, the fighters were summoned to the lobby. Miho scanned the room, realizing the final 67 had been chosen. The atmosphere was tense, the smell of sweat, blood. The old man furrowed his brows, worried the boy hadn't recovered from his brutal clash with Kai. Amanda, however, seemed almost relieved. By rule, the next round couldn't begin until every fighter was cleared. A pause meant more time to breathe. Miho stretched, trying to shake off the fatigue, when his eyes caught Amanda casually bending her legs. His breath hitched. The way her legs moved, it was unnatural, boneless, like her body was made of liquid muscle. He remembered the warnings. In this place, fighters gambled with their lives every night. Many didn't walk away at all. And yet, somehow, these three, Amanda, the old man, and himself, had carved their way to the final 62 survivors. The old man grinned at Miho, flexing his massive hands. The skin stretched, and then his palms swelled grotesquely large, big enough to crush a head like an egg. He chuckled, voice booming. Never thought doping would make these old bones this strong. Look at this muscle. Perfect, isn't it? Miho nodded, but unease twisted in his gut. The old man was powerful, yes, but what about Amanda? She had a way of winning that made no sense. She never threw punches, never once used her hands in a fight, yet her opponents dropped like flies. When he finally asked her about it, Amanda only smiled, her lips curling into a sly grin. Not telling you yet, she teased. What if you're standing across from me tomorrow? Her words lingered, playful but dangerous. Meanwhile, in his office, manager Yen-woo poured himself a drink to steady his nerves. Kim, he muttered, his voice heavy, recommend me someone suitable, someone who can guarantee a win. Kim didn't hesitate. He reached for a thick file from his briefcase and slid it across the desk. His smile was faint, but it carried the weight of calculation, as if every page in that folder was part of a trap already in motion. Inside was a single name, Ryo Ichika, the fighter chosen to face Sun-woo in the next round. Kim's smile was razor thin. Perfect, he thought. With this, Sun-woo would fall, and his parents would vanish along with him. 2 problems, erased in one stroke. In the recovery room, Sun-woo's eyes snapped open. His body trembled, sweat rolling down his face. For a moment, he thought it was a nightmare, but the voices were still ringing in his ears. He had overheard the agents before they tried to inject him. If his body doesn't react, we'll get rid of his parents and finish him in the fight. His breath caught. His parents. His heart pounded harder than any punch he had ever taken. He couldn't lie here anymore. He had to escape. He had to save them. In the director's office, the air was heavy with cigarette smoke. The director leaned forward across the polished desk, eyes fixed on the scientist's report. So, what's inside this boy? The scientist adjusted his glasses, voice trembling with excitement. He's extraordinary. Doping doesn't affect him at all. His bones are nearly 10 times denser than a normal human's. And his recovery rate, it isn't healing. It's regeneration. The director's jaw tightened. They had been pouring years into doping research, hoping to force regeneration artificially. But Sun-woo's body already had it. A natural miracle. Have his parents been secured? He asked. The scientist hesitated. No, before our men arrived, someone else took them. The director's face darkened. Someone else was moving the pieces. Meanwhile, Sun-woo pushed himself up from the recovery bed, every step a battle against pain. He stumbled to the door, but froze. A girl was standing there, smiling as if she'd been waiting all along. I'm Cha Sang-gun, she said casually. Sun-woo's fists clenched. He tried to push past her, but she didn't move. Her voice was calm, almost mocking. You don't need to search for your parents. I'm the one taking care of them. Sun-woo's body shook with rage. Later, in his office, manager Yen-woo received the report. Sun-woo's parents are missing. Kim didn't even flinch. It must be the arena's work. Yen-woo stared at him for a moment, then sighed. Ignore it. We have bigger matters. Is the next fighter ready? Kim's smile returned. Yes. Any fighter can be summoned by VIPs, from any zone. And Ryo Ichika has already been called. Back in the recovery room, Sun-woo's anger boiled over. Where are they? He shouted at Cha Sang-gun. His voice cracked with desperation. Cha Sang-gun shook her head, still smiling faintly. Calm down. Running around won't save them. Sun-woo's eyes blazed. Whoever blocks me, I'll destroy. Her smile faded just a little. The person who brought you here has already cut ties. He wants your parents gone too. And that lone shark you beat up, he's looking for you now. Her words sank in like knives. Betrayed from every side, hunted from the shadows, Sun-woo realized the truth. He wasn't just fighting in the arena anymore. He was fighting to survive a world that wanted him erased. She came to meet him personally, something no one expected. Most VIPs sent agents or made offers from the shadows. But Cha Sang-gun stood before him herself, smiling with disarming confidence. Sun-woo narrowed his eyes. Who are you? And why are you doing all this? Her answer was simple. I only want one thing, you. Sun-woo froze. Though she was young, Cha Sang-gun wasn't ordinary. She was one of the 16 VIPs allowed to set foot in the underground arena itself. Everyone else, no matter how rich or powerful, could only watch the live broadcast from afar. Cha Sang-gun leaned closer, her voice calm but sharp. the people targeting your parents won't stop. If you run, you'll only drag them deeper into danger. There's only one path left for you. If you want them to live, you have to keep winning. No matter how brutal the fight, no matter how strong your opponents. Her words cut through him. She went on, revealing her own game. She was betting everything, her company shares, her future, on tearing down her two stepbrothers. If Sun-woo kept winning, she would take control of her father's empire. With money and influence, she could sweep away the loan sharks and silence every enemy standing in his way. Still, Sun-woo's eyes stayed cold. What kind of deal can even exist in a place like this? Cha Sang-gun smiled knowingly. The arena has rules. VIPs and fighters must honor their deals. If anyone breaks them, they're eliminated instantly. That's why the underground keeps its reputation clean. And don't forget, if no VIP chooses you, you'll be eliminated too. Like it or not, you need me, and I need you. But trust didn't come easily. To Sun-woo, all the rich were the same, parasites feeding on fighters until nothing was left. She had no proof his parents were safe. At entry, every item but clothing was stripped away. Yet she leaned in, her voice dropping to a whisper. I know secrets about your parents, about your bloodline, secrets even you don't know. His breath caught. His parents, his genetics. He had never heard anything like this before. Just as the questions burned on his tongue, the door creaked open. The guard signaled. Time was up. Cha Sang-gun rose, smoothing her skirt, her eyes never leaving his. She stepped close, her words brushing his ear like a vow and a warning all at once. I'm putting everything on the line to save your parents. You don't need to run. Just fight. Keep winning. That's the only way forward. And then she was gone, leaving Sun-woo with nothing but her promise, and the fire of doubt raging in his chest.
Their conversation keeps replaying in his mind every word, every pause. As if the universe itself was pushing him to trust. But here, trust was a luxury no one could afford. Now, he faced a choice, one that could either save his family, or destroy them completely. He could feel the crushing weight of that decision pressing on his shoulders. Cut to Fighting Wards, room number 10. A room filled with 5 battle-hardened fighters, Sun-woo's roommates. Each stood beside their guide, while the old man stared at the massive screen showing prize rankings. He spoke up. After the last round's victories, your ranks have risen quite a bit. The screen flickered, and his eyes stopped on one name, Sun-woo. He nodded slightly. Even Sun-woo has moved up, he said. But those injuries, they've hurt his prize pool. Standing beside him, Mino commented. He's still recovering. Right, that last fight was brutal. No VIP's gonna bet on an injured fighter. Just then the door slid open again. The guide drone's voice echoed through the room. Player Sun-woo has returned to Fighting Wards, room number 10. Sun-woo stepped in. Every eye turned toward him. The old man greeted first. You're looking better than I expected. There was a touch of relief in his voice. Sun-woo glanced around the room, cold, bitter. Looks like all of you made it through your fights without a single scratch. His tone dripped with disappointment. The old man frowned, confused. What are you trying to say? Sun-woo's gaze dropped to the floor. My last fight left me in pieces. You're all strong, skilled, dangerous. And I can't help but wonder, am I the weak one here? His voice trembled with frustration. His fists clenched tight. The old man and Amanda exchanged a silent look. Anger and determination burned together in Sun-woo's eyes. No matter what, he said, his voice firm. I have to make it to the round of 16. If I don't, my family's in danger. His desperation was raw, impossible to ignore. He turned toward them. Please, help me. I need to become stronger. I'll do anything. The old man stared at him, shocked, worried. Just as he was about to speak, Sun-woo interrupted. Tell me, old man, am I untrainable? Do I not belong here? Amanda finally broke the silence. Her voice carried authority and power. What you need is an ultimate move. Sun-woo and the old man both turned toward Amanda, eyes filled with curiosity and intensity. Amanda's sharp gaze locked onto Sun-woo. No fighter can ever dominate without a signature technique. Her tone was razor sharp. In this world where we fight literal monsters, a lethal move isn't optional, it's essential. She stepped closer. Tell me, Sun-woo, do you even know what your specialty is? What could your ultimate move be? Sun-woo froze. His eyes widened. My specialty, he stammered. I don't know. The old man crouched beside him, examining his leg carefully. What about a calf kick, he suggested thoughtfully. Use the bone in your shin. Sun-woo blinked, processing the idea. The old man continued. I've trained many fighters, but very few have the leg control and power that you do. In your last fight, your leg bone took Kai's full force low kick, and you still stood your ground. That's exceptional bone strength. Sun-woo's mind replayed that brutal clash. Every strike, every impact. The pain still burned in his memory. Slowly, he nodded. I trust the strength of my bones. His voice carried a new spark of confidence. The old man stood up, excitement creeping into his tone. Calf kicks aren't what they used to be, Sun-woo. They've evolved more refined, and honestly, more deadly. If you master this technique, one precise strike could end a fight instantly. A move that can save your life, at the right moment. He demonstrated the motion stance, angle, precision, and force, every detail perfect. This isn't about brute strength, he explained. Technique is everything. When executed correctly, the impact is devastating. Sun-woo stepped up, absorbing every detail, every instruction. He took a deep breath, focused, and unleashed a powerful calf kick against the wall. A crack echoed through the room, sharp and thunderous. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. Then a proud grin spread across his face. That sound, he chuckled, shaking his head. Sun-woo, you've got a natural touch for this. Looks like you're starting to get it. But just as that brief moment of satisfaction filled the air, a thunderous boom echoed through the walls. The entire room shook. The old man's face turned grim, worry etched across his brow. Where is that sound coming from? Heavy thuds reverberated through the hallway, shaking the entire fighting ward. The scene shifted, revealing the source. Behind a closed door, a lone figure was training. Each strike precise, fierce, and filled with raw power. His name, Ryo Ichika, and he's the man destined to be Sun-woo's next opponent. Ranked 15th in the prize pool. A perfect storm of lethal skill and raw strength. Cut back to the tense atmosphere inside fighting ward room number 10. The old man spoke urgently. Sun-woo, if you can drop your opponent with a perfect calf kick, you can finish the fights faster, no unnecessary brawls. And if you make it to the next round without injuries, your prize pool ranking will rise even higher. More eyes on you means bigger stakes, bigger rewards. Sun-woo was about to respond, but before he could, a shadow appeared behind him. He spun around, instantly startled. It was Menon. Sun-woo's eyes widened in shock. Menon smirked slightly. This, he said in a cold, calm voice. Menon's expression hardened, dead serious. He looked around the room, scanning every face. Unbelievable, he said coldly. None of you noticed, did you? Everyone exchanged confused glances. Menon's eyes narrowed in disbelief. You still don't get it. Sun-woo already has a special move. The old man frowned, puzzled. What are you getting at, Menon? Menon stepped forward, pointing directly at Sun-woo. His eyes gleamed with sharp intensity. His headbutt. The room went silent. Think back to his fight with Kai, Menon continued. He took brutal headbutts again and he was still standing, like nothing happened. That's no small feat. I'm telling you, Sun-woo's skull is the toughest I've ever seen. Sun-woo's mouth fell open, shocked. He hadn't realized Menon had been watching his fight that closely. Menon's eyes narrowed even more, his voice filled with a strange, unsettling enthusiasm. I want to test that skull of yours, Sun-woo. He started walking forward, but Sun-woo instinctively stepped back, trying to create distance. The old man immediately raised a hand. Hold it, a stronger headbutt can damage the attacker too. That's no small gamble, especially against the monsters in this ward. Sun-woo clenched his fists, remembering his brutal match with Kai. He shook his head slowly. If I keep using my head as a weapon, I risk brain damage. Maybe worse. I might not even survive 2 more rounds. Menon's face dropped, disappointment mixed with frustration. That's a strange thing to say, Sun-woo, he muttered, his eyes burning with intensity. You think anyone here fights without risking their life? Everyone in this arena knows the stakes, life or death. You really think you'll make it further without pushing your limits? The entire room went dead silent. Menon's words hit like a hammer. Sun-woo's heart pounded in his chest. He realized the truth. No matter how much of an edge he had, if he couldn't face the risks, it would all mean nothing. Menon slowly ran a finger across his throat. If you hold back, he said coldly, then you're already dead. The chilling gesture hung in the air, burning its mark into everyone's minds. The old man clenched his jaw, wanting to argue, but he couldn't, because deep down he knew Menon was right. Brutal as it sounded, the truth in Menon's words was undeniable. Menon turned to the old man, his gaze sharp as steel. He stepped closer and said quietly, you're in no position to be worrying about Sun-woo right now. The old man's eyes widened, caught off guard. Menon's tone darkened. Your turn's next, isn't it? And your opponent is Hansu, rank number 9. The weight of those words filled the air. A flicker of concern crossed the old man's face. The scene shifted to a dimly lit control chamber deep within the facility. The director of the fighting ward sat before a glowing digital pad, scrolling through Hansu's combat stats. This boy's doping level, it's terrifying, he muttered. Behind him, rows of containment pods lined the walls, each holding fighters in suspended states, half resting, half experimented on. Among them was Kai. The director turned slightly toward a man standing respectfully beside him, a doctor. You did well bringing him here, the director said, eyes still fixed on the data. The doctor bowed deeply. Thank you, sir, because of your generosity. My son was able to receive this treatment and earn a place in the fighting ward. As he bowed lower, a flicker of unease crossed his mind, a thought he couldn't suppress. He began to remember that black night, the night that changed his life forever. He could still see himself, running home in the rain, gasping for breath, apologizing to his son for being late. But the moment he opened the door, he froze. Han was lying on the floor, his frail body trembling, too weak to even stand. His hands and legs had wasted away, muscles eaten alive by a rare degenerative disease. "Dad," Han whispered weakly, looking up. "I fell. I can't get up. Please help me." A wave of helplessness crashed through the doctor. Tears filled his eyes as he dropped to his knees beside his son. He had saved countless lives as a doctor, but for his own child, he was powerless. Days turned into weeks. Han's condition worsened, each symptom tearing deeper into his father's spirit. Every scream, every hospital night, slowly breaking him apart from the inside. And just when all hope was gone, a message arrived. A mysterious text. From a man who called himself the director of the fighting ward. The doctor had no options left, so he silenced his doubts, and went to the address. It looked ordinary, a plain building, nothing suspicious. But inside, a dark, cold staircase spiraled downward, leading into the unknown. His heart pounded, but for his son he kept walking. At the bottom, he found himself inside a sterile, clinical chamber. Rows of glass pods filled the dimly lit room, bodies suspended inside them, attached to tubes and wires, trapped in some unholy experiment. It was a nightmare, but for the desperate father, there was also a twisted glimmer of hope. On a nearby desk, vials glowed faintly, each one a mixture of life and death. Next to them lay a list of names, scientists, leaders, and influential figures, people he'd only ever seen on the news. His fingers trembled as he scanned the document. It was horrifying, but that fragile light of hope burned in his chest. Maybe, just maybe, this was his son's last chance. Then, the director entered. His face was calm, smooth, his eyes, sharp and calculating like a hawk. "Well, doctor," he said with a slight smile, "looks like you understand what we're doing here." He extended his hand. "This is your chance to save your son, and to become part of something monumental. Join us, you'll have every resource you need, and your son will be taken care of. Think of it," he added softly, "as a collaboration." The doctor's mind spiraled into chaos. One voice screamed inside him, "Don't trust this man." But another voice, the broken one, whispered, "What if he's telling the truth?" Tears welled up in his eyes. He stood there, frozen, trapped between duty and desperation. And in the end, terror triumphed over hope. He ran home without looking back, bursting through the front door, shouting his son's name. But what he saw shattered his soul. Han, his fragile, bruised body barely standing, was trying to hang himself. The doctor rushed forward, pulling him down, clutching him tightly, crying uncontrollably. Han's voice was barely a whisper. "Please, Dad, it hurts so much. I can't live like this anymore." In that moment, the doctor understood. This fight was over. His son was suffering and there was nothing left to save. The next day, he returned to the hospital, and he agreed to the director's terms. From that moment, there was no going back. The man who once swore to save lives had now created something monstrous. A monster that was none other than his own son. The scene snapped back to the present. Han stood silently in the arena corridor. The faint buzz of drones echoed around him. "Fighter Han," the drone announced mechanically. "You may enter the arena now." The massive metal doors groaned open, and Han stepped forward. His expression was cold, unflinching. No fear, no hesitation, just focus. Inside the stadium, the old man was already waiting. Calm, composed, his stance unwavering. The drone's voice echoed through the arena. "Match between old man, rank 22, and Han, rank 9, begins now." And the moment that sound faded, both fighters exploded into motion. Han moved first with blinding speed. It wasn't just fast, it was almost instantaneous. The old man barely had time to react before Han's fingers turned into blades, piercing straight through his right shoulder with brutal precision. The old man's eyes widened. A wave of agony shot through his body. The crowd gasped, but Han didn't flinch. His face was emotionless, as if this was nothing more than routine. Imagine this: you launch the perfect attack, confident you've caught your opponent off guard, only to realize your hand won't move, not because you're frozen, not because you're scared, but because the man you struck is gripping your finger from inside his own body. In that moment, you understand, this isn't a normal fight, this is a battlefield where human limits mean nothing, and overconfidence is the fastest way to die. In the center of the arena, Han stands frozen, disbelief tightening around his chest. His finger is still buried deep inside the old man's right shoulder, but something feels wrong, terribly wrong. Han tries to pull back, nothing happens, not an inch. His expression twists through shock, irritation, and the creeping edge of fear. "What the hell?" he growls. "This old man, he's gripping my finger using just his muscles. Is he even human?" The old man doesn't react, no pain, no tension. He simply exhales a cold, steady breath that fogs the air like winter seeping into the arena. When he speaks, his tone is calm, almost friendly, but underneath it, something dark ripples. "Hey, friend, don't you think you got a little too close?" Han's pulse spikes. That voice isn't warning him, it's judging him. "Here's some advice," the old man continues. "Being overconfident at the start of a fight usually ends badly." Before Han can even process the words, the old man moves, slowly, deliberately. He raises his right arm into the air, an arm enhanced with unnatural, doped-up power. Han's eyes widen, his finger is still trapped inside the old man's shoulder, locked down, immobilized. Then the old man swings. Not a normal punch, a crushing, bone-shattering hammer strike meant to reduce anything beneath it to rubble. Han's instincts scream, move, now. At the final possible instant, he twists his body, pouring every last drop of agility into a desperate escape. The blow misses him by a hair. But the aftermath does not. A deafening crack explodes through the arena, the ground ruptures beneath them, a violent shockwave tears outward, chunks of shattered floor blast into the air and scatter like deadly stone shrapnel. And Han realizes, if his reaction had been even a fraction slower, he wouldn't just have lost an arm, he would have been erased on the spot. Han stumbled back, his chest rising and falling in sharp, uneven breaths as he slapped away flying debris. His finger finally slipped free from the old man's shoulder, but the close call left a violent tremor running through his hand. He didn't bother hiding it. Anyone would shake after surviving a death sentence by a hair. He darted backward, putting precious distance between them. For a moment, the entire arena seemed to exhale, then fall into complete silence. As if the world itself knew something terrifying had just been unleashed. Both fighters resettled their stances. Two predators, two minds calculating, two lives on the edge of a blade. Han's breathing stayed heavy, sweat slid down his temple, but his eyes, sharp, burning, focused, never left the old man. What is he? Is he even human? How can anyone have this kind of power? Questions tore through Han's mind like lightning. Meanwhile, the old man remained exactly as he had been moments ago, upright, unshaken, cold eyes locked onto Han with surgical precision, not a drop of sweat, not a flicker of fatigue. Then he spoke, his voice sliced through the tension like a drawn blade. Your dagger-style techniques, impressive. Han stiffened, but if you want to play like that. The old man's posture shifted, subtle, but enough to send a chill crawling across the arena floor. His expression tightened, darkened, sharpened with intent. Then let me show you my version. High above, in the VIP observation room, the atmosphere thickened with unease. Manager Yen leaned back, his eyes glued to the fight, expression rigid. Beside him, Manager Yen-woo slowly turned toward Kim, disbelief etched across his face. Who is this fighter? He's handling Han Minsu, rank 9, like he's dealing with a toddler. Kim adjusted his glasses, tapping quickly on his device before answering. Sir, his name is Mr. Park. Former bodyguard, specializes in Krav Maga. Yanwoo's eyebrow arched slightly. Krav Maga. Kim continued speaking, eyes fixed on the data streaming across his device. In the mid-20th century, when violence against Jews surged, an Israeli soldier developed this martial art to protect civilians. It blends real-world techniques from multiple nations, forming a style built entirely around one goal, survival, especially powerful in close-quarters combat. Yen-woo narrowed his gaze, a martial art created for protection, that usually means it's weak on offense, not exactly our style. He waved a hand as if dismissing the idea entirely, but Kim's voice shifted into something colder. Sir, what if the defense method itself requires the opponent's death? Silence hit the VIP room like a brick. And down in the arena, the atmosphere was stretched to the breaking point. Both fighters stood locked in a murderous stare. The crowd stopped cheering, stopped moving. Thousands of people holding one collective breath, waiting for the next explosion. The old man moved first, without warning, like a lightning bolt tearing through the arena. He dashed forward. His dagger-style technique erupted in a flurry of precise, razor-fast strikes aimed straight for Han's face. But Han just smirked. Slow. His body blurred, an effortless shadow slipping between every lethal blow. He bent, weaved, twisted, flowing around each strike as if the old man were trapped in slow motion. Another strike sliced toward him, clean, sharp, deadly. It hit nothing but air. And then, with chilling precision, Han countered. His finger snapped forward, drilling into the old man's temple in a pinpoint, devastating hit. The impact ripped the old man's glasses off his face, sending them spiraling through the air. Pain shot down his body like an electric surge. But by the time the old man steadied himself, Han had already slipped back into the shadows of the arena, calm, composed, unreadable, not a scratch on him, not a single sign of struggle, his eyes locked onto the old man with the cold, merciless precision of a hunter tracking wounded prey. The old man didn't retreat, he didn't hesitate. He charged again, driven by raw determination. I have to catch him, somehow, he muttered through clenched teeth. But Han whispered lightly to himself, almost amused, he's completely unbalanced, just one oversized arm. How's he planning to keep up with my speed? No matter how he stumbles after me, it's pointless. And at last, the old man understood. Raw force meant nothing against Han Minsu. So he changed everything. He dropped his stance lower, far lower, digging his massive right arm into the ground like a planted pillar, muscles coiled, pressure built, and then, he launched himself, a human cannonball, a missile of muscle and momentum. He shot toward Han so violently, so suddenly, that even Han's eyes widened, just for a fraction of a second. The collision sent Han flying backward, smashing him straight into the arena wall with a thunderous boom that shook the audience out of their silence. The ground beneath the impact fractured in a spiderweb pattern, dust erupting into the air. But Han's inhuman agility saved his life. At the very last possible instant, he twisted his body, redirecting the blow just enough to avoid a fatal hit. The attack had landed. But barely. The old man didn't pause, didn't breathe, didn't lose momentum. He surged forward again, a relentless storm of crushing blows. Each strike faster, heavier, more vicious than the last. A barrage meant to obliterate anything caught inside. Yet Han dodged everything with almost insulting grace, sliding between blows, tilting his head by millimeters, stepping aside as if he were dancing. Each missed strike only fueled the old man's fury, and sharpened Han's smirk. His movements were so sharp, so fluid, so perfectly controlled, it was as if every dodge was a personal insult to the old man's effort. Han's grin stretched wider, predatory, confident, cruel. He hissed under his breath, taunting, "Told you, useless, try harder." And then he moved. Han slipped through the barrage of strikes like water through a broken dam, effortless, unstoppable. In a blink, he appeared at the old man's flank. His counterattack hit like a blade. A vicious strike slammed into the old man's side. Pain tore across the old man's face as blood streamed down his ribs in a dark, ugly streak. But Han wasn't finished. Not even close. A wicked glint burned behind his eyes as he leaned in, voice dripping with venom. "What's wrong, Grandpa? Can't keep up. Let's see how long that doped-up body of yours lasts." The arena had become a war zone. Pure speed versus raw power. A deadly contrast. Han's attacks sliced through the air with surgical precision, each hit carving deeper, sharper, crueler. The old man's brute strength was the only thing keeping him upright, but even that was starting to crack. His movements slowed. His breathing grew rough, uneven, desperate. The tension in the arena swelled until it felt like the air itself was vibrating. Whispers rippled through the stands. Miho clenched his fists, unable to tear his eyes away. Han's movements, they're not human. This is why he's ranked 9th. But how is the old man supposed to turn this around? Down below, the old man stood blood-soaked and battered, a walking testament to punishment. Yet somehow, impossibly, still on his feet. Han sneered, voice dripping with arrogance. "Impressive, you're still standing. But that ridiculous dagger technique of yours, looks like you've abandoned it." Han's voice echoed smugly across the arena. The old man didn't answer. He didn't have to. His trembling body, streaked with blood, said everything about the pain he was holding back. And yet, slowly, painfully, he raised his arm. Han let out a mocking chuckle. "Oh, what's this, guarding up now? Trying to grab me like some amateur wrestler, pathetic." With a roar, Han lunged forward, fingers sharpened into living blades. "Let's see how your defense holds up now." His strike pierced into the old man's gut. Blood exploded outward. A collective gasp tore through the crowd. But then, to everyone's shock, the old man lifted his shaking fist, and punched himself in the stomach. Miho's jaw practically hit the floor. What is he doing? Has he lost his mind? Why is he hitting himself? Amanda leaned forward, eyes narrowing into razor points. "He's not hitting himself. Look closer. He's targeting something else." And then, a scream ripped through the arena. Han jerked backward, face twisted in agony. His fingers, the very weapons that defined his entire fighting style, were crushed. The old man's counterattack had been intentional, precise, calculated, absolutely lethal. Han stumbled away, clutching his mangled hand, shock spreading across his face like wildfire. The tension in the crowd was so thick it could be felt. Murmurs spread through the stands. On the battlefield, the old man, bloodied and battered, still stood his ground. Han sneered and mocked. "Impressive, you're still standing. But your ridiculous dagger technique, you've given up on yourself." The old man didn't reply. His trembling body bore the pain. Still, he slowly raised his arm. Han chuckled. "Oh, what a scene. You're letting your guard down. You're about to take on me like an amateur wrestler? Pathetic." With a roar, Han leaped forward, fingers ready like daggers. "Let's see what your defenses do now." The strike sank into the old man's gut, and blood splattered on the ground. The old man spat out more blood. Gasps echoed through the audience. But to everyone's amazement, the old man raised his trembling fist and punched his own stomach. Han's fingers, his greatest strength, had been crushed. The old man's counterattack was precisely calculated and devastating. Han staggered, clutching his injured hand. His confidence had now turned to confusion and rage. For the first time, the smile was gone from his face. He stared at his shattered fingers in disbelief. But before he could blink, the old man, despite his battered body, charged again. His right fist was tightly clenched, and he launched himself like a freight train. The punch hit Han's gut, shaking the entire arena. Han's body slammed into the wall like a rag doll. Blood dripped from Han's mouth. The old man was not in good shape either. His body trembled violently. Every breath had become agony. He looked at his ruined right arm, which now dangled uselessly. This arm is finished, he thought grimly. But I only have one more shot left. As the old man charged one final time, his expression was a mix of desperation and determination, like a sports underdog giving it his all on the final play. Someone had jumped down from the spectator stands. It was Sun-woo. The anger burning in his eyes was no longer just rage, it had become an inferno. His silhouette seemed engulfed in flames as he descended through the air, and the moment he landed, the entire arena fell silent. From behind, Miho's panicked voice echoed across the stadium. Sun-woo, no. But at this point, no one could stop him. Han was still standing in the center of the ring, smiling proudly after his victory. One of his feet remained planted on the old man's face. The moment he saw Sun-woo approaching, his smile widened even further. Come on, Sun-woo, Han sneered. Sun-woo landed inside the arena. Sun-woo's voice thundered through the arena. Take your foot off him, or you'll regret it. Han laughed mockingly. There was a sinister edge hidden beneath his voice. Worried about your mentor, he said. If you've got the guts, come over here and move me yourself. The challenge was clear. And Sun-woo's rage had already crossed the point of control. A crimson glow began radiating from his body, the same terrifying aura that had appeared during his fight against Kai. Sun-woo was just about to charge forward when a drone suddenly flew in front of him, locking its weapons onto him. In a cold, mechanical voice, it announced, any unauthorized combat will result in immediate termination. But Sun-woo didn't care. His fists clenched even tighter. Take your foot off him. The next second, he launched himself straight at Han. Han grinned like a predator preparing to pounce. Come on, he said. Let's see how strong you really are. At that moment, Miho jumped into the arena as well. We have to stop Sun-woo, he shouted. He had barely started running toward him when a figure shot past him like a bolt of lightning. Miho froze in shock. Who is that? Whose speed is that? It was Menon. In a single flash, Menon reached Sun-woo, leaped onto his back, and locked him into a tight chokehold. What are you doing, you idiot? Menon shouted, urgency filling his voice. Then he added, if I taught you how to use a headbutt, then at least use it properly before you get yourself killed. Sun-woo was beyond reason. His anger had drowned out every ounce of logic. Just let me go, he roared. But Menon only tightened his grip. At the same time, Miho sprang into action and swept Sun-woo's legs out from under him, sending him crashing hard onto the ground. Menon immediately tightened the chokehold even further, while Miho grabbed Sun-woo's legs and pinned them down. Despite Sun-woo's ferocious resistance, the two of them managed to immobilize him. From the sidelines, Han simply watched the scene unfold. Sun-woo was now struggling against his own teammates instead of his enemy. Leaning closer to his ear, Menon whispered, you need to sleep for a while. In this state, you're no good to anyone. Slowly, the strength began to drain from Sun-woo's body. His breathing grew heavier. His vision started to blur. And little by little, his consciousness slipped away. The last thing he saw was Han. Han was still standing there, his foot planted firmly on the old man's face, lost in manic laughter. As Sun-woo drifted toward unconsciousness, a memory surfaced. A memory from one of his training sessions with the old man. The training had ended, and the old man was exhausted. Even so, he spoke in a gentle voice. If something ever happens to me, would you look after my son? Sun-woo draped a towel around his neck and looked up. Of course. But why are you asking that all of a sudden? The old man paused for a moment. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Sun-woo and said, I just want someone who can stop him if he ever starts walking down the wrong path. But, as always, Sun-woo cut him off before he could continue. Isn't that obvious? The old man raised an eyebrow. What's obvious? Shrugging his shoulders, Sun-woo wiped his face with the towel. You still have a lot left to teach me. He glanced at him with a faint smile. And if I want to keep learning from you, then I'll have to become friends with your son, right? Don't tell me you've already run out of lessons. The old man was caught completely off guard. A small, unexpected laugh escaped his lips. "Is that so?" he said softly. Then, with a playful grin, he ruffled Sun-woo's hair. "So even after I'm gone, you're planning to keep using me?" The memory shattered. Reality came crashing back. The old man was still lying on the ground, broken, bruised, almost lifeless. Han's foot was still pressing against his face. On the opposite side of the arena, Sun-woo lay unconscious. Menon and Miho still had him pinned down, both breathing heavily from the struggle. "That was close," Miho muttered between breaths. Han slowly surveyed the aftermath before letting out a low, malicious chuckle. What a waste. But then a new voice cut through the arena. Amanda had arrived. Her eyes were fixed on Han. "You've already taken all of Sun-woo's attention," she said coldly. "So are you going to leave now, or do you still need more of his attention and affection?" Han's expression immediately hardened. He turned toward her with icy eyes. "Do you want me to kill you with my own hands?" Amanda didn't flinch. Not even for a second. She pointed toward the hovering drone above them. "Sure. Why not?" A faint smirk appeared on her face. "But if you try anything, your precious drone guide will blow you apart before you can even touch me." Then her expression darkened. A clear bloodlust flashed across her eyes. "Or you can die by my hands instead." Han laughed at the threat. Slowly, deliberately, he lifted his foot off the old man's face. As he turned to leave, he shot Amanda one last venomous glare. "It doesn't matter." His voice was calm, but filled with killing intent. "I'm going to kill every single one of you." With that, he walked out of the arena. The sound of his footsteps echoed through the stadium until he disappeared. Amanda immediately rushed to the old man's side. Dropping to her knees, she quickly began checking his injuries. Several tense moments passed. Then she finally let out a breath of relief. "He's alive." The words instantly lifted the weight hanging over everyone's hearts. The old man had survived. Amanda urgently waved toward the medical team. "Get over here, now. He needs immediate treatment." As the medics rushed over, Amanda's eyes suddenly fell on the old man's injured left hand. Amanda suddenly fell silent in thought. That hand saved my life. Her mind drifted back to the fight. At the most critical moment, the old man had used his left hand to block Han's deadly finger dagger technique. It had been a precise, delicate, and literally life-saving move. If he hadn't made that split-second decision, the outcome could have been far worse. The medical team carefully placed the old man onto a stretcher and quickly carried him away. Amanda remained standing there for a few moments, watching them leave. The scene then shifted to a VIP room, where manager Yen-woo sat watching the match replay. His teeth were clenched with excitement. "Han Min-soo," he muttered in a low but energized voice. "That kid is a monster in every sense of the word." He turned toward Kim and impatiently gestured with his hand. "How does he use his fingers like weapons?" Adjusting his glasses, Kim began explaining. "Because Han Min-soo's enhancement is extremely unique. Most strength-enhancing doping methods simply increase muscle mass. The muscles become larger, but that's about it. But in Han Min-soo's case, the tissues surrounding his bones, his tendons, ligaments, and connective tissues, have developed abnormally." Kim paused for a moment. "You could say that, in some ways, he may even be more functional than Sun-woo, whose bones themselves have been enhanced." Manager Yen-woo's eyes narrowed. "Then shouldn't we recruit him to our side immediately?" Kim shook his head. "Han Min-soo is a fighter personally managed by the director. Getting direct access to him isn't easy." The answer visibly frustrated Yen-woo. But Kim quickly continued. "Don't worry, there are still plenty of incredible fighters left. Especially the one fighting in the next match." Yen-woo leaned back in his chair, intrigued. "The next match? The female fighter, right? The one who uses capoeira?" Kim nodded. "Yes. She's next." Yen-woo scoffed. "Capoeira? Isn't that just some kind of dance? Seems pretty useless in a real fight." Kim's gaze drifted toward the window. For a moment, he looked lost in thought. "Capoeira is a dance," he said. "But that's only part of the story. When Portugal colonized Brazil, African slaves were brought there as laborers. To survive brutal working conditions and oppression, many of them tried to develop their own methods of combat. But they couldn't train openly. So they disguised their martial art as a dance, allowing them to practice without drawing suspicion from their overseers. It may look like a dance. But in reality, it is a martial art born from suffering and pain, not joy." He adjusted his glasses again. After Brazil gained independence, capoeira became associated with various criminal activities. Because of that, the government eventually banned it. Kim's expression hardened. So no, capoeira isn't just practical. It's frighteningly effective. The scene shifted back to the arena. Amanda stood in the center of the battleground. The number 19 glowed beside her name, marking her current rank. Her chosen fighting style, capoeira, made her stand out from the rest. A drone hovered nearby, silently monitoring her movements. Then the arena's announcement system came to life. All players, please enter the arena and prepare for the next round. Amanda's eyes settled on her opponent. Without even turning her head fully, she carefully analyzed him. Hyuk-soo, ranked 10th. He entered the arena with complete confidence. His specialty was mixed martial arts, a lethal and highly versatile combat style. Amanda's gaze never wavered. The drone's announcement echoed across the arena. The match between Amanda and Hyuk-soo will now begin. Amanda immediately assumed her fighting stance. Determination radiated from every movement. Meanwhile, her opponent remained completely still. His face was blank, expressionless, motionless. Amanda narrowed her eyes. So he's underestimating me too. Without a moment of hesitation, she launched a flawless crane kick. Her body twisted through the air like an acrobat performing a dance, every movement flowing seamlessly into the next. Cutting through the tension, she declared, "If you're just going to stand there, then I'll make the first move." But the moment her kick closed in on Hyuk-soo, his demeanor changed. A sinister grin spread across his face. A dark, devilish chuckle escaped his lips. Back in the VIP room, manager Yenwoo watched the fight unfold with wide eyes. So this is how capoeira is used? He immediately turned toward his device and began scanning Hyuk-soo's stats. If he's ranked 10th, then he must be incredible. Kim pushed up his glasses and replied in a calm but precise tone. Hyuk-soo is a mixed martial artist. He wasn't particularly successful at first, but after receiving sensory enhancement doping, his kinetic vision improved dramatically. Yenwoo tilted his head. Kinetic vision? Kim nodded. Yes. He can perceive movement at extraordinary speeds. That's why his market value skyrocketed. The VIPs even gave him a nickname. Yenwoo looked intrigued. What nickname? Kim adjusted his glasses again. The 10-second king. Yenwoo raised an eyebrow. That's a strange name. Why? Because every single one of his matches ends in a knockout within 10 seconds. Not one fight has lasted longer than that. Yenwoo let out an impressed laugh. Amazing. If he's really that good, then maybe we should consider recruiting him too. Kim's expression turned serious. If he maintains his reputation in this round as well, his rank could jump to 5th place or even higher. The scene shifted back to the arena. The countdown timer continued ticking. Hyuk-soo stood motionless, watching Amanda's kick approach. A wicked grin spread across his face. Even top-ranked fighters fall for this defensive stance. They all attack with confidence. But my dynamic vision can see everything. At the very last moment, Hyuk-soo effortlessly avoided most of Amanda's kick. A smug smile appeared on his face. He reached out and grabbed her leg with an iron-tight grip. Chuckling to himself, he said, "Your game's over." But before he could enjoy his victory any further, his vision suddenly blurred. The world flipped upside down. Hyuk-soo's eyes widened in confusion. Huh? Why is the floor up here? Before he could process what had happened, his face slammed into the ground with brutal force. The sheer power and momentum behind Amanda's kick had turned the entire fight around in an instant. A muffled voice escaped from him. "Did I just lose, in under 10 seconds? Amanda released him and calmly stepped back. Then she stood tall in the center of the arena. The entire stadium fell silent. Everyone was in shock. She had done the impossible. The so-called 10-second king had been defeated at his own game. And in even less time than 10 seconds. A drone floated closer and scanned Hyuk-soo's motionless body. Then its mechanical voice echoed through the arena. Match concluded. Winner, Amanda. Amanda looked down at her defeated opponent and spoke in a calm but cutting voice. There are some techniques that even enhanced senses can't detect.
Amanda had defeated Hyuk-soo and secured victory for the round. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, manager Yenwoo nearly jumped out of his chair. What was that? How did she pull that off? Kim's eyes remained locked on the arena. Hyuk-soo made a mistake. He assumed that avoiding her first attack would immediately put the fight in his favor. The problem was that he failed to understand the difference between the technique itself and the true source of its power. Yenwoo shook his head in disbelief. But dodging an attack is the natural response, isn't it? Kim nodded. Normally, yes. When a kick is powerful enough to knock someone out, energy is first compressed on the side opposite the point of impact. That stored energy is then released toward the final impact point. If the initial strike misses, there usually isn't enough time to compress that energy again, which means launching a second powerful attack before your opponent counters becomes extremely difficult. As a result, the kick loses most of its power. He continued, and when both feet are off the ground, the situation becomes even worse. Without a supporting leg, there's nothing to help generate or transfer power efficiently. Yinwoo frowned, but Amanda was in exactly that situation. Both of her feet were completely off the ground, and her first attack failed. Kim nodded. That's correct, which is exactly why Hyuk-soo attacked so confidently. But he overlooked one very important detail. In capoeira, the hands can be used as support points in the same way legs are. Kim adjusted his glasses, and Amanda's enhancement is unique. Her power enhancement doesn't increase muscle size. Instead, it dramatically increases muscle density. That means she's stronger and faster without suffering the mobility limitations that come with bulky muscles. His gaze remained fixed on the arena screen. At this point, Amanda Graki has become a combat machine capable of releasing maximum power from almost any position and at almost any timing. And that makes her incredibly unpredictable. The scene shifted to Sun-woo. He was lying on a bed, slowly regaining consciousness. As his vision cleared, he saw Miho's face staring back at him. Sun-woo suddenly sat upright. What happened? He asked, breathing heavily. He looked around the room before locking eyes with Miho. Why am I here? Then his expression changed instantly. Concern filled his face. The old man. Is he okay? At that moment, Amanda walked into the room. He's alive, she said. When we carried him out of the arena, we could still feel him breathing. Sun-woo let out a deep breath. Relief spread across his face. But Amanda quickly shifted her attention toward Miho. Miho, your match is coming up. You should start warming up. Miho's expression immediately turned cold. A calm but unwavering determination settled in his eyes. I know, he replied. I'll be ready. Then his gaze hardened. This next opponent might be the very reason I came here in the first place. A memory surfaced in Miho's mind. He remembered the day a man handed him a fighting ward card. I'll make sure the man who killed your brother stands right in front of you. Back then, Miho had reacted with anger. But you said you don't even know his name. So how are you supposed to identify him? The man gave him a sinister smile. What we do know is that he entered the fighting ward. And he's a former professional boxer. Miho had been stunned. The man chuckled before continuing. I'll give you more details later. But one thing is certain. There are only a handful of former professional boxers in the fighting ward. The scene shifted back to the arena. Standing at the center was a bald man. His expression was calm, but there was something deadly about him. His name was Choi Won-woo, ranked 16th. His fighting style was pure, ruthless boxing. Miho stepped into the arena. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings before settling directly on his opponent. His rank was only 28th, but he wasn't here for rankings. He was here for answers. His boxing had been sharpened into a deadly weapon. Taking a firm stance, Miho spoke. His voice sliced through the tension hanging in the air. Do you know the name Kim Min-seng? Across from him, Won-woo tilted his head slightly. A smug smile appeared on his face. How could I forget him? He replied arrogantly. The moment those words left his mouth, Miho's expression changed completely. His eyes widened. Veins bulged across his forehead. His jaw clenched so hard it looked ready to crack. His heartbeat thundered in his ears like the drums of war. I risked everything, just to find you. His pulse accelerated. Then a faint blue aura began glowing near his chest. Before Won-woo could even react, Miho vanished. For a split second, Won-woo's eyes darted around in confusion. His brain couldn't even process what had happened. Then Miho appeared directly in front of him. His fist shot forward like a bullet. The uppercut snapped Won-woo's head backward and sent him stumbling across the arena. Miho didn't stop. He didn't even give Won-woo a chance to recover. Seeing Miho's overwhelming speed, Won-woo was left stunned. Then Miho's fist slammed directly into his stomach. Blood burst from Won-woo's mouth. The sheer force of the punch completely folded him over. But Miho wasn't finished. There was only one thing burning in his eyes. The relentless intensity of a predator hunting its prey. Won-woo was still airborne when Miho drove another punch straight into his face. The impact sent Won-woo spinning through the air. His body flipped twice before crashing violently into the arena wall. Cracks spread across the concrete on impact. Fury boiling inside him, Miho marched forward with heavy steps. Why did you kill my brother? His thunderous voice echoed throughout the entire arena. Leaning against the wall, Wanwoo struggled to catch his breath. Yet surprisingly, he remained calm. Slowly, he raised his head. That's enough. His voice was steady. Miho stopped. What's going on? He thought. His fists remained tightly clenched. Then, to Miho's surprise, Wanwoo smirked. A blue aura began glowing near his chest. The same kind of aura Miho possessed. I let you beat on me. Wanwoo laughed. I needed the effects of the enhancement to raise my level first. In a single motion, Wanwoo pushed himself off the wall and stood up. His movements were unnervingly fast and fluid. Miho instinctively shifted into a defensive stance. Confusion raced through his mind. How did he recover that quickly? Wanwoo's grin widened into something almost insane. Now this is getting interesting. He cracked his neck. We're both using the same speed-enhancing enhancement. Let's find out which one of us is better. Miho pulled back his fist. But the moment he threw the punch, Wanwoo vanished, just like Miho had done earlier. In the blink of an eye, Wanwoo appeared beside him. His counterattack was already in motion. The punch landed squarely on Miho's face. But at that exact moment, Miho activated his own speed. His body disappeared from sight and escaped Wanwoo's range. Sliding to a stop, Miho wiped the blood from his mouth. His eyes remained fixed on his opponent. The rage was still there, but now caution had joined it. This fight isn't over. It's only beginning. Now it was Wanwoo's turn to attack, and he had no intention of giving Miho any room to breathe. His speed increased even further. His movements began matching Miho's perfectly. In an instant, he was right in front of him. Grinning like a hunter closing in on trapped prey, Wanwoo spoke. Where do you think you're going? For the first time, doubt crept into Miho's heart. His eyes widened. No matter how fast I move, I can't find a single opening. His mind raced desperately, searching for a solution. But then his worst fear became reality. Wanwoo accelerated again. Miho was completely overwhelmed. Wanwoo laughed mockingly. As expected, there's a difference in levels between us. Before Miho could react, Wanwoo's devastating punch crashed directly into his face. The impact was so powerful that Miho's thoughts scattered instantly. Blood sprayed from Miho's mouth. Wanwoo didn't waste the opportunity. Here's a real full-speed punch. His fist crashed into Miho's face once again. The blow carried so much raw power that it felt as if the entire arena shook. Miho's body slammed into the ground and skidded across the floor before finally coming to a stop. Blood dripped from his lips. As he lay sprawled on the arena floor, his vision blurred and swayed. Inside, he was furious with himself. Meanwhile, Wanwoo stood tall above him. Triumph burned in his eyes. A cruel, almost insane laugh echoed throughout the arena. What did I tell you? He mocked. Relying on speed enhancement always comes with risks. And it's obvious my speed is leagues ahead of yours. Wanwoo's laughter grew louder. Arrogance practically dripped from every word. Slowly, he approached Miho's battered body. Why don't you just stay down? He taunted. If you keep moving, the drones won't stop the fight. His grin widened. And if that happens, he raised his foot high into the air. I'll have to finish you myself. As Wanwoo prepared to stomp down on him, Miho's mind drifted into a memory. He saw his brother, Kim Min-sang, and he remembered the words that had shaped his fighting spirit. Whenever you feel like it's all over, Miho, take one last deep breath. Calm yourself. That single breath will give you the strength to stand back up. Back in the present, Miho quietly repeated those words. One last breath. Then he inhaled deeply. The moment he did, his heart began pounding harder than ever. The enhancement surged through his veins. Its effects intensified. His strength, his speed, everything was pushed to its absolute limit. Wanwoo's foot came crashing down, but Miho was no longer there. In an instant, he vanished from the ground. His movement was so fast that even Wanwoo couldn't track it. Wanwoo spun around in frustration. Where did he go? His eyes darted across the arena. Miho had finally created the opening he desperately needed. Now crouched low to the ground, he settled into an attacking stance. His muscles coiled like compressed springs. His clenched fists trembled with raw determination. Wanwoo gritted his teeth and glared at him. At this point, this wasn't just a fight anymore. This was for everything Miho had sacrificed to reach this moment. Without wasting another second, Miho exploded forward. His body launched through the air at terrifying speed. His movements became nothing more than a blur. The force of his leap was so immense that it seemed to shatter the sound barrier itself. Like a human missile, he rocketed straight toward Wanwoo. At that speed, dodging was impossible. Wanwoo didn't even have time to raise his guard. Miho's fist slammed into his chest with brutal precision. The impact sent Wanwoo stumbling backward. But Miho wasn't finished. The moment he closed the distance again, he demanded, "Why did you kill my brother? What did he ever do to you?" For the first time, Wanwoo's expression changed. Then he said, "So the rumors were true. Kim Min-sing really is dead." The words hit harder than any punch. Miho froze. Complete shock washed over him. Suddenly, the drone's mechanical voice echoed throughout the arena. Everyone's attention shifted upward. Wanwoo is no longer able to continue the fight. The winner is Miho. Miho remained standing where he was. His chest rose and fell with heavy breaths. His fists were still clenched tightly. Inside him was a strange mixture of emotions. Disbelief and emptiness. The victory didn't feel the way he had imagined. At that moment, notifications began flooding the VIP rooms. Miho's game earnings were skyrocketing. Behind the tinted glass, several VIP spectators exchanged glances. "This Kim Miho is incredible," one of them said while reviewing Miho's profile. The scene shifted once again, this time to the director's office. The director had been watching the entire fight with intense focus. Turning toward one of his subordinates, he spoke in a serious tone. That was Miho's second awakening, and he achieved it without any enhancement drugs. The doctor nodded, his expression grave. "Yes, sir. It appears the experiment is finally producing results. It's not as successful as the first subject from 20 years ago, but the success rate has now reached nearly 80%. The director folded his arms and sank into thought. Even after the first awakened disappeared, his genes left behind a legacy. A faint smile appeared on his face. Surpassing that legacy would be a remarkable achievement. He fell silent for a moment before muttering to himself, "If only that man hadn't vanished. We could have achieved so much more." His eyes narrowed. Where did he go? The scene shifted again, this time to Sun-woo's training room. Sun-woo was relentlessly practicing the locust technique that the old man had taught him. His kicks repeatedly crashed into the wall. Again and again, each strike carried more force than the last. Drenched in sweat, Sun-woo gritted his teeth despite his exhaustion. "Just a little more. I need to push harder." A sharp voice suddenly came from behind him. "Hey kid, stop before you bring this entire place down." It was Minin. Sun-woo paused and finally looked around the room. The walls were covered in cracks. Chunks of concrete had broken away in several places. Minin stared at him. "Are you planning to collapse before your next fight even starts?" Sun-woo's eyes were heavy with fatigue, but he still answered, "If I want to compete against the monsters in this place, I have to keep pushing myself." At that moment, he remembered something the old man once told him. "Push your body to its absolute limits. When you recover, you'll come back far stronger than before." Then the old man had added, "But remember one thing. Sleep is the best form of recovery. Divide your day into 2 parts. First, train until your body gives out. Then sleep as if your life depends on it. Do that twice every day, and you'll grow twice as fast." Then the old man pointed a finger at Sun-woo and added, "But this only works if you have endurance forged from steel." A grin appeared on his face. "So tell me, kid, are you ready for that?" The memory faded. Sun-woo looked down at himself. Then he unfastened the massive weights strapped around his ankles. The moment they hit the floor, crack, the ground beneath them fractured. They were absurdly heavy. The entire scene looked like something straight out of an anime training arc, as if Rock Lee had just removed his training weights before a fight. Leaning against the wall, Minin smirked. "Kid, I told you to be ready to die. I didn't mean actually kill yourself." Sun-woo didn't respond. Without saying a word, he stepped into the sleeping pod. The lid slowly closed above him. As darkness swallowed his vision, only one thought remained in his mind. This is the 3rd time now. Just like the old man said, endurance is everything. I have to trust myself. Outside the pod, Minin stared at the discarded weights. Then he laughed, training 3 times a day until complete exhaustion, and then sleeping to recover. This kid is completely all in, huh? A wicked grin spread across his face. Well, if it works, it works. But watching this play out, now that's going to be entertaining. Just then, a drone floated over to him. Its mechanical voice echoed through the hallway. "Player Minin, please proceed to the main arena." A spark lit up in Minin's eyes. The sinister look on his face transformed into pure excitement. Finally, are we getting the good stuff now? With that, he followed the drone down the corridor. The sound of his footsteps echoed through the hall. The scene shifted to the arena. Juwoo was already there. Currently ranked 15th, he was casually demonstrating his incredible strength. Using only one hand, he gripped the arena wall and lifted his entire body into a seated position in midair. The control, the balance, the raw power. It was unbelievable. Inside the observation room, Manager Yenwoo and Kim watched closely. Leaning back in his chair, Yinwoo asked, Jiwoo, he's one of your 5 picks, isn't he? Kim nodded. Yes, sir. Jiwoo gained tremendous strength through enhancement. His grip strength is on another level. If he gets a hold of someone, he can crush their bones. Most fighters lose the will to continue fighting after experiencing his grip just once. Kim adjusted his glasses. But that's not even his greatest weapon. His true strength lies in his judo. And when you combine elite judo with that kind of raw power, he paused. It becomes terrifying. No matter how enhanced a fighter is, if Jiwoo throws them to the ground, it's usually over. Bones break. The match ends. Yinwoo narrowed his eyes. And what about Minin? Looking at his ranking, he doesn't seem like much of a concern. Right? Kim hesitated while scanning the information on his device. His expression gradually shifted into confusion. There's almost no information on Minin. No information? Yinwoo's voice sharpened immediately. Kim frowned. It looks like he was recruited directly from the fighting ward. And beyond that, we know almost nothing about him. His origins, his fighting style, even the extent of his enhancements. Everything about him was a mystery. Kim adjusted his glasses once again. This time, his expression was completely serious. I haven't seen a single one of his matches. That man is an enigma. The scene shifted back to the arena. Minin entered in his signature unsettling fashion. Licking his elbow while wearing a manic grin, he sent chills through the entire stadium. Across from him stood Jiwoo. His crimson eyes burned with intensity. Everything about his stance made one thing clear. He wasn't here to play. He was here to win. A drone floated between them and announced in a mechanical voice, "The match between Minin and Jiwoo will now begin." The moment the announcement ended, Jiwoo spoke in a serious tone. "Let's finish this in one move. There's no need to waste time." But before he could say anything else, Minin closed the distance with lightning speed. Appearing right in front of him, he grinned. "I agree." The sudden appearance caught Jiwoo completely off guard. Before he could react, Minin disappeared again. Then he reappeared behind him. A sinister smile spread across his face. "The back of your head looks delicious." He struck from behind. Jiwoo barely managed to avoid the attack. Reacting instantly, he grabbed Minin's arm and unleashed his monstrous judo skills. In one smooth motion, he lifted Minin into the air. Minin only grinned wider. "Damn, you've got some serious moves." Jiwoo didn't waste a single second. Using all of his strength, he slammed Minin into the ground. The impact was devastating. The arena floor shattered beneath them. Shockwaves exploded across the battlefield. The entire stadium trembled from the collision. Minin lay inside the crater that had formed in the broken floor, barely breathing, barely moving. Meanwhile, Jiwoo remained standing, tall, unshaken. His overwhelming presence dominated the arena. The sheer effectiveness of his counterattack left everyone stunned. Inside the VIP room, Manager Yinwoo leaned forward in disbelief. What just happened? Is Minin stuck in the ground? Or is he dead? For the first time, even Kim looked shaken. His usually calm demeanor had vanished. I knew Jiwoo was strong, but ending it this quickly? I didn't expect that. His eyes remained fixed on the arena. Below, a drone descended and began scanning both fighters. Several tense moments passed. Then the mechanical voice finally spoke. Player Jiwoo is unable to continue. Player Minin is declared the winner. A collective gasp swept through the entire arena. Just moments earlier, Jiwoo had been standing tall and dominant. Now he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Unconscious. The announcement sent shockwaves through the stadium. Nobody could believe what they had just witnessed. But the most disturbing thing wasn't Jiwoo's defeat. It was Minin's reaction. He was still lying on the ground. And once again, he was licking his elbow. That signature, unsettling gesture sent a chill through everyone watching. Manager Yinwoo stared at the screen in disbelief. What just happened? Jiwoo was completely dominating the fight. How was he the one eliminated? Kim looked equally shocked. Running a hand through his hair, he shook his head. I don't know. This is the first time I've ever seen something like this. I can't make sense of it. Meanwhile, Minin remained sprawled across the shattered arena floor. His laughter echoed like a twisted symphony. A mischievous gleam danced in his eyes. Looks like it's time for Sun-woo to wake up. He folded his hands behind his head. Will he come out perfectly cooked? Or just a burnt-out mess? The thought made him laugh even harder. The scene shifted to Sun-woo's recovery pod. With a soft hiss, the pod door slowly opened. A hand emerged from the darkness. Its fingers curled into a fist. Sun-woo sat up. His breathing was calm, steady, controlled. Something feels different. His brows furrowed. Did the triple training and recovery cycle actually work? One thought occupied his mind. Whether the recovery had succeeded or not, he still had to face his next opponent. no matter what happened. But as his thoughts drifted, his expression darkened. Images of his mother surfaced in his mind. His fists tightened. Mom, I hope you're safe. Then another thought followed. But can I really trust that woman who came to see me before? His eyes hardened. I need answers. And Dr. Kim is the one who brought me here. I need to speak with him. The moment he made up his mind, a drone entered the room. Its mechanical hum broke the silence. The drone announced, "A scout has requested your presence." Sun-woo frowned in surprise. A short time later, he found himself blindfolded. The organization clearly wanted to keep the location secret. After a long walk, he finally reached his destination. Then a voice spoke from ahead. "You may remove the blindfold now." Sun-woo pulled it off. The moment his vision cleared, he saw Kim standing directly in front of him. Recognition hit instantly. So did the anger. Without wasting a second, Sun-woo lunged forward and grabbed Kim by the collar. "You betrayed me," he roared. His voice trembled with rage. Yet Kim showed no sign of fear. Calmly, then he spoke in a firm, steady tone. "Calm down, kid. If I die here, you won't gain anything." Sun-woo's jaw tightened, but he didn't let go. But Kim's words made sense. At least logically. Sun-woo's hand was still gripping Kim's collar, but his mind was in complete turmoil. After a moment, he spoke through clenched teeth. "You'd better answer my questions honestly, because I'm running out of patience." His eyes locked onto Kim's. "Do you know where my parents are?" Kim lowered his voice, almost as if he were teasing him. "You still haven't figured it out?" He shook his head slightly. "I thought it was obvious." Sun-woo's confusion only deepened. "What are you talking about?" Kim narrowed his eyes. A faint smirk appeared on his face. "I'm the one taking care of them." Sun-woo exploded. "Stop lying to me," he shouted. "I already know someone else is looking after my parents in the recovery sector." For a brief moment, Kim looked thoughtful. "So it's true," he murmured. "A woman came to visit you, didn't she? Interesting." Then he looked directly into Sun-woo's eyes. "Let's make one thing clear. I am the one taking care of your parents. However, I did lie about their disappearance. I only did it to keep you focused." For a second, Sun-woo felt as if the ground beneath him had shifted. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" he growled. Kim calmly removed Sun-woo's hand from his collar and straightened his jacket. "Listen carefully." His voice became serious. "I've bet everything on you. Enhanced or not, the chief will eventually have to acknowledge my judgment. So don't ruin this. The story about your parents disappearing has spread throughout the entire fighting ward. Think about it. Do you honestly believe my agents were responsible for that rumor?" Sun-woo remained silent. The line between truth and lies was becoming impossible to see. Kim spread his hands, as if he were laying out an undeniable truth. "Think about it, Sun-woo. The moment rumors started spreading that your parents were being kept in the recovery sector, Cha Seon suddenly appeared. He stared straight at him. "Do you really think that's a coincidence? And didn't she also claim that she was taking care of your parents? Am I wrong?" Kim's gaze lowered. His expression hardened. "That woman doesn't have a truthful bone in her body. If she did, the chairman would never have forced his own two sons out of the family business." Fire burned in Sun-woo's eyes. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" he snapped. "Are you trying to fool me too? That woman knew things about my parents." Kim didn't even blink. "And what proof did she show you? What evidence did she provide?" Sun-woo hesitated. For the first time, uncertainty appeared on his face. "She didn't show me anything." Then he glared at Kim. "But what about you? What proof do you have?" Without saying a word, Kim slowly rolled up the sleeve of his jacket. Then he extended his forearm towards Sun-woo. Sun-woo's eyes widened. His entire body froze. Written across Kim's forearm were the words, "Son, don't worry. Mom is fine." And beneath the message, a date, the 20th. Sun-woo's breath caught in his throat. That's Mom's handwriting. His mind went blank. This wasn't something that could be faked. This was real. Kim's voice cut through the storm of thoughts racing through Sun-woo's head. "You saw the date, didn't you? You know who was with your mother that day." He shrugged. "Believe me or don't. That's your choice." Then his expression hardened. "But right now, you need to hear the plan." Kim pointed directly at him. His eyes were sharp. His voice carried absolute conviction. "If you want to bring the VIP's attention back to you, then you have to win your next fight. Your opponent is their favorite. If you beat him, both Cha and the VIPs will be forced to support you." He stepped closer. "If you win this round, every problem you're dealing with, including your parents, can finally be resolved." Sun-woo gritted his teeth. Frustration, doubt, confusion. Everything was colliding inside his head. "Who is my next opponent?" Kim answered immediately. "Ryo Ichika. Rank 15. He's practically the unanimous favorite among the VIPs." Adjusting his glasses, Kim continued. "You'll need to prepare yourself. This won't be easy. As Sun-woo made his way toward the arena, Kim's words echoed through his mind. If you defeat him, Chairman Chow won't have any choice but to select you. We only need to reach the finals. After that, every problem, including your parents, can be solved. Sun-woo's fists tightened. Damn it, my head is spinning. I don't know who's lying. I don't know who's telling the truth. But one thing is clear. If I can't take down my next opponent, it's over. The arena came into view. Standing at its center was Ryo Ichika. Calm, composed. Yet beneath that calm exterior lurked something dangerous. A ticking time bomb. His fighting style, Kudo, was famous for combining efficiency with devastating power. Meanwhile, inside one of the VIP rooms, Manager Yin-woo sat comfortably in his chair. A confident smile rested on his face, as if he already knew how this match would end. If Sun-woo loses this round, Charles Younghan's reaction will be priceless. He quietly chuckled to himself. In another VIP room, Cha Suyin watched the arena closely. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Let's see who gets the last laugh. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Back in the arena, Ryo calmly assumed his fighting stance. Confidence radiated from him. Sun-woo mirrored the movement. His focus was razor sharp. If he's taking an offensive stance, I'll start with a calf kick. My body feels solid today. Determination burned in his eyes. Without wasting a second, Sun-woo exploded forward. Like a bolt of lightning, he closed the distance and launched a sharp low calf kick designed to destroy Ryo's balance. But Ryo was ready. Effortlessly, he lifted his leg and avoided the kick with perfect precision. Before Sun-woo could recover, Ryo immediately countered. Using the same leg, he unleashed a powerful kick aimed directly at him. Sun-woo's instincts kicked in. If I dodge this, I'll have a chance to counterattack. But before the thought could fully form, Ryo moved. Fast. Far faster than expected. In a single motion, he grabbed Sun-woo. One hand locked onto his shoulder. The other secured his leg. Then, boom, Ryo slammed him into the ground. The impact was so violent that cracks exploded across the arena floor. Blood spilled from Sun-woo's mouth. It was undeniable proof of Ryo's monstrous strength. Fighting through the pain, Sun-woo forced himself to think. This guy? He's insanely strong. But Ryo wasn't finished. With cold precision, he raised his fist, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. Gathering every last ounce of strength he had, Sun-woo twisted his body. Using both his hands and legs, he desperately pushed himself out of Ryo's striking range, just barely escaping the attack. At the very last second, Sun-woo managed to escape. A razor-thin escape. Inside the VIP room, Manager Yin-woo leaned forward with growing interest. Wait, I thought he was a striker. Then what was that grappling technique? He asked. Standing nearby, Kim adjusted his glasses and replied calmly. Ryo isn't limited to striking. He's mastered Kyokushin karate. And Kyokushin isn't just about punches and kicks. It also includes throws, takedowns, and joint lock techniques. Kim paused briefly. And that's not all. Practitioners are also trained to use headbutts and groin attacks when necessary. Back in the arena, Ryo had already returned to his stance. But something felt off. A small sense of unease was creeping into his mind. Why isn't this kid afraid? Ryo wondered. He didn't have time to think about it. Sun-woo charged again, this time with a lightning-fast punch. The strike flew toward Ryo's face, only inches away from connecting. But Ryo's reflexes were elite. He lowered his head at the last possible moment, barely avoiding the hit. Seeing an opening, Ryo immediately countered. He pulled his fist back and drove a brutal body shot straight into Sun-woo's stomach. The impact was savage. Even the audience flinched. Blood sprayed from Sun-woo's mouth. His body was launched backward before crashing onto the arena floor. Inside the VIP room, Manager Yin-woo was openly enjoying the fight. As expected, that high school kid is finished. He mocked. Ryo looked toward Sun-woo. Something felt wrong. Very wrong. After taking such a devastating hit, Sun-woo was smiling. That eerie smile sent a chill down Ryo's spine. Why is he smiling? Slowly, Sun-woo got back to his feet. A wild obsession burned inside his eyes. Ryo frowned. Let's see how long that smile lasts. With a shout, he launched another powerful attack. But suddenly, Sun-woo closed the distance. Instead of attacking, he wrapped both arms around Ryo's waist and locked himself onto him. Ryo laughed. You think hugging me is going to save you, kid? A feral spark flashed inside Sun-woo's eyes. Then, he bit Ryo's leg. Hard, like a wild animal tearing into its prey. Ryo's scream echoed through the arena. Are you insane? For the first time, his composure cracked. Reacting immediately, Ryo slammed a brutal kick into Sun-woo's stomach. The force sent him stumbling backward. Ryo then raised his elbow, preparing a finishing strike. But before he could move, Sunwoo's voice echoed across the arena. What did you call me? His eyes gleamed with madness. An animal? A twisted grin spread across his face. You're right. I am a crazy animal. For a split second, Ryo hesitated. The sheer intensity in Sunwoo's gaze shook him. Instantly, Ryo swung his leg. A devastating kick smashed into Sunwoo's head. Sunwoo crashed onto the ground. But even then, that creepy grin never disappeared. Ryo glanced at his bleeding leg. The wound Sunwoo had left behind was still dripping blood. This guy is a beast. The thought disgusted him. Yet at the same time, he couldn't help but respect it. Slowly, Sunwoo stood up again. Still smiling. Still staring. Still refusing to break. Inside the VIP room, Manager Yinwoo rose from his seat. Disbelief and frustration covered his face. What is going on out there? Kim shook his head. His tone was serious. I forgot to mention something. Sunwoo doesn't follow rules. Back in the arena, Sunwoo charged once again. Determination burned in his eyes. Ryo clenched his fists. He's going to try the same trick again. Not this time. At the last possible moment, Sunwoo suddenly dropped his body even lower. His movement made it look like he was diving toward Ryo's legs. Ryo's instincts immediately went on high alert. Oh no, is he trying to bite me again? Preparing for exactly that, Ryo raised both hands, ready to smash down on Sunwoo the moment he came close. A smug grin appeared on his face. You really thought the same trick would work twice? But Sunwoo was already one step ahead. Instead of going for another bite, he copied Amanda's capoeira technique. His body twisted in a fluid, explosive motion. Then, wham! A devastating kick crashed directly into the side of Ryo's head. The entire arena froze. Inside the VIP room, Manager Yinwoo's eyes widened in complete shock. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. Taking advantage of that brief moment of distraction, Sunwoo shifted his body weight with incredible speed. In one explosive motion, he swung his leg upward. At that exact moment, Ryo's entire focus was locked onto Sunwoo's body movement. He never saw the kick coming. The strike connected directly with his face. Boom. The impact echoed throughout the entire arena. Inside the VIP room, Manager Yinwoo's eyes widened in shock. How is that even possible? That's a capoeira technique. Where did Sunwoo learn that? Suddenly, the scene shifted into a flashback. Inside a quiet training area, Sunwoo and Amanda stood facing each other. Sunwoo looked unusually excited. Curiosity sparkled in his eyes. Amanda, he asked, what's the strongest technique in capoeira? Then he pointed at himself with a playful grin. Come on, show me once. Hit me with it. Amanda's expression immediately turned serious. The warmth vanished from her eyes. A cold warning entered her voice. Do you think you can endure anything? Or are you underestimating capoeira? Sunwoo quickly shook his head. No, that's not what I dash. But before he could finish speaking, Amanda moved. Her kick was so fast that it became a blur. The strike landed squarely against Sunwoo's head. The force was overwhelming. Sunwoo crashed onto the ground instantly. Completely stunned, Amanda stood beside him, arms folded, eyes sharp. Then she calmly said, now you've experienced it yourself. So you can copy it, right? A brief silence followed. Then her tone softened slightly. But don't push beyond your limits. Just do your best. Sunwoo's head was still ringing from the impact. Yet despite the pain, he smiled. Thanks, Amanda. The memory slowly faded. The present returned. And once again, Sunwoo's capoeira-inspired kick smashed into Ryo's face. The impact was devastating. Ryo staggered backward. For the first time, the confidence in his eyes cracked. But Ryo Ichika wasn't the type to surrender. Grinding his teeth, he forced himself back into the fight. Then suddenly, his hand shot forward. Like a steel trap, he grabbed Sunwoo's leg. Sunwoo was still upside down in a handstand position. Every muscle in his body tensed instantly. Alert. Ready. The entire arena seemed to hold its breath. Because the moment Ryo secured that grip, everyone knew the next exchange could decide the entire match. Sunwoo was ready. Ready for whatever Ryo's next move would be. Still holding onto Sunwoo's leg, Ryo raised his other leg high into the air. A devastating kick aimed directly at Sunwoo's face. Inside the VIP room, Manager Yinwoo was so excited that he nearly rose from his seat. A disturbing smile spread across his face. This was exactly what he had been waiting to see. But Sunwoo had no intention of letting it happen. Using nothing but the strength of his arms, he suddenly launched his upper body into the air. The movement was so fluid and explosive that it left everyone stunned. It looked as if he was defying the laws of physics. Ryo was still gripping Sunwoo's leg, yet even he couldn't believe what he was seeing. For a brief moment, he froze, and that was all Sunwoo needed. Twisting his body in midair, Sun-woo unleashed another powerful kick with his free leg. Crack! The kick connected directly with Ryo's face. The impact echoed across the arena. Ryo was launched backward through the air. But before he could crash into the ground, he planted one hand down and used it to stabilize himself. His body spun, then landed, balanced, controlled. On the opposite side, Sun-woo landed softly on his feet. His breathing remained perfectly steady. For the first time, he noticed something important. A crack, not in Ryo's body, in his confidence. One more calf kick, and this fight is over. At least, that's what Sun-woo thought. But Ryo Ichika still hadn't given up. Slowly, he stood back up. This time, assuming a completely different stance. His eyes never left Sun-woo. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a strange mixture of emotions. Respect and hatred. Your movements, they aren't normal. A small smile appeared on his face. You surprised me. Then his expression darkened. But from now on, I'm going to treat you like an animal. Something inside Ryo snapped. The calm, composed fighter from earlier was gone. The man standing there now felt completely different. Dangerous. Unpredictable. His speed exploded. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the distance between them. Sun-woo barely had time to react. Ryo was already inside striking range. A punch shot toward Sun-woo's face. Instinctively, Sun-woo dodged. But the moment he moved, he realized something was wrong. He's faster. Much faster than before. A thought flashed through his mind. Is this the effect of his enhancement? Ryo didn't stop. His fist tightened. Another attack was already coming. Sun-woo analyzed the situation instantly. He's going to throw another punch. I'll dodge and counter. But that assumption was exactly what Ryo wanted. He lunged forward and unleashed a brutal headbutt. A move nobody expected. Not the audience. Not the VIPs. Not even Sun-woo. The impact landed before he could react. And for the first time in the match, Sun-woo was caught completely off guard. Sun-woo's thoughts were completely scrambled. The brutal headbutt had shaken his senses. His body desperately tried to recover. But Ryo didn't give him even a single second. Without hesitation, he drove another devastating punch straight into Sun-woo's stomach. With full force, the entire audience held their breath. The impact was so brutal that darkness flooded Sun-woo's vision. Every nerve in his body screamed in agony. Yet his mind refused to surrender. I have to stay conscious. If I lose focus now, it's over. But Ryo never gave him the chance. His fists tightened. His eyes turned cold. Merciless. A low growl escaped his lips. From now on, even your organs won't be able to save you. Then came the storm. Punch after punch crashed into Sun-woo's upper body. Each strike felt like a sledgehammer. His ribs cried out with every impact. Bruises spread across his torso. Blood spilled from his mouth. A painful scream escaped his lips. Inside the VIP room, Manager Yinwoo was practically celebrating. A strange excitement gleamed in his eyes. A frightening smile stretched across his face. To him, victory was already secured. The tournament was theirs. And Cha Suyin had finally lost. But in another VIP room, Cha Suyin remained perfectly calm. A faint smile rested on her lips. She wasn't worried. Not even a little. She still believed in Sun-woo. And then, as if reality itself responded to that belief, something changed. A twisted grin slowly spread across Sun-woo's face. The smile was so disturbing that murmurs erupted throughout the crowd. A chill ran through the arena. Everyone realized the same thing. Sun-woo was never unconscious. He had been pretending the entire time. Suddenly, his hand shot upward, grabbing Ryo's leg, the same leg that was still pressing against his chest. Annoyance flashed across Ryo's face. He immediately understood what had happened. So he was faking it. But Ryo still wasn't concerned. He believed the outcome wouldn't change. The result was already decided. At least, that's what he thought. Before he could react, crack, Sun-woo launched a savage headbutt. The attack was so sudden and so violent that Ryo stumbled backward instantly. His eyes widened. What the hell? For the first time, genuine shock appeared on his face. Does this guy train headbutts too? But Sun-woo wasn't slowing down. Not anymore. Slowly, he began circling Ryo, like a predator stalking its prey. Every movement felt wild, unpredictable, driven entirely by instinct. At that moment, it no longer looked like a human fighting. It looked like a beast hunting. Ryo watched carefully. His teeth clenched. Yet the more he observed, the more unsettled he became. Because Sun-woo didn't resemble an animal anymore. He resembled something far worse. A monster. A monster that refused to fall. A monster that kept getting back up no matter how much punishment it took. And one question kept echoing inside Ryo's mind. How is he still standing? Sun-woo's organs should have already been completely destroyed by now. Ryo's constant dizziness was getting worse. It was probably a side effect of his doping. He could only think about stopping one attack somehow. Then he would finish everything with a single counterpunch. But at that moment, Sun-woo spotted a tiny opening. With lightning-like speed, he closed the distance and moved in for another calf kick. Ryo was ready. He quickly bent down and grabbed Sun-woo's leg. He thought he had finally stopped him. Now Ryo was prepared for the counterattack. But Sun-woo had another trick. With a powerful jerk, he pulled his leg back. In the process, his trousers ripped apart, and pieces of cloth flew through the air. For a split second, Ryo's attention was distracted. Sun-woo immediately took advantage of that moment. He spun with lightning speed and unleashed the same calf kick again, this time with even greater force. Ryo saw the kick coming, but he no longer had enough time to dodge. He decided to tank the hit. However, the power behind the kick was so overwhelming that the bone in Ryo's leg snapped. The crack echoed throughout the entire arena. Ryo's right leg was completely broken. He could no longer stand properly. In the VIP room, manager Yenwoo pulled at his hair in frustration. He couldn't believe that Sun-woo had actually broken Ryo's leg. But Ryo was not someone who would give up. Standing on his remaining leg, he grabbed Sun-woo with both hands. His face was twisted in pain, but his determination only grew stronger. Ryo gathered every last ounce of strength he had left and delivered a devastating punch straight into Sun-woo's stomach. The impact sounded like thunder and was felt throughout the stadium. Sun-woo staggered. His body trembled violently, yet he gritted his teeth and endured it. Blood flowed from his mouth, but the fire in his eyes had not faded. He was still ready to fight. Without wasting a second, Sun-woo moved forward. Circling behind Ryo, he delivered another brutal calf kick. This time, it targeted Ryo's last remaining good leg. The impact was horrifying. Ryo screamed in agony. His second leg had also been shattered. Now he was completely unable to stand. His body collapsed to the ground like a lifeless corpse. With a dull thud, he crashed onto the arena floor. Sun-woo stood over him, looking ready to claim victory. But then his own body finally began to give out. Blood poured from his mouth. The severely damaged organs inside him had finally reached their limit and started to fail. Sun-woo collapsed onto the ground as well. A complete silence fell over the arena. Both fighters lay motionless on the floor. Their bodies were broken, covered in blood. A heavy hush spread through the crowd. No one could understand who the true winner of this brutal, blood-soaked battle was. At that moment, a drone hovered above the arena. It scanned the fallen warriors below, carefully analyzing the condition of each fighter. After checking both of their statuses, the announcement finally came. Fighter Ryo can no longer continue fighting. Sun-woo is declared the winner. Sun-woo released a long, exhausted breath. Relief was clearly visible on his face. Yet the victory felt incomplete. His body was no longer responding to him. His arms and legs felt as heavy as lead. Everything in front of his eyes began to spin from sheer exhaustion. While Sun-woo collapsed inside the arena, the atmosphere in the VIP rooms became incredibly tense. Manager Yanwa's face tightened with anger. Disbelief was written all over his eyes. He simply couldn't accept that Sun-woo had won. His voice was sharp and filled with frustration. On the other hand, Cha Sung-yeon radiated an entirely different energy. She remained calm and composed, a confident smirk resting on her lips. She had believed from the beginning that Sun-woo would win again. To her, this outcome was expected. She quietly observed the scene with complete satisfaction. The drone's announcement continued to echo through the arena. Meanwhile, Sun-woo's body finally gave up. The exhaustion overwhelmed him completely. He collapsed onto the cold floor and lost consciousness. Manager Yenwoo was still struggling to process what had happened. When he saw Sun-woo collapse as well, he assumed his condition was no different from Ryo's. Both fighters appeared unable to continue. However, Kim calmly corrected him. Sun-woo didn't fall because he lost. His body simply shut down due to extreme exhaustion, not because of an opponent's attack. Even Cha Sung-yeon's bodyguard looked surprised. His gaze remained fixed on Sun-woo's unconscious body. Suddenly, Cha Sung-yeon's attention shifted to the device in her hand. The satisfaction on her face slowly transformed into concern. Something wasn't right. The prize money wasn't increasing. Normally, whenever a fighter won, spectators and VIPs rushed to invest money in them. But that wasn't happening. The bodyguard immediately realized the problem. He explained, "Nobody places bets on a fighter who collapses immediately after winning." To the spectators and VIPs, Sun-woo's victory looked unstable. He had won the fight, but he had also pushed himself beyond his limits. And in a tournament where strength meant everything, a winner who could barely remain conscious was not someone people were eager to invest in. And now that the round of 31 had officially ended, selection for the round of 16 would be based entirely on prize money rankings. The bodyguard scrolled through Sun-woo's statistics. His fingers moved rapidly across the device. There was a heavy seriousness in his voice now. Sun-woo is at the very bottom of the list. He continued checking the rankings before speaking again. If the next round is announced right now, Sun-woo will be eliminated. He glanced toward Sun-woo's unconscious body. And at this rate, he probably won't even wake up before that happens. The bodyguard then looked directly at Cha Sung-yeon. His expression became even more concerned. It's not just the elimination. Our VIP selection could also become invalid. If that happens, we'll have to find a completely new fighter. Cha Sung-yeon remained silent for a moment. Her face was impossible to read, but her mind was working rapidly. After a brief pause, she asked a direct question. How much cash can I pull right now? The bodyguard froze. Instantly, he understood what she was thinking. It looked like Cha Sung-yeon was actually considering using her own money. Calmly, she made her decision. If the problem is prize money, then I'll put my own money on the table. For her, this wasn't a gamble. It was a decision. The bodyguard visibly tensed. He hesitated before saying, but if that money ends up being wasted dash. Cha Sung-yeon immediately cut him off. She didn't even let him finish. Her eyes remained fixed on the arena. Because the next announcement had already begun, the scene shifted back to the arena. A drone floated through the center, its mechanical voice echoing throughout the massive stadium. Briefing for the round of 16 will begin shortly. All 31 winning fighters are instructed to gather in the arena immediately. The enormous entrance doors slowly opened. Bright light poured into the arena. One by one, the 31 victorious fighters entered. Silent guide drones glided alongside them. Among them was Miho. He walked in with a calm, yet intense presence. The moment he entered, his eyes immediately locked onto a familiar figure. Sun-woo, still unconscious, still lying on the arena floor. Miho's jaw tightened instantly. His fists clenched. For a moment, he couldn't even process what he was seeing. Why is this idiot sleeping here? He thought angrily. Frustration surged inside him. Someone needed to wake Sun-woo up before the next round began. But before anything could happen, the massive screen at the front of the arena suddenly lit up. The image sharpened. An imposing figure appeared. The director. Spreading his arms dramatically, he welcomed the fighters. His voice overflowed with excitement. Welcome, victorious players. And a special thank you to our 16 VIPs, whose presence has made this moment truly legendary. One by one, the VIPs appeared on the giant screen. Their faces were displayed in crystal-clear HD. The lineup began with manager Yenwoo, whose expression remained serious and unreadable. And it ended with his younger sister, Cha Sung-yeon, whose sharp gaze radiated authority and confidence. The director was clearly enjoying every second of the moment. The excitement in his voice hadn't faded at all as he prepared to reveal what would happen next. At the beginning of the scene, the director addressed everyone present and announced that selection for the round of 16 would now depend entirely on prize money rankings. Raising 3 fingers confidently, he made the declaration. Speaking directly to the VIP members, he explained that they now had to place their bets on the fighters they believed would generate the most profit in the next round. Then he added one final condition. You have only 30 seconds. Your time starts now. As the countdown appeared on the giant screen, Cha Sung-yeon immediately turned her attention toward her bodyguard. She wanted to know one thing. How big is the gap between Sun-woo and the fighter currently ranked 16th? Without wasting a second, the bodyguard began working on his device. His fingers moved rapidly as he scanned through the data. However, with every passing second, his expression became increasingly grim. Finally, he looked up and answered. There's a difference of 2 billion won. His tone grew even heavier, and that gap could become even larger during the final 10 seconds. Without the slightest hesitation, Cha Sung-yeon gave her order. Put everything we can access right now on Sun-woo. The bodyguard was visibly shocked. Almost pleading, he replied, We can cash out up to 4 billion won. But if this move fails and Sun-woo doesn't qualify, we'll lose everything. He took a deep breath before continuing. We should abandon Sun-woo and focus on someone else. But Cha Sung-yeon's decision was absolute. Her gaze never wavered. In a firm voice, she cut through all of his hesitation. Do exactly as I said. The bodyguard stared at her in disbelief. Unable to understand her reasoning, he finally asked, Why are you taking such a massive risk for one boy? Meanwhile, the countdown in the arena continued to tick away. Only the final seconds remained. A trace of irritation appeared in Cha Sung-yeon's eyes. Her voice became sharper. She clearly had no interest in explaining herself. Before another word could be spoken, the timer hit 0. The arena fell silent. Inside the VIP room, the bodyguard released a heavy breath. His entire body was tense. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. Yet every word carried the weight of a potential financial disaster. His hands trembled as he stared at the glowing number displayed on the screen. 4,000,000,001 deposited. His expression twisted. Anger, frustration, and something even deeper. Grinding his teeth, he muttered coldly, "We've already wasted enormous amounts of money keeping her brothers under control. Why take another risk this big?" Cha Sung-yeon ignored the comment completely. There was only one thing she cared about. What are the new rankings? The bodyguard tapped the screen several times before answering. The rankings were hidden as soon as the countdown started. Cha Sung-yeon slowly exhaled. For a brief moment, her face became completely unreadable. Then she regained her composure. In a calm voice, she said, "Then all we can do is wait for the announcement." The scene shifted back to the arena. The director appeared on the giant screen once again, radiating excitement. His energy was even higher than before. With a broad smile, he raised his arms and addressed the crowd. The moment everyone has been waiting for has finally arrived. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Every fighter, every VIP, every spectator focused their attention on the screen. The results of the round of 16 selection were about to be revealed. The prize money rankings were finally about to be revealed. The entire arena held its breath. Everyone's attention was fixed on the giant screen. The director began with the top 5 fighters. Their names appeared in bold letters across the massive display. Number 1, Cam. Number 2, Ryan. Number 3, Go Kang-ho. Number 4, Levi. Number 5, Mataram. Miho's eyes moved across the list. His expression remained completely neutral, until his gaze stopped on one particular name, Ryan. For a brief moment, his breathing halted. His fists tightened. His face darkened. Every muscle in his body tensed. At that instant, Miho became certain of one thing. There was still another boxer inside this tournament. The director continued enjoying the suspense. Spreading his arms dramatically, he moved on to the next rankings. Number 6, Logan. Number 7, Amanda. Number 8, Go-hoon. Each of them had earned more than 6 billion won in prize money. Miho's expression tightened further. His eyes paused on Amanda's name. She had confidently secured a place in the top 10. A heavy feeling settled in his stomach. Amanda had made it, but he wasn't there. The tension inside the arena grew even denser. The director raised a hand and announced the next group. The screen changed once again. Number 11, Mao. Number 12, Bishop. Number 13, Bamboo. Number 14, Karma. Number 15, Ricardo. Inside the VIP room, the bodyguard's anxiety reached its peak. Clenching his teeth, he released a shaky breath. 15 names have already been revealed. There's only one spot left. Cha Sung-yeon showed no emotion. She merely lowered her head slightly. But deep down, she could already feel that the outcome had become painfully clear. Sun-woo probably hadn't qualified. Meanwhile, Sun-woo remained unconscious on the cold arena floor, completely unaware that his fate was being decided at that very moment. Then the director's voice echoed through the arena once more, cutting through the anticipation. His tone was confident and dramatic. And now, the final participant. The crowd became completely silent. This fighter has earned an astonishing 4.6 billion won in prize money. A moment later, a name and image flashed across the giant screen. Street Fighter Gubin. The arena instantly erupted. The number 4.6 billion won shone brightly beneath his portrait in bold letters. Inside the VIP room, Cha Sung-yeon's bodyguard froze. His entire body became stiff. His eyes widened in shock. His breathing stopped for a second. Only a faint whisper escaped his lips. The disbelief on his face was impossible to hide. One thought echoed repeatedly inside his head. We invested 4 billion won for nothing. The director, meanwhile, was still riding the excitement of the announcement. With a triumphant smile, he declared, "The top 16 fighters have now been decided. These are the competitors who have earned the highest amount of prize money so far." The arena slowly began processing the results. But Sun-woo still lay unconscious on the floor, completely unaware that his name had not appeared among the top 16. For the first time, Cha Sung-yeon's composure cracked. She slowly sank back into her seat. Disappointment filled her body language. Across from her, the bodyguard leaned forward. His face had darkened. His voice was low and tense. "We put in everything we had. Now all that's left are the company building, our corporate deposits, and a few shares." He looked directly at Cha Sung-yeon. Frustration burned in his eyes, but alongside it was genuine concern. No matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't understand why she had been willing to take such an enormous risk for Sun-woo. Then the director made another announcement. For this round, several adjustments have been made to the arena. The moment he finished speaking, the entire ground began to shake. The structure of the arena started moving. The remaining participants stared in shock as the platform beneath their feet slowly began to rise. The entire crowd gasped. Higher and higher the arena climbed, and the height was terrifying. One fighter cautiously approached the edge and looked down. His eyes widened in horror. Below them were spikes. Deadly, razor-sharp spikes. Each steel spike was embedded deep into the floor, and streams of electricity continuously crackled across them. Then the director's voice echoed once more, this time accompanied by a creepy smile. He proudly introduced it as their brand-new battlefield. A live feed of the deadly spikes appeared on the giant screen for everyone to see. The director explained clearly, "This round isn't just a fight against your opponents. It's also a fight against the battlefield itself. One wrong step could result in instant death." At the edge of the arena lay Sun-woo, motionless. His condition was so vulnerable that any careless fighter could easily send him over the edge. Inside the VIP room, Cha Sung-yeon's bodyguard had gone pale. He leaned forward, panic visible in his eyes. Only one fear occupied his mind. If the round started now, Sun-woo might die before the fight even truly began. In another VIP room, manager Yen-woo wore a look of twisted delight. His smile widened, and a sinister gleam appeared in his eyes. He was practically imagining Sun-woo falling onto the spikes below. The scene shifted back to the fighters. All of them stood before a massive screen, waiting for the final signal. The director spread his arms dramatically and officially started the round. The moment the signal was given, the arena descended into pure madness. Fighters crashed into one another with overwhelming aggression. Punches, kicks, bone-breaking blows. Everything felt less like a tournament and more like a battlefield. This wasn't a staged match. This was a real kill-or-be-killed fight. From the VIP room, Cha Sung-yeon's bodyguard watched in horror. His eyes constantly scanned the battlefield. Then he noticed something surprising. No one was attacking Sun-woo. A slow wave of relief spread across his face. The battle had become so intense that nobody had even noticed Sun-woo lying there unconscious. But beside him, Cha Sung-yeon remained serious. Meanwhile, the brutality inside the arena reached another level. A massive fighter delivered a devastating kick straight into his opponent's stomach. The victim's body flew toward the edge. He screamed as he fell. A sickening crunch echoed through the arena. Instantly, his number on the screen was crossed out with a red line. Participant 24, eliminated. The spectators were horrified, yet the battle showed no signs of slowing down. Then another fighter noticed Sun-woo's unconscious body. A cruel smile slowly appeared across his face, as if thinking, is this guy really going to survive just by sleeping through the match? The fighter cracked his knuckles and confidently started walking towards Sun-woo. His intention was obvious. He wanted to throw Sun-woo directly into the jaws of death. Inside the VIP room, Cha Sung-yeon panicked and shot up from her seat. Her eyes widened with fear. Her voice was filled with desperation. Sun-woo has to wake up now. The fighter swung his leg, but before the kick could land, a blur shot in from the side. A powerful punch slammed directly into the fighter's face. The impact was so overwhelming that his entire body was sent flying backward. Blood and spit sprayed through the air. Miho stood in front of Sun-woo. His fist was tightly clenched. Inside the VIP room, Cha Sung-yeon froze. Her expression completely changed. Miho had just saved Sun-woo. Back in the arena, Miho's frustration had finally reached its limit. Grinding his teeth, he turned towards Sun-woo's unconscious face and shouted, "Sun-woo, if you want to stay alive, then wake up now." But Sun-woo remained unconscious. And even worse, more danger was approaching. 3 fighters were already airborne. They were diving straight toward Miho and Sun-woo at full speed, carrying clear killing intent. And now, the real fight was about to begin. But Sun-woo was still unconscious, and even more danger was closing in on them. 3 fighters were already airborne, charging toward Miho and Sun-woo at full speed with clear killing intent. And now, the real fight had begun. The moment the 3 fighters rushed at him, Miho immediately dropped into his fighting stance. His mind was working at incredible speed. He knew that fighting 3 speed-enhanced opponents at once was almost impossible, but he had no choice. If he wanted to survive, he would have to rely on his skills and lightning-fast reflexes. Suddenly, Miho launched a series of precise punches. His fist slammed into the faces of 2 fighters with such force that both of them were sent crashing backward. But while focusing on those 2 opponents, something felt wrong. A chill ran through him. His instincts screamed a warning. Then he saw it. The 3rd fighter had silently slipped past him like a shadow amidst the chaos. Miho's eyes widened. The fighter was heading straight towards Sun-woo. who was still lying unconscious on the ground. Miho's entire body tensed. He tried to move, but he was too late. The fighter raised his leg. A deadly kick was moments away from landing. A wicked smile spread across his face. It looked like Sun-woo's game was finally over. But then, someone suddenly leaped into the battlefield from nowhere. It was Minhwa. There was a wild look in his eyes. Charging in at full speed, Minhwa drove his foot straight into the fighter's stomach. The kick was so powerful that the fighter was launched completely off the elevated platform. His body plummeted downward and crashed below. A thunderous impact echoed throughout the arena. Miho stood frozen in shock. Minhwa had just saved them, but there was something unsettling about the expression on Minhwa's face. It almost looked like he was enjoying every second of it. A question flashed through Miho's mind. Who exactly is Minhwa? But he didn't even have time to think. A new enemy appeared. The fighter's face was twisted with pure rage. He lowered into a stance and then exploded forward with incredible speed, becoming nothing more than a blur. His target was Sun-woo. Miho didn't hesitate for even a moment. He sprinted after him. Using his own incredible speed, he rapidly closed the gap. His eyes remained locked on the enemy. Without wasting a second, Miho pulled back his fist. Every ounce of strength gathered into a single strike. The enemy noticed him too late. He looked up. Shock filled his face as he realized how fast Miho had moved. But by then, it was already too late. Miho's fist smashed into his face. The fighter crashed into the ground. The force of the impact cracked the floor beneath him, and he didn't move again. But Miho didn't even get a moment to celebrate. Another fighter appeared out of nowhere with a bold, creepy grin and instantly locked Miho into a headlock. Miho struggled desperately. Breathing became difficult. His vision started to blur. His head spun. His strength was fading fast. The bald fighter leaned close to his ear and arrogantly whispered, "Anyone faster than me dies first." Miho's breaths grew shallow. His face turned pale. For a moment, it seemed like this was the end. Then Minhwa appeared again, just like before. With a precise strike from a single finger, he jabbed directly into the bald fighter's ear. The attack was so perfect that it ruptured the man's eardrum instantly. The fighter collapsed lifelessly to the ground. His evil grin vanished in an instant. At that exact moment, a beep echoed through the arena. The giant screen updated. Only 8 fighters remained. Miho stood in the middle of the battlefield, breathing heavily. His body trembled from the non-stop fighting. Minhwa walked over and extended a hand. Weakly, Miho grabbed it. He felt dizzy and could barely speak. Minhwa pulled him up and warned, "Things are about to get a lot harder." Confused, Miho asked, "What could possibly be harder than this?" Then he saw them. 4 fighters were slowly approaching. Their eyes were filled with malicious intent. It was obvious they had formed a team. The smallest fighter smirked and joked. "So, are you two planning to fight as a team now?" Another fighter with yellow hair laughed. "2 teams fighting each other? That's funny. Doesn't matter, though. Our team is going to win." The tension in the air became suffocating. Both sides stared each other down, ready for battle. One of the fighters spoke in a cold voice. "Actually, it's 4 against 3. Sun was still unconscious." The countdown started again. Miho and Minhwa were clearly outnumbered, but neither of them looked afraid. They were ready. The real battle was about to begin. The 4 enemies stood there with cruel smiles. One fighter wearing a black mask laughed darkly. "This death match is way too easy for us." Another added, "Let's eliminate the weak ones first." Without any warning, all 4 fighters charged forward with heavy steps, straight toward Miho, Minhwa, and the unconscious Sun-woo. Their movements radiated destructive intent. Miho's body tensed, ready to meet the attack head-on. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. The first fighter lunged at him. Without hesitation, Miho moved swiftly and drove a solid punch into the man's face. The blow was so powerful that the fighter was sent flying backward, causing another attacker to hesitate for a moment. That brief opening gave Miho a little breathing room, but he was far from safe. The remaining 2 fighters were already rushing at him from both sides with full force, and the real chaos was only beginning. Miho's eyes darted around frantically. His instincts were screaming at him. Do something. React. Move. At that moment, the yellow-haired fighter spotted an opening, a tiny gap in Miho's defense. He didn't waste even a second. Launching himself forward, he spread his arms wide and delivered a vicious clothesline straight into Miho. Miho was completely caught off guard. The impact was brutal. With a heavy thud, his neck snapped backward. A sharp wave of pain shot through his body, as if someone had smashed a hammer into his head. His already injured neck had been damaged again, and this time it was bad. Before Miho could even recover, Minhwa moved. He shot into action like a blur. Leaping through the air as if gravity didn't exist, he crashed directly into the yellow-haired fighter. His foot slammed into the man's face with incredible force, sending him flying across the arena. The attack on Miho was stopped. A crazed gleam shone in Minen's eyes. Once again, he had saved Miho from suffering even more damage. But that relief lasted only a few seconds. A bulky fighter, built like a wall of muscle, seized the opportunity and grabbed Minen from behind. A sadistic smirk spread across his face. He tightened his grip around Minen's neck, squeezing as if he intended to crush the life out of him. Minen's body tensed. His breathing began to slow, but his willpower remained unbroken. He gritted his teeth and continued resisting. On the other side, Miho couldn't stand watching his ally suffer. Without thinking, he charged forward. Both fists clenched. Every ounce of strength poured into his sprint as he rushed to save Minen. But just as he was about to reach them, the fighter wearing the black mask suddenly appeared. A powerful dropkick slammed into Miho's back. His body was driven toward the ground. A painful cry escaped his mouth as blood spilled from his lips. The attack had caught him completely off guard. He lost his balance instantly. His vision blurred. All he could hear were the chaotic sounds around him. But he didn't have time to process any of it. Then another fighter, moving like a blur, launched himself through the air. His target was Sun-woo, still unconscious, still lying helplessly on the ground. Miho's heart nearly stopped. Every part of his body screamed at him to do something. Run. Save him. But he was too far away. The only thing he could do was shout. A desperate scream tore from his throat. Sun-woo remained unconscious, completely unaware that death was descending toward him. The airborne fighter had already pulled his leg back. The kick was aimed directly at Sun-woo's head. Time seemed to slow. Every second felt frozen. Miho couldn't do anything. He was too far away. Too late. But Minen hadn't given up. Gathering the last of his strength, he managed to free one arm from the choking grip. Then, with perfect timing, he struck. A powerful pinch shot into the airborne fighter's leg. The impact altered the kick's trajectory just enough. The fighter's foot slammed into the ground with tremendous force. The entire floor shook. Tremors raced across the arena. Minen's intervention had changed the attack by mere inches. But those inches saved Sun-woo's life. The kick missed his head by only a tiny margin. The breath trapped in Miho's chest finally escaped. For the moment, Sun-woo was safe. But the consequences of the attack were far from over. The ground began cracking even faster. The arena itself started to break apart. The floor splintered like shattered glass. Miho's eyes widened in horror. The arena was collapsing, and Sun-woo was still unconscious. As the platform crumbled beneath them, Sun-woo's body began sliding toward the edge. His life was now only seconds away from the electrified spikes waiting below. Miho's breath caught in his throat. He stared downward, at the deadly spikes, waiting for Sun-woo. Miho took off running without a second thought. Adrenaline surged through his veins. But the distance was too great. He knew he wouldn't reach Sun-woo in time. A single thought echoed inside his head. Sun-woo, get up. Please wake up. The arena floor continued collapsing beneath them. The deadly spikes were now directly below. At that same moment, in the VIP room, all the color drained from Cha's face. She watched the scene unfold on the screen. Her eyes widened in terror. Unable to stop herself, she screamed. This couldn't be happening. Inside the arena, Miho felt his heart sink. His eyes remained locked on Sun-woo. He was falling, and he had already reached the spikes. Miho's voice was filled with desperation. He wanted only one thing: for Sun-woo to wake up, for him to survive somehow. Then suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed from below the arena. Sun-woo had fallen. Miho could only watch. There was nothing he could do. Both his and Cha's hopes shattered in an instant. Everything was over. The fighter wearing the black mask burst into laughter. With a sinister grin, he said, "Now it's really 4 against 2. All that's left is finishing you off." But Minen had no intention of backing down. Letting out a mocking laugh, he replied, "Who said this is 4 against 2? Miho looked at him, part confused, part hopeful. For the first time, curiosity replaced the despair on his face. What did he mean? Then the scene shifted. Below the arena, Sun-woo's body remained motionless, but his eyes slowly opened. The floor beneath him had completely collapsed. Now he was balancing on a narrow ledge directly above the electrified spikes. One wrong move would mean instant death. He was only seconds away from a fatal fall. But now, he was back.
Meanwhile, in the VIP room, Cha's bodyguard grabbed his head in disbelief. The shock on his face was unmistakable. He couldn't believe Sun-woo was still alive. When the floor had collapsed, that very collapse had ended up saving his life. The bodyguard practically shouted. His voice carried both amazement and excitement. Back in the arena, Miho was struggling desperately. One of the fighters had locked a chokehold around his neck. Miho's vision was gradually becoming blurry. Breathing was getting harder and harder. Then a powerful voice echoed from below the arena. It was cold, focused, authoritative. The moment it rang out, it felt as if the entire battlefield had changed. The voice gave a clear command. I'll eliminate the fighters one by one. The rest of you make sure nobody reaches the top. Hearing those words, Miho and Minin exchanged a glance. Without hesitation, both of them moved immediately. Even while being choked, they dropped to the ground and pinned down the two fighters beneath them. Nearby, the black-masked fighter watched everything unfold. A wicked grin spread across his lips. The excitement inside him was growing. The chaos was about to reach a whole new level. Below the arena, Sun-woo took a deep breath. His mind rapidly analyzed the situation. The arena had been completely destroyed. The enemies were closing in, and the battle was far from over. But for Sun-woo, this wasn't the end. Gathering every last bit of strength he had left, he launched himself upward with an explosive jump. Bursting through the shattered remains of the arena below, he leaped toward the surface. He emerged like a natural disaster, ready to change the entire game. The moment Sun-woo landed on solid ground, two fighters immediately charged at him. Their eyes burned with rage and determination. The fighter who had Miho trapped in a chokehold glanced over and laughed. Get him too. He's alone. But the instant Sun-woo landed, the black-masked fighter appeared behind him at lightning speed and locked him into a chokehold. His voice dripped with confidence. He tightened his grip as if victory was already guaranteed. From a distance, the yellow-haired fighter smirked. To him, the whole situation looked like a game. Mockingly, he said, Sun was finished. After this, I'll take care of the rest myself. But then something unexpected happened. Using nothing but raw strength, Sun-woo pried the black-masked fighter's arms away from his body. He broke free from the chokehold. The yellow-haired fighter's eyes widened in disbelief. The shock was written all over his face. The situation was growing desperate. Lowering his body, the yellow-haired fighter launched himself forward in a deadly charge. His objective was simple: kill Sun-woo. But Sun-woo was completely ready. In the very next moment, Sun-woo grabbed the black-masked fighter's head and hurled him directly into the charging yellow-haired fighter. The collision was devastating. The impact echoed throughout the entire arena. Both fighters crashed onto the ground like ragdolls. Just moments ago, they had looked like deadly threats. Now they were nothing more than motionless bodies. The giant screen flashed. Only 6 survivors remained. Sun-woo's team needed to eliminate just 2 more opponents to secure victory. A strange gleam appeared in Minin's eyes. He let out a small laugh of satisfaction after seeing how effortlessly Sun-woo had taken out 2 fighters. Then Minin turned toward the opponent who was still choking him. A confident smile spread across his face. I'm getting bored. It's time to finish this. His opponent looked confused, but Minin didn't give him a chance to react. Using the strength of his core, he suddenly leaped into the air, dragging the fighter up with him while keeping him trapped in a tight chokehold. Panic instantly appeared in the man's eyes. He screamed for help, but Minin had become completely ruthless. In midair, he reversed his momentum. Then he slammed both of them downward with full force. The impact was monstrous. The arena floor cracked beneath them. The fighter who had been holding Minin lost consciousness instantly. The screen beeped once again. Another competitor had been eliminated. Only 5 survivors remained. Sun-woo looked toward Miho and the final remaining enemy fighter. His expression was cold, determined. There was only one emotion left in his eyes. Finish it. The fighter who had been holding Miho became so terrified by the sight of Sun-woo that he loosened his chokehold in panic. Kim carefully studied Sun-woo's battered condition. Concern was visible in his eyes as he spoke in a low, serious voice. I can only guarantee about 3 hours for you at most. The VIP selection event will begin exactly 3 hours from now. Sun-woo lay inside the sleeping pod, his entire body covered in injuries from the brutal matches he had survived. Every muscle ached, and even breathing felt difficult. Yet despite his condition, there was still determination burning in his eyes. Kim adjusted his glasses and continued. Your body has taken far more damage than it should have. Under normal circumstances, you shouldn't even be conscious right now. The fact that you're still alive is already a miracle. The doctors around them continued their treatment while monitoring Sun-woo's vital signs. Machines beeped quietly in the background as medicine flowed through tubes connected to his body. Sun-woo remained silent for a moment before asking, "Will I be able to fight?" Kim's expression darkened. "To be honest, I don't know." The answer was blunt and straightforward. "You've pushed your body beyond its limits again and again. Your organs are damaged, your muscles are exhausted, and you've lost a dangerous amount of blood. Even if you recover enough to stand, there's no guarantee you'll be able to perform at your usual level." Sun-woo closed his eyes briefly. The memories of the tournament flashed through his mind. Rio, the death match, Miho and Minin risking their lives to protect him, Han Mince's taunts, and finally, surviving long enough to reach the next stage. After everything he had gone through, quitting wasn't an option. Kim seemed to understand what Sun-woo was thinking. "You're not planning to withdraw, are you?" Sun-woo opened his eyes and looked directly at him. "No." The answer came without hesitation. Kim sighed deeply. "That's exactly what I expected." For a few moments, silence filled the recovery room. Then Kim's expression became more serious. "There is another problem." Sun-woo frowned. "What is it?" Kim glanced toward the closed door before speaking. "The VIP selection event isn't just a meeting." Sun-woo immediately sensed something important. Kim continued. "The 16 VIPs will personally evaluate the remaining fighters. Some of them are looking for talented warriors. Some want loyal subordinates. Some are interested in building teams for future rounds." His eyes narrowed. "And some of them have much darker intentions." Sun-woo listened quietly. Kim leaned closer. "You need to be careful about who chooses you." The atmosphere inside the room suddenly became heavier. "Not every invitation is an opportunity," Kim warned. "Sometimes it's a trap." Sun-woo's gaze sharpened. For the first time since waking up, his attention shifted away from his injuries and toward the game being played behind the tournament itself. The fights inside the arena were brutal, but the battles outside the arena might be even more dangerous. 3 hours remained until the VIP selection event, and somewhere inside the facility, 16 powerful VIPs were already deciding which fighters they wanted for themselves. Among them was Cha Sung-yen, who had risked 4 billion won on Sun-woo, and among them was manager Yen-woo, who wanted nothing more than to see Sun-woo fail. The next stage of the tournament was about to begin, and this time, the battlefield wouldn't just be the arena. It would be politics, influence, alliances, and betrayal. So within that time, I'll support your recovery as much as possible. One of the doctors gently placed a mask over Sun-woo's face, and the treatment finally began. Kim's thoughts drifted elsewhere. He quietly muttered to himself, "And both of us need you." He adjusted his glasses. The concern on his face was impossible to hide. "But the most important thing for you is finding out who is really holding your parents captive, isn't it?" Sun-woo's consciousness slowly began to fade. His eyelids grew heavy. Without saying another word, he closed his eyes and drifted into sleep. The scene then shifted to VIP room 16, where Cha and her bodyguard were waiting for Sun-woo. The bodyguard was becoming increasingly impatient. With only a few minutes remaining, he walked over to a nearby drone, irritation visible on his face. "There are only a few minutes left. He still hasn't shown up." The drone responded in its usual calm mechanical voice. "Player Sun-woo has selected another room and is currently attending a meeting with someone else." The bodyguard's eyes widened. The drone continued. "As a result, contacting player Sun-woo before the match is no longer possible." After a brief pause, it added, "Furthermore, no participant is allowed to join any additional meetings at this time." The bodyguard clenched his jaw. Meanwhile, Cha remained silent. Her expression was unreadable, but there was a faint tension in her eyes. Whatever meeting Sun-woo had chosen seemed important enough for him to ignore her invitation. At that exact moment, the director's voice echoed throughout the arena. His excitement was impossible to miss. "All right, everyone." His voice boomed through the massive speakers. "We will now begin the selection event for the round of 16. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Fighters, VIPs, and spectators all focused their attention on the next stage of the tournament. The director spread his arms dramatically and shouted, "Let the round begin." The arena erupted with anticipation as the selection event officially started.
The bodyguard became increasingly anxious. Can't we say even a single word to Sun-woo while he's heading to the arena? But the drone immediately denied the request. Consultation outside the permitted time window is strictly against tournament regulations. Hearing that, the bodyguard clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it, what exactly did that scout tell him? Sun-woo didn't even bother meeting us once. Suddenly, Cha Sung-yin caught his attention. At some point, she had taken out a small star-shaped hair clip and placed it in her hair. The accessory gave her an unexpectedly innocent appearance. The bodyguard immediately froze. Miss, why did you suddenly put that on? Cha looked up and gave him a mysterious, confident smile. You could call it my personal lucky charm. The bodyguard became even more confused. Then, the most important moment finally arrived. The selection that would determine life or death officially began. All 20 fighters gathered beneath the main arena stage. Their faces showed a mixture of tension, excitement, fear, and anticipation. Then the master's voice echoed throughout the entire arena. Congratulations to the 20 elite fighters who have officially advanced to the prestigious round of 16 selection event. He began introducing the participants one by one. Cam, rank 1, elite Gurkha mercenary. Ryan, rank 2, master boxer. Go Kyung-go, rank 3, specialist in combat taekwondo. After introducing all the competitors, the master began explaining the core rules. Players with higher rankings will receive a special privilege. His voice carried authority as the entire arena listened carefully. They will be allowed to choose first which VIP they wish to partner with on their journey toward the championship title. Then he paused. But there is a catch. The atmosphere instantly grew heavier. If the VIP chosen by a player refuses them, that player must immediately return to their original position and wait for the second selection phase. He continued, once 16 teams have finalized their partnerships, the remaining 4 fighters will be eliminated from the tournament immediately. The finality in his voice made everyone tense. Minin leaned toward Miho and whispered with a sly grin. Hey dude, bottom-ranked guys like us need to be smart. We should target the VIPs who look the weakest. Miho frowned. What? Minin explained his reasoning. The stronger the VIP, the stronger the fighters they'll attract. He crossed his arms. If we try to join one of the powerful VIPs and get rejected, our chances in the second round will be almost 0. Miho still looked unconvinced. 0 chance. Isn't that a bit pessimistic? Minin laughed dryly. His voice was full of sarcasm. Because VIPs have massive egos, my friend. He pointed toward the viewing rooms. Most of them would rather choose nobody at all than pick someone who was already publicly rejected by another VIP. Miho's expression slowly became serious. Now he understood. This wasn't simply a selection event. It was a political battlefield. One wrong choice could end a fighter's entire tournament run. And for fighters like Miho, Minin, and especially Sun with the lowest rank participant remaining, the margin for error was practically non-existent. Miho continued asking questions because he still couldn't understand this herd mentality. Then why is everyone chasing the powerful VIPs? Isn't the huge prize money alone enough? Minin laughed knowingly, as if he could clearly see through everyone's intentions. Man, you're still so naive. He crossed his arms and looked around at the other fighters. They aren't thinking about this tournament anymore. They're thinking about the future that comes after it. Miho frowned. The future? Minin nodded. This isn't just about entering the top tier of society. It's about becoming part of a power structure that can manipulate everything. His voice grew quieter, much bigger than money. He leaned closer. If they become trusted partners of powerful VIPs, they'll gain influence, protection, and access to things normal people can never reach. Then his eyes narrowed with a sly glint. And secretly, they're also calculating how much of their past crimes can be covered up or erased entirely, and how much power they'll have to commit new ones in the future. The words disgusted Miho. He clenched his teeth. What kind of crazy people think like that? Minin simply shrugged. Rich and powerful people. A moment later, Miho snapped his fingers as a new idea came to him. Whatever. At the very least, the 4 of us should choose different VIPs. That'll increase our chances. He immediately explained his own plan. As for me, I'm going with GDF Investment. I already had an arrangement with them. Amanda Grochi nodded. I'm choosing Jihan Group. Minin whistled. Jihan Group, huh? The second largest conglomerate after Daishin Group. He smirked. That's exactly the kind of choice I'd expect from the 8th-ranked fighter. Then he began calculating his own move. In that case, I should probably choose the least prominent VIP possible. The one with the least competition. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What about Cha Sung-yin from DCOM Entertainment? The moment Min mentioned that name, Sunwoo's eyes twitched ever so slightly. It was a tiny reaction, but it was there. Min immediately noticed. He turned towards Sunwoo completely. Hey Sunwoo. A mischievous grin appeared on his face. What about you? Have you decided who you're going to pledge your loyalty to? Sunwoo maintained the same cold expression. No emotion appeared on his face. No answer came from his mouth. Meanwhile, inside Hosing Group's VIP section, Cha Woo-yen looked down toward the arena. His expression couldn't hide his disappointment and irritation. Damn it, he clicked his tongue. I can't believe that brat Sunwoo is still surviving. Beside him stood Min-sik. Unlike his superior, he sounded surprisingly fascinated. During the body scan in the recovery room, I discovered something shocking. Cha Woo-yen glanced at him. Min-sik continued. In only 2 hours, Sunwoo displayed recovery capabilities and muscle growth far beyond anything our models predicted. His eyes shone with excitement. Doping should be impossible under the tournament's conditions. Even though his current abilities still can't match the strongest fighters at the top of the rankings, his rate of development during the tournament isn't inferior to fighters who successfully adapted to their initial doping doses. For a moment, Min-sik couldn't hide his excitement. Honestly, this is a completely unique case. He shook his head. None of the data I've analyzed matches him. That's why I can't predict what he'll become in the future. Then he delivered his final conclusion. The harsh reality is this. He looked directly at Cha Woo-yen. Right now, Sunwoo is the most unpredictable and mysterious fighter in this entire tournament. Unlike Min-sik, whose curiosity was growing stronger, Cha Woo-yen became even angrier. His fists tightened. His jaw clenched. Damn it, his eyes darkened as he stared at Sunwoo's figure in the arena. No matter what happens, I absolutely cannot let Sunwoo fall into Cha Sung-yeon's hands. At this, Min-sik replied confidently, don't worry. Sunwoo will never choose Cha Sung-yeon. He explained his confidence by revealing that he had received a message from Sunwoo's mother. It contained a simple yet heartwarming line. Sunwoo, when you come home, Mom will make you some delicious bean paste soup. Come back safely, son. Just then, the master's voice echoed throughout the arena once again. Time is running out, fighters. Please step forward and stand before the VIP you trust and wish to choose as your partner. A heavy fighter stepped forward first. The iron sole of his boot slammed against the stone arena floor, cracking part of it with a loud sound. The first VIP made his selection. YS Chairman Cha Hyok-han, the powerful eldest son of Hosting Group, chose Cam, the rank 1 fighter and infamous Gurkha mercenary. Right after that, VIP Park Dong-soo, chairman of Fine Life, also made his decision and selected Ryan, the rank 2 fighter and promising boxer. Seeing this, Miho clenched his fists. Hatred for Ryan burned in his eyes. So it's you, he thought. You're the only boxer here. Just wait. In the upcoming match, I'll wipe that arrogant smile off your face. Meanwhile, Menon looked at Sunwoo and shrugged. So rank 1 and rank 2 are settled. Should we start moving too? Sunwoo, it's time to make your final choice. But as soon as Sunwoo began walking forward, the direction he chose left Menon shocked and confused. Sunwoo stopped exactly between 2 VIPs who were fierce rivals. Cha Woo-yeon, the ambitious department director of Hosting Group. Cha Sung-yeon, the young president of DCOM Entertainment. Then, to everyone's surprise, Sunwoo suddenly started walking toward Cha Woo-yeon. The unexpected move nearly made Sung-yeon's loyal bodyguard's heart stop. Wait, what? What's happening? On the other hand, Cha Woo-yeon looked extremely pleased. A devilish, victorious smile spread across his face. Yes, come on, boy, he thought. Finally, I'm going to watch Cha Sung-yeon's face crumble with disappointment and humiliation. Sunwoo boldly stepped into the selection square designated for Cha Woo-yeon. Seeing this, Woo-yeon let out a victorious laugh, unable to hide his satisfaction. Meanwhile, Sung-yeon froze in place. Her eyes widened as she stared at him. Shock and pain were clearly visible on her face. Then, suddenly, amidst the tense atmosphere, Sunwoo let out a tired, annoyed sigh. Slowly, he raised his middle finger and said, "You see, my mother is the kind of person who absolutely cannot make bean paste soup." Then, finishing his statement, he deliberately pointed his middle finger directly at Cha Woo-yeon's face, a clear sign of defiance and disrespect. The bold and unexpected move completely shocked both Cha Woo-yeon and Min-sik. Their expressions immediately twisted with anger and humiliation as they gritted their teeth. In contrast, Sung-yeon's disappointed face instantly brightened. It was as if a massive burden had been lifted from her shoulders. A wide, radiant smile appeared on her face. "Yes," she exclaimed happily. "You really do know how to choose." Sunwoo had made his decision. Turning his back on Cha Woo-yun, he walked straight to the left, where Cha Sung-yun was standing. At that moment, the master's voice rang out across the arena, officially confirming the final choice. And just like that, Sun-woo and Cha Sung-yun became partners. President Cha Sung-yun of DCOM Entertainment has decided to partner with Sun-woo, rank 20, street fighting. The story then shifts into the past. Sun-woo's mother handed the same hair clip to Sung-yun. Sung-yun politely asked, "What is this?" Sun-woo's mother smiled gently. A quiet pride shone in her eyes as she replied, "You could call it Sun-woo's comfort headband." Hearing that answer, Sung-yun couldn't hold back her laughter. That guy? The one who always looks like he's attending a funeral? The one who's as cold as stone? He actually has a favorite headband? That's way too cute. Sun-woo's mother continued, her voice carrying a mixture of nostalgia and sadness. On Sun-woo's 6th birthday, he visited an amusement park for the first time in his life. Sadly, it was also the last time. The words shocked Sung-yun. Why was it his last time? Sun-woo's mother gently shook her head and explained, "Because our family was hiding from loan sharks. Going outside was a huge risk and a constant source of fear." She continued, "We were always on edge. We had to pay attention to every little thing. That fear became deeply rooted inside us. We couldn't afford to attract anyone's attention. And yet, on that one day of fun, Sun-woo threw a tantrum and insisted that I wear the biggest, brightest, most eye-catching headband in the entire amusement park." She smiled faintly. Honestly, I couldn't refuse him, because I didn't know if he'd ever get another chance to come back there. Not only because we had to stay hidden, but because my health was much worse back then than it is now. So even though wearing such a conspicuous headband in a crowded place made me incredibly stressed and scared, I forced myself to do it for him. Her eyes softened as she remembered. Then, in the middle of all that chaos, I accidentally let go of Sun-woo's hand. I panicked completely. I had no idea what to do. But then Sun-woo found me. He was able to find me because of that noticeable headband. She looked at the clip in her hand. Maybe that's why he's carried it with him ever since. Perhaps if he sees this headband again, it'll help him feel a little lighter and breathe a little easier. Back in the present, Sun-woo's gaze was fixed on Sung-yun's profile picture displayed on the giant screen. The item Sung-yun had worn in her hair was indeed the precious keepsake from his childhood. At that moment, Sun-woo became completely certain that he had made the right choice. Just then, the official announcement echoed throughout the arena. DCOM Entertainment, represented by President Cha Sung-yun and Street Fighter Sun-woo. Connection complete. As the announcement rang out, a man opened the door to a VIP room. Miho followed nervously, cautiously peeking inside. The powerful man waiting within greeted him with a friendly smile. Yet beneath that smile, calculation was clearly visible. He said, "Nice to meet you, young man. I think I've found myself a reliable teammate." Immediately afterward, another announcement sounded. Korea's leading investment company, GDF, represented by Chairman Jason Seogang and boxer Kim Miho. Connection complete. Meanwhile, in another VIP area, a different powerful chairman was absolutely furious. The chairman sat silently as he listened to his secretary's report. The secretary spoke carefully. "Mr. Chairman, Rank 1 Fighter Cam has decided to support Vice Chairman Chaek Han of Hosting Group." The moment he heard Chaek Han's name, the chairman gritted his teeth. A curse escaped his mind. That bastard Chaek Han. His eyes narrowed. Still wearing that same arrogant expression. Still looking down on everyone else. The man was Han Jin, the chairman of Jihan Group, Korea's second most powerful corporate empire. Standing beside him, the secretary looked worried and scratched his head nervously. "But, do you really think the fighter we're targeting will agree to join us?" He hesitated before continuing. "To be honest, Chairman, I think your approach was a little too aggressive." Hearing that, Han Jin suddenly burst into a strange, almost maniacal laugh. "What are you talking about?" He spread his arms dramatically. "I was simply expressing my most sincere and passionate love." Just then, Amanda Groki, the rank 8 capoeira fighter, walked directly into Han Jin's selection square. A moment later, the announcement echoed through the arena. Jihan Group, Korea's second largest conglomerate, represented by Chairman Han Jin and Amanda Groki, capoeira fighter. Connection complete. As fighters continued pairing up one after another, Minin began to grow restless. "Wait, am I seriously going to be left behind?" He frowned. A low-ranked fighter nobody wants. To improve his chances of survival, he carefully scanned the VIP screens while silently forming a strategy. "I need to pick a VIP with the least competition. If I accidentally choose someone another fighter wants, my survival chances will drop dramatically." His eyes moved from screen to screen. Then suddenly, they lit up. Oh, a grin appeared on his face. Now that place looks promising. He had spotted Chairman Hwang Imo-hyuk of TV Sky Broadcasting Station. Minen's excitement immediately shot up. He started walking in that direction while muttering to himself. In a jungle full of giant financial corporations, who would care about the owner of a humble TV station? He chuckled proudly. Seriously, nobody can stop the survival strategy of this genius, Minen. Unfortunately, life rarely follows the plan. A moment later, he realized something terrifying. 2 other fighters were standing directly behind him. Minen instantly froze. A bad feeling crawled up his spine. Wait, what's going on? Did my perfect strategy get exposed? Panic started building inside him. Then he clenched his fists. Fine. If that's how it is, I'll just have to do something impressive and earn some points. The instant that thought crossed his mind, Minen suddenly leaped high into the air. The 2 fighters competing with him were completely stunned. Using a nearby support pillar as a foothold, he kicked off it and launched himself even higher. In the blink of an eye, displaying unbelievable athletic skill, Minen managed to climb onto the giant screen itself. He accomplished it by hooking 1 foot onto the edge of the massive display and pulling himself upward. The entire arena stared in shock. Minen stood high above everyone else, ready to make the boldest entrance of the selection event. The effort made Minen's legs tremble slightly, but somehow he managed to maintain his balance. Then, while standing precariously on the giant screen, he raised both of his hands and formed a huge heart shape above his head. The gesture was directed straight at VIP Chairman Hwang Imo-hyuk, who was watching from inside. Watching Minen's bizarre stunt, Miho could only give a tired look. Does he seriously think that's going to work? But apparently, Hwang Imo-hyuk had found someone operating on exactly the same wavelength as him. The chairman looked absolutely thrilled. In fact, he became so excited that he climbed onto his own desk and started shouting, "Wonderful, Minen! This kid is incredibly interesting." His secretary could only helplessly try to intervene. "And Mr. Chairman, this is a fighter selection event, not a talent show." But Hwang Imo-hyuk maintained his shining smile. Then he proudly announced, "As expected, my decision is final." Immediately, the official announcement echoed throughout the arena. Media Mogul TV Sky Broadcasting, represented by Chairman Hwang Imo-hyuk and Minen. Connection complete. Minen was still hanging from the giant screen when he turned his head and shouted towards Sun-woo. "Hey Sun-woo, don't forget that I generously spared Cha Song-yeon for you." Hearing that, Sun-woo could only chuckle softly. For some reason, he found Minen surprisingly amusing. Meanwhile, things were definitely not going according to Cha Woo-yeon's plans. Especially after watching Sun-woo join Cha Song-yeon. His anger continued to boil over. Damn it, those 2 coordinated everything perfectly. In the end, everything happened exactly the way that cursed Cha Song-yeon wanted. Standing beside him, Min-suk tried to calm him down in a steady, confident voice. "Calm down, director. Everything is fine." Once Cha Song-yeon was forced to choose a bottom-tier fighter that nobody else wanted, Sun-woo automatically became a useless pawn. He's no longer worth worrying about. But Cha Woo-yeon remained skeptical. He narrowed his eyes. What about the fighter that girl secretly contracted to replace Sun-woo? Is he really that strong? A faint smirk appeared on Min-suk's face. Not just strong. Far more than that. Cha Woo-yeon looked intrigued. "How exactly did you manage to recruit someone like that to our side?" Min-suk answered bluntly, his voice cold and emotionless. "I only had to say one thing. That I would abandon Sun-woo without even a moment of hesitation." Then came an unexpected twist. The person who stepped into Cha Woo-yeon's selection square was none other than Han Min-soo. The moment Sun-woo saw him, it was his turn to grit his teeth. His eyes burned with fury as he stared at the traitor standing beside his enemy. A dangerous silence settled over him. The battle hadn't even started yet. But the hostility between Sun-woo and Han Min-soo was already intense enough to ignite the entire arena. And with the teams finally chosen, the true conflict was only just beginning. Min-sik smirked with smug satisfaction, feeling completely victorious. He thought, finally Han Min-soo is in our grasp. This had all been a well-calculated chess move, using Sun-woo as bait. Cha Woo-yeon was still somewhat skeptical. He asked, "Don't tell me you were targeting Han Min-soo from the very beginning. Is that why you intentionally approached that kid, Sun-woo?" Min-sik shook his head. "Not from the very start. But during my deep investigation into Han Min-soo, whom I could only admire from afar at the time, Sun-woo's name kept appearing repeatedly in various connections. Surprising, isn't it?" As he said that, he looked at Cha Woo-yeon with a probing gaze. Min-sik continued explaining his complex plan. "I was the first person to recognize Han Min-soo's terrifying potential. But because the institute's director personally sponsored him, nobody could approach him unless Han Minsu himself allowed it. He was a well-guarded treasure. He continued. But unexpectedly, the golden key to acquiring Han Minsu finally ended up in my hands. Quite surprising, isn't it? After hearing the entire plan, even the usually arrogant Cha Wei-yun could only say 2 words. Crazy bastard. Hearing that, Min-sik burst into laughter, full of confidence and excitement. Just you watch, director. Under my guidance, Han Minsu will definitely become a fighter on the level of those legendary top 5. After the dramatic and surprising selection process came to an end, only 4 lonely individuals remained standing alone on the massive arena floor. Then the master's voice echoed once again, carrying a cold sense of finality. All selection rounds have now been completed. The 4 players who failed to receive a selection from any VIP will be immediately eliminated from this competition. And now, I will formally announce the final list of 16 teams that will officially advance to compete in the round of 16. The master added. All selected players will now proceed to separate waiting areas with their respective VIPs. There, they will review the detailed match schedule for the upcoming round of 16 together. Hearing this, Song-yun's bodyguard looked extremely excited. He thought, finally, I'll get a chance to meet Sun-woo face to face. I've been desperately waiting for this moment. But then he committed murder. Just thinking about spending time with a man whose face was always stone cold and whose personality was both hot-tempered and weird already made him feel a little awkward. The 2 stood formally in front of the grand door leading to their team's waiting area. The thick door slowly opened. Sun-woo was already waiting inside. He slowly walked towards Song-yun. The young woman smiled gently and said, "Looks like you've recovered pretty well." Suddenly, without any warning, Sun-woo stepped forward and placed his hand on her shoulder. The bodyguard standing behind her was shocked by the sudden move and almost stepped forward to stop him. Sun-woo hesitated before finally speaking. So that's why. Hearing that, Song-yun laughed playfully, immediately understanding what he meant. You're trying to say thank you, right? Sun-woo's face turned slightly red. Stuttering, he replied, "Sorry, but from now on dash." Before he could finish, she interrupted him. Her voice was confident and full of trust. "You don't need to worry about that anymore. I've already arranged for your mother to stay safely in a private, secure villa, so there's no need to thank me. I only invest in people whom I believe have the potential to help me achieve final victory." She said this while looking directly into his eyes. Sun-woo hesitated slightly at her straightforward words. The bodyguard quietly cleared his throat and reminded him, "Hey, you can take your hand off the young Mrs. shoulder now." Sun-woo was startled. He quickly pulled his hand back and nervously tried to explain. "No, that wasn't my intention. It's just that when I saw my mother's headband, I was so happy that I..." At that moment, the master's voice echoed through the external speaker system once again, grabbing everyone's attention. And now, the most anticipated moment. I will officially announce the detailed and thrilling match schedule for the round of 16. One by one, the matchups began appearing on the giant screen. Palev, rank 4, versus Kim Miho, rank 18. Ryan, rank 2, versus Michelle, rank 11. Matherm, rank 5, versus Amanda Grochi, rank 8. Minan, rank 19, versus Koyan, rank 7. Cam, rank 1, versus Ricardo, rank 15. Han Minsu, rank 17, versus Faithan, rank 10. Cal, rank 14, versus Luhan, rank 6. And finally, Go Kyuho, rank 3, versus Sun-woo, rank 20. The moment this final matchup appeared, Song-yun's loyal bodyguard could not help feeling both anger and extreme tension. Go Kyuho, rank 3? Again, this is too much. Song-yun quickly analyzed the situation with concern. To win the championship, managing stamina and injuries throughout every match is a crucial survival factor. And yet, having to face Go Kyuho and his one-hit knockout punch in the very first round. The bodyguard then looked towards Sun-woo and became even more shocked. Sun-woo was maintaining a strangely calm, ice-cold expression. The bodyguard thought, what is going on? How can he stay this calm as if nothing has happened? But unlike the bodyguard's worry, Song-yun smiled in satisfaction after seeing Sun-woo's attitude. She thought, look at that overwhelming presence. If I wasn't going to invest in him, then who else would I invest in? The master then announced the next procedure. The order of the matches will be decided completely at random by the system. And now, please turn your attention to the arena and witness the very first opening match of the round of 16. He announced that the first match would be a peak confrontation between Cam, rank 1, and Ricardo, rank 15. Hearing this, the The bodyguard immediately focused all of his attention on the arena and commented, "Oh, finally, we're about to see the true power of the Gurkha mercenaries, who are considered the strongest fighters in this tournament." He thought to himself, "If we have any hope of winning the championship, sooner or later we'll have to face him. We can't afford to miss even a single moment. We need to study his fighting style carefully." Meanwhile, Song-yun could not help but wonder, Gurkha mercenaries, are they really that skilled? The bodyguard nodded and began explaining with great respect. Among the three most dangerous mercenary forces in the world, the Gurkhas are considered the most battle-hardened. They are born and raised in some of the highest and most dangerous mountain regions on Earth. That's why their endurance is far beyond that of ordinary people, and life in the mountains has given them unbelievably fierce physiques. He continued, "The reputation of Gurkha mercenaries is so famous that they've practically become an export commodity and a major tourist attraction for Nepal." Hearing that, Song-yun fell into thought. Their starting point was already so different, and after becoming even stronger through doping, they literally turn into monsters. The bodyguard secretly pointed towards Sun-woo. "Miss, look at his expression while listening to all this talk about that monster. It's like he's listening to somebody else's story. He's naturally calm." Hearing this, Song-yun proudly gave a thumbs up. That reaction surprised Sun-woo slightly. The bodyguard quickly returned to the main topic. "Oh, by the way, among those famous Gurkha mercenaries, this man Cam is the most well-known. Plus, he was the champion of last season's tournament." Now, on the fighting stage, both fighters stood facing each other, ready for a death match. On one side stood Cam, rank 1 a Gurkha mercenary enhanced with strength-boosting doping. His opponent was Ricardo, rank 15 a jiu-jitsu expert who had also received strength-enhancing doping. Inside Chairman Jihan's on-air viewing box, he confidently said to his secretary, "Obviously, nobody is paying attention to our Ricardo, right?" The secretary smirked, "And then they'll all be shocked. Just wait and watch." The secretary continued his analysis. "That Cam guy has accumulated quite a few injuries getting this far. He's probably not in the same peak condition that allowed him to win last year's championship. In contrast, our Ricardo is the complete opposite. So far, he hasn't allowed a single attack to land on him. Because whenever he attacks someone, their arms and legs end up broken." Just before the bell signaling the start of the match rang, the master made another announcement. "We will now proceed with the second round of doping." Soon, a drone delivered a syringe containing the new doping agent and hovered in front of Ricardo. Ricardo smiled excitedly and stepped forward to take it. "All right, let's see how much stronger you can make me this time." He laughed loudly and then, without hesitation, injected it directly into his body. Instantly, an incredibly powerful surge of energy shot through his veins like lightning. This awakened the wild beast sleeping inside Ricardo. He threw his head back and let out a terrifying, savage laugh. Ricardo smirked as a cruel smile spread across his transforming face. Then the drone announced the result. "Player Ricardo. Speed doping successful." Hearing this, Ricardo declared victoriously, "Now I have speed too. Excellent. No one can stop me now." With that, Ricardo now possessing terrifying speed shot toward Cam like an arrow. Cam seemed quite interested and opened his arms in a welcoming gesture. "Come to me." The moment Cam swung his arms to attack, Ricardo instantly dodged with unbelievable agility. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he wrapped his entire body tightly around Cam's arm, like a python coiling around its prey. Seeing this, VIP Chairman Jihan jumped out of his seat in excitement and shouted, "Got him!" Ricardo roared into his enemy's face like a madman. "I don't care if you're rank 1 or whatever. This is the end for you." He then used all his strength, forcefully twisting his body backward in an attempt to break Cam's arm. Jihan went crazy with excitement. Laughing like a madman, he shouted, "Cam's arm. That arm is definitely broken now. Yes, yes. I caught the big fish of hosting group." But strangely, no matter how hard Ricardo tried, Cam stood there like a mountain. He didn't move at all. Panic began to creep into Ricardo's mind. Why? Why isn't he falling? Ricardo slowly found himself being pushed away from his opponent. Then he realized something horrifying. The arm I thought I broke, is straightening out? Why is it getting straighter the harder I squeeze it? Suddenly, Cam slowly lifted the arm that had been tightly trapped. Ricardo gritted his teeth. A terrible feeling rose inside him. What is this? I need to get away. Fast. But it was already too late. Cam's iron-like hand suddenly grabbed Ricardo's neck. Using terrifying strength, Cam began crushing his opponent's throat. Ricardo writhed in pain. His face was turning blue from suffocation. Then, without hesitation, Cam brutally smashed Ricardo's head into the fighting floor. With immense force, his head collided violently with the arena surface. Sung-yun and Sun-woo were both shocked by the brutal outcome. Miho froze in place, unable to say a single word. Even Amanda had failed to predict this twist. Only Minin seemed incredibly excited by the match's fast and violent conclusion. Even someone as arrogant as Han Minsu had to click his tongue in admiration. Ricardo's body remained standing upright on the fighting floor, motionless. VIP Chairman Ji Han was completely shocked by Cam's technique and endurance. Impossible. Cam has already endured so many attacks until now. In another VIP area, Chai Hyuk calmly explained, as if he had already known the outcome from the start. But for Cam, those weren't really attacks. He simply chose to ignore blows that lacked killing power. Thinking about it, Miho fell silent for a moment. His mind drifted back to his old boxing gym and the countless sparring matches he had fought there. Then he slowly nodded and replied, "Yeah, I do." Jason looked at him carefully before speaking in a serious tone. "Good. Then pay close attention to this fight. Ryan is probably one of the most dangerous opponents in this entire tournament. If you ever end up facing him, even a single mistake could get you killed." Meanwhile, down in the arena, both fighters stepped onto the stage. On one side stood Ryan, the monster ranked number 2. On the other side stood Michelle, known as the Beast of Africa. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The moment Ryan entered the arena, many of the spectators felt a chill run down their spines. His body looked unnatural. His muscles were swollen to an extreme degree, and his eyes lacked any trace of normal human emotion. He looked less like a fighter and more like a predator searching for prey. Michelle stared at him for a few seconds before smirking confidently. Is that really the guy everyone's so scared of? But Ryan didn't respond. He simply stood there motionless. Then the match start signal rang through the arena. The very next instant, Ryan disappeared. Everyone's eyes widened. Michelle barely had time to react before Ryan appeared directly in front of him. Boom. A terrifying punch exploded into Michelle's guard. The impact was so powerful that Michelle's entire body was launched backward. The audience gasped. Miho's eyes narrowed. That's speed. Even with his enhanced strength and speed, he could tell that Ryan was operating on a completely different level. Michelle quickly regained his footing and roared in anger. Using his powerful physique, he charged straight at Ryan. The arena floor cracked beneath his feet. But Ryan simply tilted his head slightly. His enhanced senses had already read every movement. Before Michelle's attack could land, Ryan slipped past it effortlessly. Then came another punch. And another. And another. Each strike landed with horrifying precision. Michelle's body shook violently with every impact. Blood sprayed into the air. Still, he refused to fall. The Beast of Africa kept charging forward like a wounded animal. The spectators couldn't believe what they were seeing. However, Ryan's expression never changed. No excitement, no anger, no hesitation. Just cold, mechanical violence. It was exactly as Jason had described. Ryan no longer looked like a normal human fighter. He looked like a weapon. A living weapon created through excessive doping. Inside the VIP room, everyone watched in complete silence. Even Sunwoo's eyes had become serious. He could instantly tell that Ryan was far more dangerous than most of the fighters he had faced so far. And if he wanted to survive this tournament, sooner or later, he would have to face monsters like him. Ryan's eyes narrowed. A cruel thought flashed through his mind. So that's it. He instantly understood Michelle's strategy. That rope-wrapped right fist wasn't just for show. Michelle had hidden all of his offensive power in a single hand. His left hand existed only to defend and create openings. The moment Ryan became careless, that right fist would come flying in like a cannon. But instead of becoming cautious, Ryan grinned. A savage smile spread across his face. Interesting. Michelle's eye poke narrowly missed. The next second, Ryan exploded forward again. Boom, boom, boom. His fists rained down like machine gun fire. Michelle was forced to retreat while blocking with his left arm. Every impact echoed through the arena. The spectators could barely follow the exchange. Inside the VIP viewing room, Jason frowned. He's testing him. The mysterious man beside him nodded. Exactly. He already figured out Michelle's fighting style. Now he's trying to find the exact timing of that right hand. Down on the stage, Michelle's breathing became heavier. Ryan's speed was absurd. Even with speed doping active, keeping up with him wasn't easy. But Michelle couldn't afford to lose. His daughter's life depended on this tournament. That thought alone kept him moving. Suddenly, Ryan lunged forward again. This time Michelle saw an opening. His eyes widened. Now, for the first time since the fight started, he unleashed his right fist. The rope-wrapped hand shot forward like a missile. The arena shook from the force. Even the spectators gasped. What a punch! But Ryan's enhanced senses had already detected it. At the very last instant, he twisted his body. The devastating punch brushed past his face. The shockwave alone ripped through the air behind him. Ryan's smile vanished. For the first time, he looked serious. So that's your trump card. Michelle didn't answer. He immediately followed up with another attack. And another. And another. Each right-handed punch carried terrifying destructive power. The entire arena trembled with every swing. Even Sun-woo was watching carefully now. His eyes remained fixed on Michelle's fist. That wasn't ordinary strength. One clean hit from that punch could end almost any fight instantly. But Ryan wasn't panicking. His enhanced senses were analyzing everything. Every movement, every breath, every shift in weight. He was collecting information, waiting, calculating. Then suddenly Ryan stopped moving. The arena fell silent. Michelle hesitated. Something felt wrong. Very wrong. Ryan slowly raised his head. A predatory grin returned to his face. I found it. Michelle's heart sank. Ryan had finally discovered the weakness hidden within his fighting style. And the moment Ryan learned that weakness, the entire flow of the battle began to change. Miho stood frozen, having watched the entire match from start to finish. Damn it. A heavy thought weighed on his mind. If I had been the one fighting Ryan, would I have been able to dodge that weird neck twist? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. No, the spectators, however, were completely stunned. Michelle had been a powerful fighter. He possessed both strength doping and speed doping. Yet Ryan had dismantled him almost effortlessly. Inside the VIP section, Jason's expression darkened. This is bad. The mysterious man beside him nodded. Much worse than we expected. Jason clenched his fists. Michelle never even got the chance to use his full strength. The analyst adjusted his glasses. That's because Ryan never allowed him to. He continued calmly. Ryan's greatest weapon isn't his speed. It's his ability to gather information. His enhanced senses let him read an opponent's habits almost instantly. The moment he understood Michelle's fighting style, the outcome was already decided. Miho listened silently. Every word increased the pressure on his shoulders. Ryan wasn't just stronger. He was smarter. Far smarter. On the giant screen, replay footage began showing the crucial moments of the fight. The commentators highlighted Ryan intentionally allowing Michelle to reveal his trump card. Only after learning everything about that right fist did Ryan start fighting seriously. The realization sent chills through the audience. Sun-woo watched quietly. His eyes never left the screen. Unlike the others, he wasn't focused on Ryan's strength. He was studying his habits, his timing, his reactions, his weaknesses. Because Sun-woo knew something important. Every fighter, no matter how strong, had a weakness. The difficult part was surviving long enough to find it. As the arena staff carried Michelle away for treatment, Ryan glanced toward the waiting fighters. A savage grin slowly appeared on his face. His gaze swept across everyone, almost as if he was searching for his next victim. Many fighters instinctively looked away, but Sun-woo didn't. Their eyes met for a brief moment. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Ryan's grin widened. It seemed he had finally noticed Sun-woo. And for the first time since entering the tournament, Ryan looked genuinely interested in someone. The giant screen then flashed again. A mechanical voice echoed throughout the arena. Quarterfinal qualification match completed. Preparing the next round of 16 battle. As the announcement rang out, the tension only continued to grow. Because everyone now understood one terrifying fact. Ryan wasn't merely a contender for the championship. He was one of the monsters standing at the very top of the tournament. The more Miho thought about it, the more anxious and pressured he felt. No matter what happens, I have to win. Just then, the master's voice echoed through the arena once again, pulling everyone back to reality. Next, we proudly introduced the fighters for the next round of 16 match. The giant screen lit up. The third match will be a showdown between Go Kyung-ho, rank 3, who possesses elasticity doping and strength doping, and Sun-woo, rank 20, who has chosen not to use any doping at all. Song Yan's expression immediately became tense. She couldn't hide her concern. He's definitely going to try dodging attacks enhanced by strength doping, but avoiding every single hit will be almost impossible. The bodyguard nodded seriously. Most of the fighters who reached the round of 16 selected strength doping, Mississippi. Song Yan crossed her arms and thought for a moment. Then how exactly is combat taekwondo different from regular taekwondo? The bodyguard answered without hesitation. Basically, combat taekwondo doesn't add any new techniques. Song Yan blinked in surprise. What? He continued calmly. Real taekwondo was originally developed as an extremely powerful martial art for actual combat. Later, When it became a competitive sport and entered events like the Olympics, many dangerous techniques were restricted or completely banned to prevent severe injuries. But combat taekwondo removes those restrictions. It restores all of those forbidden techniques. In other words, it's taekwondo in its most dangerous form. The explanation caused several people nearby to become nervous. Meanwhile, on the fighting stage, Go Kyung-ho stood firmly in place. His presence alone felt overwhelming. With strength doping enhancing his power and elasticity, doping boosting the flexibility and explosiveness of his body, he looked like a perfect combat machine. Sun-woo stared at him silently. His eyes remained calm, but inside, his determination burned fiercely. If I defeat the rank 3 fighter, then nobody will be able to call me a low ranker anymore. I'll officially become one of the strongest fighters in this tournament. The atmosphere grew heavier. The audience watched in anticipation. Even Ryan glanced toward the stage with interest. Han Min-soo folded his arms and smirked. Miho unconsciously clenched his fists. Everyone wanted to see the same thing. Could the miracle fighter Sun-woo really defeat someone ranked 3rd in the entire tournament? The master raised his hand. His voice thundered across the arena. Now then, the 3rd round of 16 match. Go Kyung-ho versus Sun-woo begins now. The signal sounded. For a brief moment, neither fighter moved. The entire arena fell silent. Then, boom, Go Kyung-ho exploded forward first. The arena floor cracked beneath his feet. His speed was far beyond what anyone expected from a taekwondo fighter. Song Yan's eyes widened. The bodyguard immediately stood up. Fast, but Sun-woo didn't panic. His gaze remained locked on his opponent. Every muscle in his body tensed. Every instinct sharpened. Because he knew one thing. The moment he made a mistake, the match would be over. And as Go Kyung-ho's devastating first attack came crashing toward him, the battle that could change Sun-woo's entire future officially began. Sun-woo stared at the formidable opponent standing before him and made up his mind. If I defeat this rank 3 fighter, I'll officially become a high ranker. Just then, the master's voice thundered through the arena. Now, the 3rd round of 16 match between Go Kyung-ho and Sun-woo begins. Sun-woo immediately took a defensive stance. Against taekwondo, staying low and close to the ground is better. Acting on that strategy, he rushed forward with his speed and agility. Got him. But unexpectedly, Kyung-ho suddenly lowered his center of gravity and unleashed an upward heel kick. It was a clever and unexpected move. His heel connected directly with Sun-woo's face. Stay conscious. Sun-woo forced himself to focus despite the shocking blow. At that exact moment, he grabbed Kyung-ho's ankle. This time I've got him. But the nightmare wasn't over. Kyung-ho calmly lifted his other leg off the ground and used it like a hammer. Boom. A devastating kick smashed into Sun-woo's temple. Watching the one-sided exchange, Song Yin couldn't help but scream in fear. No. Kyung-ho slammed his foot down with tremendous force, disrupting Sun-woo's balance and sending him crashing to the ground. But Sun-woo's determination didn't break. Grinding his teeth, he roared inside his mind. I absolutely can't lose here. He instantly pushed himself off the ground with both hands. In a flash, Sun-woo counterattacked with a powerful kick. As the strike came in, Kyung-ho immediately blocked with his forearm. But he couldn't hide his surprise. He took 2 direct hits in a row and still has the guts to attack? Then Sun-woo launched another kick. Kyung-ho's eyes widened even more. Again, Sun-woo's relentless barrage of kicks overwhelmed him, forcing his defending arm closer and closer toward his own face. Suddenly, Sun-woo performed a graceful somersault in midair. He landed perfectly and stood face-to-face with Kyung-ho once again. Kyung-ho gritted his teeth as he looked down at his trembling arm. With strength like this, that student should easily be in the top 10. How can one of my students become this strong? Meanwhile, Sun-woo was breathing heavily. His anxiety continued to rise. Damn it, my head's still spinning. If I take another clean hit, things will become really dangerous. He continued analyzing the situation. If I keep charging recklessly like this, he'll definitely counterattack. No matter what, I have to neutralize those deadly legs. His eyes sharpened. He had finally identified Kyung-ho's greatest weapon, his legs. Sun-woo began analyzing his opponent's fighting style. Every movement, every habit, every shift in balance. Kyung-ho noticed Sun-woo's gaze and smirked. So you've realized it, huh? My legs are my weapons. But knowing that and stopping them are 2 completely different things. The rank 3 fighter slowly lowered his stance. His body bent like a bow. Elasticity doping amplified every muscle and tendon in his body. Then, boom, he exploded forward with terrifying speed. Even the audience lost sight of him. The bodyguard's eyes widened. He's faster. Song Yin clenched her fists nervously. Sun-woo's eyes narrowed. There. For the first time since the match began, he wasn't looking at Kyung-ho's upper body. He was watching only one thing. His hips. Alright, that's the plan. Now I just need to wait for him to attack. Acting on that plan, Sun-woo moved toward Go Kyung-ho once again as if preparing for a direct attack. Kyung-ho saw this and thought, he's already taken so many hits and still has the guts to attack first. But this time, Sun-woo didn't attack immediately. Instead, he kept weaving unpredictably, trying to break his opponent's focus and gaze. In the VIP area, Chairman Han Sang-soo of Aaron Construction, Go Kyung-ho's partner, watched the close fight and said in annoyance, "How dare he show such disrespect to someone in the top 3? His secretary calmly replied, "Mr. Chairman, top 5 players usually avoid taking unnecessary risks. They want to conserve energy for the later rounds. They only use as much power as necessary to defeat their opponent." He added, "Right now, Mr. Kyung-ho is probably recalculating the minimum amount of power needed to defeat his opponent efficiently." On the stage, Kyung-ho continuously tracked Sun-woo's movements and stayed ready to counter at all times. Sun-woo thought, he thinks he can defeat me with just this much power. Kyung-ho immediately raised his leg, ready to attack. "Sorry, kid, but I've never used my full power." Then he instantly launched a powerful side kick aimed at Sun-woo's head. Just as Sun-woo had planned, he immediately ducked to avoid the blow. He quickly shifted his sharp gaze to Kyung-ho's lower leg and shouted in his mind, "Alright, time for the decisive calf kick." He instantly raised his own leg and aimed at his opponent's lower calf. But once again, Kyung-ho ruined all of his calculations. Unexpectedly, he lowered the trajectory of his kick. At that same moment, Sun-woo used his hand on the ground to launch a counter kick at his opponent's supporting leg. But completely unexpectedly, Kyung-ho went even lower than Sun-woo's kick and managed a leg sweep. This surprise technique lifted both of Sun-woo's feet off the ground. Seeing the tide turn quickly in his partner's favor, Han Sang-soo cheered excitedly. "Excellent. Taekwondo has that move too," the secretary replied. "It's a leg sweep, Mr. Chairman." Sang-soo was shocked. "A leg sweep?" He explained further. "It's a technique that is banned in official competitions, so it's rarely seen. You can basically think of it as the low-kick version of a spinning kick." Sir Kyung-ho quickly returned to a defensive stance, while Sun-woo was forced down onto one knee because his leg could no longer support his body. Sun-woo felt a sharp, burning pain in his ankle and thought, "Damn, if I hadn't intentionally fallen to reduce the impact, my ankle would definitely have broken." Seeing this, Si-young-yin became extremely anxious and worriedly asked her bodyguard, "Isn't there any other way?" The bodyguard replied with a serious expression, "The complex and constant spinning kicks of combat taekwondo are just as unpredictable as capoeira." He added, "Especially when facing a top master like Go Kyung-ho. Keeping up with the rhythm of his attacks is extremely difficult." The young miss pressed further. "So does that mean he has no weakness?" The bodyguard explained, "Usually, every taekwondo kick consumes a huge amount of energy. Its inherent weakness is that stamina gets drained very quickly. But Go Kyung-ho is enhanced with muscle elasticity and recovery doping, so that critical stamina weakness hardly applies to him." Kyung-ho stood there with an ice-cold expression and spoke in a superior tone. "At this point, you should just give up." Not only that, he even gave a merciful warning. "From now on, I'll use 100% of my real power." Even so, Sun-woo tried to get back up. Taking one last defensive stance, he desperately thought, "Damn it, is there really no way?" At that exact moment, Kyung-ho suddenly raised one leg almost 180 degrees. His other leg left the ground in a jump, and what followed was an axe kick descending with terrifying power. His leg came down like the blade of an axe. Sun-woo barely managed to dodge part of the attack with all his strength. Crack! The fighting floor immediately shattered with a long, deep crack from the power of the kick. The entire surface shook like an earthquake. Sun-woo was also knocked to the ground by the impact. Kyung-ho's terrifying power forced Sun-woo to worry about his impending end. "Damn it, I clearly knew he was going to attack, and yet I still couldn't completely dodge it," he muttered in pain. Where the hell did that flying attack even come from? Instantly, he felt something approaching him at terrifying speed. It was Kyung-ho's heel. He launched a kick straight at Sun-woo's face with complete brutality. The devastating kick snapped Sun-woo's head around and completely stunned him. Even through the pain, he forced himself to scream in his mind, "Stay conscious no matter what. I have to block that damn leg." Instinctively, he repeated the same move and reached out to grab his opponent's ankle. Got it, but the same old script played out once again. Kyung-ho calmly lifted his other leg and smashed another brutal kick into Sun-woo's face. The attack completely disoriented him. His entire body flew backward across the stage and slammed heavily onto the ground. Grabbing the leg still isn't working, Sun-woo thought dizzily. No, stay conscious. His eyes forced themselves wide open, and he refused to collapse. Kyung-ho gritted his teeth, realizing that Sun-woo still wasn't completely out. He's still conscious? So stubborn, he thought. I have to finish him now. He immediately channeled all his power into his legs, flexing his muscles and pressing hard against the fighting floor. Then he charged toward the motionless Sun-woo and began spinning, preparing a finishing spinning back kick. Kyung-ho roared, his voice echoing throughout the arena. Finish! His heel finally landed an extremely powerful hook kick on Sun-woo's stomach. A horrifying thud echoed out. Fresh blood splashed from the wound. The pain from his torn muscles shot directly to his brain, sending an overwhelming jolt of agony through him. Kyung-ho roared, "Die!" The moment he heard that, Sun-woo instantly spat out a huge mouthful of blood, and his eyes widened in shock and pain. Even though his body had been shattered, Sun-woo's consciousness was still crystal clear. Deep inside his mind, he said to himself, "Yeah, I've always run away. Whenever I felt this kind of pain and fear, my body right now is shattered into a million pieces like delicate glass. It feels like I'm being torn apart, but I can't run anymore." A strange sensation spread across Sun-woo's forehead, as if a crack were forming. He tried to stay conscious for the sake of his parents, but then thought, if my parents are already dead, what's the point of staying conscious? His eyes seemed to crack down the middle and began glowing with a strange light. All right, this is the only option left. Then Sun-woo suddenly went berserk and charged straight at Kyung-ho. Kyung-ho hadn't expected this. He instinctively raised his fist, ready for a counterattack. But what happened next was beyond his imagination. Sun-woo had become unbelievably powerful once again, and he drove a punch straight into Kyung-ho's stomach, completely immobilizing him. Kyung-ho spat fresh blood, his eyes widening in pain. He couldn't believe this outcome. His entire body was blown backward like a leaf in the wind. He struggled to land on his feet, dragging a long trail across the stage floor. Meanwhile, Sun-woo maintained his punching stance, smoke still rising intensely from his fist. In just a moment, Kyung-ho had been thrown an incredible distance. An unbelievable and overwhelming killing intent now radiated from Sun-woo's body. Seeing this, Kyung-ho gritted his teeth in shock. What is this? What kind of power is this? Kyung-ho raised his hand, bringing his fingers into an attacking stance. Now killing him is my only option. At that moment, Sun-woo suddenly charged forward again, and his speed shocked Kyung-ho. Kyung-ho quickly launched a strike and shouted, "Die!" His sharp fingers shot straight towards Sun-woo's face. But Kyung-ho suddenly froze. Not only was Sun-woo completely fine, he had viciously bitten down on Kyung-ho's fingers with his teeth. Seeing this, Kyung-ho gritted his teeth and roared in anger. "Ugh, die, you monster!" Then he launched another kick straight at Sun-woo's face. Even though the blow struck Sun-woo's left cheek, he maintained a strange smile and challenged him. Bring it on. He didn't fall at all. Instead, he remained extremely focused and landed a powerful kick to Kyung-ho's stomach. Kyung-ho immediately countered with a high kick, but Sun-woo easily dodged it. Then he slammed his own leg straight into Kyung-ho's face. The powerful kick instantly sent Kyung-ho flying backward at terrifying speed and crashing into the wall. He slowly struggled to get back to his feet beside the huge crater that had formed in the wall. Watching Sun-woo's incredible comeback, the bodyguard exclaimed excitedly, "He can even defeat someone in the top 3. Kyung-ho slowly pulled his body out of the crater where he had been embedded. For the first time, he truly felt anxiety. Sun-woo was completely different now. He was more terrifying than any of the monsters Kyung-ho had faced in this tournament. Sun-woo no longer looked like a normal human being. Kyung-ho's face turned pale, and thoughts raced through his mind. There's no time to think about my next move. I'll put all my remaining strength into this. With that thought, Kyung-ho immediately slammed his leg into the stage floor with tremendous force. He poured all of his power into this final attack, causing the stage floor to shatter under the terrifying force and begin collapsing. Then he shot towards Sun-woo like an arrow, putting everything he had into a single kick. Seeing this, Sun-woo smiled from ear to ear. His eyes glowed a fiery red as he growled, "Your kicks? I figured them out too." He immediately raised his fist,
ready to face the challenge. Kyung-ho charged forward as well, determined to engage him in a deadly battle. He screamed from the depths of his heart, releasing all his hatred. "Die, you monster!" At the exact moment of impact, Sun-woo kicked him straight in the face, while Kyung-ho delivered a kick of his own in return. But contrary to his expectations, Sun-woo's kick carried such terrifying power that Kyung-ho staggered. Kyung-ho lost his balance. He was completely shocked and thought, I'm losing to a high school kid." Sun-woo smiled wildly, completely ignoring the fact that Kyung-ho's kick had struck his own face as well. The kick made Kyung-ho's head spin and left him dazed. Then Sun-woo spun with lightning speed and forcefully grabbed Kyung-ho's head. As his consciousness was fading during his final moments, Kyung-ho stammered, I'm top 3. Hearing that, Sun-woo gave a victorious smile, his voice dripping with sarcasm. So what? As soon as those words left his mouth, Sun-woo used all his strength to smash his forehead into Kyung-ho's with a devastating headbutt. The steel-like headbutt shattered Kyung-ho's teeth and split his lips. He was instantly thrown backward and crashed violently onto the stage floor from the immense force of the devastating headbutt. Watching the scene, Si-young and her bodyguard were completely shocked, their eyes wide open. Min-soo gritted his teeth, his face filled with rage at Sun-woo's incredible victory. On the other side, Kim looked genuinely interested. Sun-woo still stood there, killing intent radiating from his entire body. Sang-soo was also speechless from the defeat and muttered, "Seriously, impossible. How can this be?" Just then, a drone slowly flew onto the stage. Its voice made the formal announcement. The player advancing to the quarterfinals is player Sun-woo. After that forceful clash of power, even Sun-woo began to feel dizzy and raised a hand to his head. Seeing this, Si-young-yin's bodyguard shouted excitedly, "Amazing!" Si-young smiled gently, feeling relieved. He had finally proven it. There was nothing left to fear. After the dramatic match, the doctor monitoring the stats exclaimed in shock, "This is insane." In just a short moment, all of Sun-woo's stats had reached almost perfect levels. At that moment, the director thought, "That reaction, those movements, it's exactly the same." The doctor standing beside him looked confused and asked, "Sir?" The director replied while staring into the distance, "Exactly like Choi Kang-won, the first awakened one." Elsewhere, a long-haired man exclaimed in panic and disbelief, "No. Could this be the reason why Sun-woo is so strong even without doping?" As the doubt crossed his mind, the bandaged man revealed a devilish smile. He said, "I've been searching for where Choi Kang-won has been hiding. Turns out, he even changed both his surname and first name. He is Sun-woo's father." With that realization, he urgently gave an order, "Double the search teams. No, maximize them." The scene shifted. Meanwhile, far away on a mountain stood an isolated villa. Inside one of its large rooms, a woman sat beside a patient, watching over him. It was Sun-woo's mother. She looked deeply sorrowful as she spoke to her unconscious husband lying on the hospital bed. "I just didn't want them to find our son." Her whole body trembled, and her voice was filled with regret. "I'm sorry. I let them take Sun-woo." Worry filled her eyes with tears. "All this time, I thought I was protecting our son." As she spoke, she gently touched her husband with sadness. "But it turns out I was just a burden." The more she talked, the stronger her emotions became. Finally, she covered her face and cried, "Honey, please wake up." But there was no response to her desperate plea. However, it seemed as if he could still hear her heart. Unknowingly, his fingers moved slightly. The scene shifted once again. Now inside the recovery room, Sun-woo lay on a bed with an oxygen mask. His face was troubled as he thought to himself, "I lost control again. I somehow survived, but if I had been even a little slower." His expression darkened and slowly turned serious and full of self-blame. "This time, I really went crazy. I don't even know if my mind will stay normal from now on." At that moment, Song-yun came to check on him. She asked, "Do you feel like you're about to lose your mind?" Seeing her, Sun-woo removed his oxygen tube and replied in shock, "How do you know?" She answered seriously, "I heard it from your mother. She said that this is the only way for you to survive." Sun-woo couldn't believe it. "What?" Song-yun continued. "That's also the reason your father escaped from this place." Still confused, Sun-woo asked calmly, "What does that mean?" She began explaining, "I don't know every detail, but when your mother saw you losing control during childhood, She believed that one day she would have to tell you. She continued seriously. She taught you how to survive when you enter that state of losing control. Even after hearing the entire truth from Song-yeon, Sunwoo's expression barely changed. She added, when experiments were being conducted on your father here, this place didn't even have a proper system. Recalling old memories, Song-yeon explained, they simply recruited people with strong physiques for body enhancement experiments, and almost all of them died from the side effects. Everyone transformed into crazed monsters. Out of the piles of corpses, only 3 survivors remained completely normal. Among them were your parents. They struggled for a long time to recover from that horrifying nightmare. Hearing this, Sun-woo was surprised. My mother too? Song-yeon continued the story. Your mother achieved excellent results. But as time passed, the after effects became worse and worse. And your father attained a superhuman body, a body completely different from ordinary people. On top of that, he awakened self-healing abilities. Most injuries healed very quickly. For that very reason, he attracted the attention of the elites. Eventually, based on your father's genes, they developed the doping formula that became the current version used today. As Song-yeon reached this point, her expression slowly changed. But your father began losing control. His body kept becoming stronger, but every time he felt like he was losing his mind. In the end, your father completely lost control and almost killed several people. He was terrified. That was when your father decided to escape from this place. But security had become even tighter. First, he had to earn their trust through his achievements, and then he had to wait for an opportunity to escape. Back then, Sunwoo's father trained like a madman. He constantly practiced how to stay conscious while losing control. Eventually, your father succeeded, and he used that power to escape together with your mother. Song-yeon looked closely at Sun-woo, a child born from the 2 greatest test subjects. She pointed at him and declared, that child is you. Sun-woo was completely shocked, his eyes widening in disbelief. Song-yeon continued explaining, after learning that all the enhancement mutations had been passed down to you, your father tried everything he could to keep you away from fighting, fearing that you would be discovered. Sunwoo's face filled with anger. So that's why he strictly forbade me from fighting and using drugs. At that moment, Song-yeon brought up the most important point. And there was one final message your father left behind. Sun-woo listened carefully with curiosity. Song-yeon reminded him seriously. Perhaps your father realized that he could no longer hide this from you. So his intention was to train you to control yourself when you lose control. Sun-woo lowered his head and fell deep into thought. Seeing that, Song-yeon continued. What your mother knows is this. Do not fear the state of losing control. Sun-woo's eyes widened in shock. Song-yeon quickly added, only when losing control brings you happiness, and that happiness continues to grow. She bit down hard on her own hand. You must bite your hand to stay conscious. And when you no longer feel fear, you will be able to control it. Hearing this, Sun-woo frowned and gritted his teeth. Damn it, so Dad had to go through something like this. Song-yeon continued. In my opinion, there is no other option except using the berserk state to win. You cannot escape this massive organization when both the elites and politicians support it. She approached him and comforted him. And the last thing your mother told me was that you need to find a way to actively trigger the berserk state. With a serious expression, Song-yeon placed a hand on her chest and spoke with determination. Your father used the method of closing his eyes and then inducing a powerful shock. I don't know whether that method will work for you. After those words, the two silently stared at each other for a long time. Without saying anything, Sun-woo finally calmed himself and let out a heavy sigh. Curiously, Song-yeon asked, "What are you doing?" Sun-woo clenched his fist, swung it forcefully to the side, and replied, "There is nothing left to do except try." At that exact moment, a flash of light appeared. Panicking, Song-yeon tried to stop him. "Wait. If you lose control in your current condition..." Inside the room, which was surrounded by a burning red light, a mysterious shadow suddenly passed by.
Down in the arena, one of the contestants had just drawn a large Taiji diagram. It was Lu Han, ranked 4th, and the martial art he had just demonstrated was Kung Fu. Seeing this scene, the man wearing black sunglasses became incredibly excited. The higher you go, the scarier the monsters become. At that moment, Song-yeon opened the door and entered. Seeing her, the man turned around and said, "You're here. Song Yun walked inside and asked, "How is the situation developing?" With a troubled expression, the man replied, "Luhan, the kung fu user, just won. It's insane." He continued, "The combination of fluid kung fu movements and a body enhanced by doping." Then he turned back toward the arena. "It's like watching a martial arts movie. I can't believe my eyes." Turning back to Song Yun, he reminded her, and the next person to enter the quarterfinals was Hansu. Watching the young man defeat his opponent effortlessly in a single moment, he couldn't help but say, "He really is a terrifying dominator." Every opponent becomes nothing more than a helpless target in front of him. As he spoke, his expression gradually became serious. Among all the contestants who reached the quarterfinals, it seems there isn't a single match that Sun-woo can't win. He stood up and asked seriously, "Can Sun-woo use his burst ability?" He continued, "According to Sun-woo's mother, the more he masters that burst ability, the stronger he will become. But at this point, it's hard to say." Song Yun hesitated before answering. He said he would try to awaken it. And then he punched himself in the chest. Fixing her hair slightly, she added, "He immediately lost consciousness." Hearing this, the man looked surprised. "What?" Song Yun continued. "The doctor said he simply fell asleep again." The man became worried, cold sweat forming on his forehead. It seems maintaining the burst ability for that long exceeded his limits. He added, "What we really want to know is whether he can activate the burst ability on his own." Sitting confidently in his chair with his arms crossed, Song Yun replied hopefully, "We'll have to wait until the next round to find out." At that moment, a mysterious voice announced, "The next match will be between Lev, rank 4, and Kim Mi-ho." Both fighters were already standing on the stage, their thoughtful gazes meeting one another. Among the VIPs, Jason, chairman of Korea's top investment firm GDF, had extremely high expectations for his fighter, while Michael Lee, chairman of the military company Pioneer, was eagerly awaiting the match. Seeing his opponent, Chairman Michael celebrated inwardly. "What a stroke of luck. The enemy is such an inexperienced fighter. This time, I must make Lev the champion." He lowered his head with a cold smile. "And then, using his body as a model, I'll begin the human weapon project." On the other side of the room, the chairman of the rival faction was also observing closely. Jason turned to his subordinate and asked, "What is this system of martial art that Lev learned?" The blue-eyed subordinate replied, "It is an extremely unique martial art originating from Russia." Jason looked curious. "Unique?" The subordinate explained. "It's similar to a Western military martial art, but more importantly, it incorporates movements from Chinese Tai Chi." Jason frowned in confusion. "Russian and Chinese martial arts?" The subordinate let out a devilish laugh. "There are rumors that sports scientists and physiologists from the National Security Agency scientifically analyzed Chinese martial arts. Then they applied those principles to Western martial arts and perfected them." Hearing that, Chairman Jason couldn't help but worry. "Damn it, I don't fully understand it, but Kim Mi-ho will have to adapt quickly." Looking down toward the arena, Jason predicted, "If he gets injured here, he'll have no chance of winning the quarterfinals." Seeing his opponent standing completely motionless, Kim Mi-ho was puzzled. At that moment, Lev assumed a relaxed posture. Staring straight ahead, Mi-ho raised his hands into a defensive stance and calculated in his mind. "What is this? He's completely relaxed, like he's about to fall asleep. Is he underestimating me?" He continued analyzing silently. He successfully used doping to increase his vitality. "If this match drags on, I'll collapse first." With determined eyes, Mi-ho told himself, "Even if my opponent is in the top 5, then he slammed his foot into the ground, releasing a killing intent. I still possess the fastest speed." Mi-ho poured all his power into his movement and gritted his teeth. "Just try to dodge this." As soon as he thought that, he kicked off the ground and charged toward his opponent at breakneck speed. The force of his killing intent cracked the arena floor and sent debris flying. With agile movements, he continuously shifted from side to side so that his opponent wouldn't be able to keep up. Seeing Lev off guard, Mi-ho seized the opportunity and launched a punch toward his face. But beyond his expectations, Lev easily dodged it. As he lowered his body, he created several afterimages. Mi-ho was shocked. "What? Did my punch just miss?" Before he could even react, Lev counterattacked. He drove a punch into Mi-ho's stomach, sending him flying. Feeling pain deep within his bones, Mi-ho couldn't believe his eyes. "What the hell?" But Mi-ho quickly regained his composure and slammed his feet against the ground to stop himself. Damn it! After that blow, a faint aura radiated from Lev's body, powerful enough to stir up the dust around him. On the opposite side, Mi-ho was breathing heavily and thought in shock. Was I lucky enough to avoid the full force of that punch? Or is it because he still hasn't fully adapted to his strength doping? Looking at his trembling fist, he began doubting reality. Without wasting time, Miho returned to his fighting stance. I just have to try again. He rushed forward and threw a powerful punch at Lev's stomach. But Lev predicted it and smoothly dodged to the side. Learning from before, Miho instantly jumped sideways. Trying to knock me away again? He threw another punch, but once again it missed. Lev moved with incredible agility, avoiding every attack. Then Lev continuously punched Miho in the stomach, causing blood to spill from his mouth. Feeling like he was dying, Miho's eyes widened in disbelief. Watching this scene, Chairman Jason couldn't sit still. How is he keeping up with Kim Miho's speed? Despite taking countless punches to the chest, Miho remained standing and leaped backward. However, his strength had clearly diminished. He struggled just to defend himself. Suddenly, Miho smiled. Lev became confused. Is he pretending to be fearless? Taking a martial arts stance, Lev mocked him. Smiling won't change the gap between our strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Miho charged again. Lev calmly prepared to absorb the attack. Looks like learning is useless for you. As expected, he used the same movement, gliding to the side and creating several afterimages. But unlike before, Miho widened his stance and lowered his body even more. With crazed eyes, Miho sneered. So you couldn't actually keep up with my speed. You've just gotten used to dodging. Caught completely off guard, Lev couldn't react. I can't block it. A second later, Miho's fist struck directly beneath his chin. Blood sprayed everywhere. Miho poured tremendous power into the punch. So much that Lev's skull cracked into pieces. Losing his balance, Lev was sent flying across the arena. He crashed onto the ground in front of everyone. Seeing his opponent down, Chairman Jason leaped up in joy. Excellent. But his subordinate calmly reminded him. It looks like this isn't over yet. What? Jason exclaimed. Just as he said, Lev staggered back to his feet, struggling while sharp pain coursed through his head. Miho calmly walked toward him. Sorry, but I don't have time for you. Then Miho slowly extended his hand and touched Lev's body. With a gentle push, Lev, having lost all his remaining strength, instantly collapsed unconscious. Seeing this, Chairman Michael flew into a rage. This can't be happening. 3 seconds later, the surveillance cameras confirmed that Lev wasn't getting back up. Then the mysterious voice echoed through the arena. Lev is unconscious. The winner of this round is player Kim Miho, advancing to the quarterfinals. Hearing the announcement, Chairman Jason laughed happily. My choice was absolutely right. Beside him, his subordinate smiled mysteriously. It seems Kim Miho is ready to face Ryan. And with that, the scene shifted to another location. Seeing that his next opponent would be Kim Miho, Ryan laughed with great interest. A must-watch fight, he thought. Two formidable opponents, face to face. Back inside the greenhouse, the long-haired man, Chairman Han Jong, who owned Korea's second-largest enterprise, burst into excited laughter. Is it our turn? He shouted. Seeing his expression, his subordinate turned to him and asked, You seem pretty nervous. Han Jong awkwardly blushed and replied nervously, Even though I like strong women, you don't think I have special feelings for Amanda Crouch, right? His subordinate teased him. Oh, you definitely have special feelings. Han Jong shouted angrily. Still don't get it? What's important right now? Immediately becoming serious, he said. Isn't it about maintaining our nickname in this match? The subordinate carefully analyzed the situation. A 10-second knockout? This match will be difficult. Her opponent is a former assassin from the top 5 bounty rankings. Looking down toward the arena, he continued. On top of that, he's a monster who has successfully used strength doping twice. One hit from him could be instantly fatal. Down in the arena, both fighters were ready to enter, staring at each other as if they wanted to devour one another alive. At that moment, the mysterious voice echoed through the speakers. And now, the match between Matrim, rank 5, and Amanda Crouch, rank 7. The match starts now. As soon as the words ended, Matrim spoke in a disappointed tone. What a pity. Amanda looked surprised. What? With a sharp smile, the man mocked her. I only know one way to win, by killing my opponent. Amanda Crouch let out a calm, helpless sigh. This made Matrim think. She's not scared at all. Instead, Amanda calmly turned toward him and teased. So,
Are you asking me how to win because you're confessing your love to me? Provoked by those words, the man growled in anger. What? Are you crazy? Without wasting any more words, he charged forward and threatened. Let's see if you'll still talk like that after your neck gets snapped. But the moment Maderim's hand touched her, Amanda's body transformed into an illusion. While he was still distracted, Amanda attacked from the side with a powerful kick. Unable to react, Maitrim took the kick directly on his arm. The bones in his arm shattered. Panicking, he screamed, "My arm! It's broken! I can't feel it!" Regaining his composure, he quickly counterattacked. "Anyway, kicking is my specialty." But before he could finish speaking, Amanda ducked low and kicked his leg. He instantly lost his balance and fell backward. Without giving him a chance to recover, she planted her hands on the ground in a handstand and poured all her power into her legs. Then she unleashed a devastating kick straight into Maderim's stomach, ending the match almost instantly. Everything happened so fast that he couldn't react and was continuously struck without any chance to fight back. In just 10 seconds, Amanda had effortlessly defeated her opponent. Still lying on the ground, Maitrim couldn't believe reality. "Did I lose?" Looking down at the defeated man, Amanda said, "How do you win without killing the enemy?" Then she coldly delivered a cool answer. "Just be stronger than them." Immediately afterward, another voice announced. Seeing Amanda Crouch advance to the quarterfinals, Han Zhong's eyes sparkled with loving admiration. "Truly, my darling." Meanwhile, a man with an unnaturally wide mouth burst into excited laughter. "Is it my turn?" He stuck out his long tongue. His eyes were cold and sharp as he muttered, "This time, it'll be hard to hide it." At that moment, the announcement echoed through the arena. The next match is a showdown between Go Yoon and Minin. Go Yoon maintained his emotionless expression as he walked onto the fighting stage. Chairman Jarer of Jarer Oil Corporation was present to watch and commented, "I'm truly impressed to see Mr. Go Yoon looking so magnificent again." The man beside him couldn't help but praise him as well. A man who once suffered severe injuries from an accident and couldn't even walk is now standing on the fighting stage. This place is truly magical. Jarer thought to himself, "Did I really repay Mr. Go Yoon, who almost died while saving me?" Then he sighed, "Or have I dragged him into something even worse?" Elsewhere, Chairman Mohyuk Kyan of Mohawk TV commented from the VIP platform, "Minin interests me as much as his opponent's doping combination." The young man beside him said, "Pain-nullifying doping makes sense, but skin doping?" Mohyuk replied, "He reached this stage without strength or speed doping. Just what kind of creature is he?" Standing opposite Go Yoon was Minin, who possessed pain-nullifying doping and skin doping. He wore a creepy smile that looked like something meant to scare children. He didn't waste time. Two masters don't need any probing. Let's fight face to face. Less words, more action. Go Yoon answered with actions. He launched a kick straight into Minin's face. The sudden attack caught Minin off guard, and blood burst out like a fountain. With just one simple kick, his opponent was knocked to the ground. But Go Yoon didn't stop there. He followed up with a finishing stomp. Minin raised his arm to block and grinned. Seriously scary. Taking advantage of the moment, Minin grabbed a nearby stone and hurled it straight upward. Go Yoon instantly dodged. The stone continued flying upward and slammed into the arena roof. Boom! A shocking explosion erupted, leaving a huge hole in the ceiling. Go Yoon immediately jumped backward and landed safely. Looking up at the damaged roof, he frowned in confusion. What now? Minin's eyes suddenly turned blood red as a devilish smile spread across his face. "You're not planning to go easy on me, are you?" Go Yoon looked down at him. "You still have time for jokes?" Minin laughed. "Right. An old man like you probably understands what time is money means." He leaped into the air, preparing a spinning kick. Having learned from before, Minin countered this time. A powerful punch struck Go Yoon directly in the eye. Minin smiled mischievously. "You thought I'd just stand there and keep taking hits?" The fight was finally entering its most exciting phase. Go Yoon concentrated carefully. "All right, I'll finish you with my special technique." Minin's body began heating up. Like a hungry lion, he lunged forward. "This time, I'll attack first." He unleashed a lightning-fast strike as he passed by Go Yoon. Did he dodge? It was unbelievably shocking. Not only had Go Yoon avoided the attack, but he had immediately countered with a decisive move. The man named Minin was no less capable. He easily avoided the attack and said, "You think I can't dodge that?" He flipped in the air and said, "The thing you should be avoiding isn't just one kick." As soon as one leg was dodged, the other leg came out and struck the target, releasing all of his frustration. Seeing this, Mohyuk grabbed his head in shock. What is this? Why is a Takian master using capoeira techniques?" The youngster quickly replied, "That's not capoeira." He explained, "It's a Takian technique called the two-legged handstand kick. You can attack with both legs or use one leg as support while the other gathers power for a devastating kick." Back to Minin. He stabilized himself on the ground and thought in disbelief. So that was his last resort. Then he showed his signature creepy smile and said, "How disappointing. I didn't feel anything." In the next instant, Goyun appeared right beside him as if he had teleported. Minin's eyes widened. "No way." Goyun leaped high into the air and raised his hand. "My axe is the messenger of death." His fist crashed down on Minin's head with the weight of a meteor, giving his opponent no time to breathe. But Minin looked up at the attack and burst out laughing. With this stone-hard head, the pain in Goyun's hand shot straight into his brain. Minin proudly declared, "Sorry, but a newbie like you can't defeat me." Then he launched an iron head technique directly at Goyun's head. The attack sliced through the air, and its power was so overwhelming that even the atmosphere trembled. Feeling the impact, Goyun's eyes widened. "I feel like I just hit an unbreakable wall. Is this guy really a doper? Or some kind of alien?" After the intense headbutt clash, Goyun was sent flying. The crowd became even louder, and the cameras zoomed in for a close-up. Then the announcement echoed throughout the arena. Goyun has been knocked unconscious. Minin officially advances to the quarterfinals. Hearing that, Mohyuk jumped up excitedly. Yes, yes. After that, the mysterious announcer declared that all of the quarterfinalists had finally been decided. Minin spoke as if he were comforting his opponent. "Don't be sad. Beating me was always impossible." He said it as though it were an obvious fact. "I've been doing this for over 20 years. The matches were over. Welcome to the quarterfinals." The winning fighters appeared on the screen, advancing to the next round. The bald man suddenly said, "I still can't believe we've reached the quarterfinals." Then he turned to Song Yin and asked for her opinion. "Who should we fight in the quarterfinals?" She began her assessment. None of them are easy opponents. Even the lowest-ranked fighters are monsters. Second, there's the knockout queen, Amanda Grouch. She hasn't allowed a single punch to land on her. Then there's the boxing genius Kim Mi-ho. He's not only the fastest fighter, but his strength has also been enhanced. She continued, "And there's that strange and mysterious Minin. He absorbs every attack, and he's never even gone to the recovery room. His opponents always collapse in panic, and nobody understands why." Then they discussed the remaining contestants. "What about Luhan? I've never even seen him attack." She gritted her teeth. "He's someone we absolutely need to avoid. He's completely different from every other fighter. The way he displays kung fu techniques through his superhuman body makes him seem like an alien. His regular ranking is also second among the 8 quarterfinalists." Finally, he confirmed with a serious expression, "He's seriously someone we should avoid at all costs." Meanwhile, the crowd below continued roaring nonstop. Then the announcer's voice echoed through the arena. "Now, we will announce the first quarterfinal matchup. Representing Cyber Money Science Soft Chairman Kim Sun-woo, we have Luhan. And representing Decam Entertainment Chairwoman Cha Song-yin, we have Sun-woo." Hearing Luhan's name, the youngster froze in fear. But Cha Song-yin smiled and said, "Great." He looked confused. "What's so great about this?" She explained calmly. "Because he's the most valuable boss among everyone we're betting against." The youngster gritted his teeth. He was both shocked and confused by her answer. At the same time, Kim Sehun received the notification and was slightly shaken. "So the opponent is him." The man standing beside him commented, "That girl really has guts. She's betting against all the VIPs in the quarterfinals." Kim Sehun became extremely excited. Just how formidable does she think that student, Sun-woo, is? Meanwhile, Sun-woo stepped onto the stage. His muscular body was covered with both large and small scars. Across from him, Luhan maintained his composure and took a fighting stance. Then the announcement rang out. The first quarterfinal match, Luhan versus Sun-woo, starts now. Sun-woo thought, It would be best if I could win without releasing my power. I should test his level first. Thinking that, he charged forward like a hungry lion to test his opponent's skills. But surprisingly, Luhan caught his leg. Then he channeled his chi into his palm and unleashed a precise palm strike directly into Sun-woo's stomach. Sun-woo was instantly countered. It was unbelievable. His eyes widened as he screamed inwardly, "I'm going to die." The force of the blow sent his body flying several meters away before crashing into the ground. Staring at the shattered floor with wide eyes, he shouted, "I have to release my power." Without giving him any chance to recover, Luhan rushed forward again. He threw Sun-woo into the air and swung his arm, preparing a terrifying punch. As expected, Sun-woo took the full force of the attack. He slammed into the ground once more, and blood splattered everywhere. Unsure what to do, he simply stared at his hand pressed against his chest. Seeing this, Cha Song-yin panicked. Her mouth remained wide open in worry. Half of Sun-woo's body had become embedded inside a solid wall, and only his two long legs were sticking out. Luhan calmly took a step forward and allowed the camera to approach Sun-woo so the match could be judged. Suddenly, the camera was blown away into the air. Shocked, Luhan looked upward. Then he glanced towards Sun-woo and thought, "Why isn't the match over?" At that moment, deep inside the wall, a black energy began gathering around Sun-woo. Inside the crater, his eyes started glowing, and a devilish smile appeared on his face. Outside, Luhan raised his hand. Preparing to knock him out, he thought, "There's only one way to finish this." Without hesitation, Luhan charged forward with his full power. But at that exact moment, Sun-woo burst out of the deep hole and instantly kicked Luhan straight in the chest. Lowering his head, Sun-woo revealed a terrifying and arrogant expression. Luhan looked at the sudden attack in shock. Staring with wide eyes, Luhan pressed his lips tightly in confusion. What the? He completely changed all of a sudden. In just a moment, the tables had turned. Luhan leaped into the air and launched a kick straight towards Sun-woo's face. Thinking to himself, he said, "Seriously, there's no need to go easy on a kid." His intention was to finish Sun-woo with his legs. But unexpectedly, Sun-woo dropped flat to the ground and dodged the dangerous blow. Then he shifted into a handstand position and kicked Luhan directly, launching his entire body into the air. Luhan couldn't help but be impressed by this ability. He performed a flip and landed gently back on the ground. Lightly placing one foot down, Luhan said, "One up." His hands came together like those of an ancient martial arts master. Watching curiously, Sun-woo thought, "What is this? Is his body made of rubber?" Hitting him feels so uncomfortable. Luhan nodded and joined his hands. "Fine. To fight a wild beast. I'll become a wild beast myself." As soon as he said that, he entered a new stance. His fingers bent downward before spreading forward. Luhan's posture resembled a roaring lion. It looked incredibly powerful and almost mystical. His hands came together like those of an ancient martial arts master. Sun-woo watched curiously and thought, "What is this? Is his body made of rubber?" Hitting him feels incredibly uncomfortable. Luhan nodded and joined his hands. "Fine. To fight a wild beast, I'll become a wild beast myself." As soon as he said that, he entered a new stance. His fingers bent downward and then spread forward. Luhan's posture resembled a roaring lion. It looked overwhelmingly powerful and almost magical. Meanwhile, someone in the stands shouted in shock, "No way!" He decisively pulled his fingers out of Amanda Grouch's leg. Amanda coughed painfully. Seeing this, he smirked and said, "I've cut all of your ligaments and tendons. You won't be able to stand anymore." Amanda Grouch suddenly slammed her hand against the ground. Minsa looked confused. What is she doing? Then, using only one arm, she lifted her entire body off the ground. Amanda whispered, "One hand is enough." The next moment, she spun around, and her legs swept outward in a wide, powerful attack. Minsu quickly dodged the strike. Confusion was clearly visible on his face. Without hesitating, Amanda seized the opportunity and kicked him directly in the face. Minsu couldn't dodge in time. The blow landed cleanly. He was thrown backward, blood spraying from his mouth. Even so, he stubbornly shouted, "Impossible! How can she generate that much force without a standing leg? One mistake and she'll die instantly." Staying true to his words, Minsu refused to give up. Quickly ducking low and pulling his arm back, he thrust his hand toward Amanda's face. But Amanda Grouch dodged effortlessly. She jumped backward and landed gracefully. Even though the attack missed,
Minsu still looked satisfied. Wiping blood from his mouth, he said, "One hand is enough, huh? You've already reached your limit." Amanda's injured leg was lifted off the ground. She stood there on a single leg, breathing heavily. Seeing this, Minsu revealed a devilish smile. Raising his hand for the final attack, he said, "All right then, just die peacefully." But Amanda paid no attention to him. Instead, she thought to herself, "I came here to discover what a true life and death battle feels like. To find my real limit when facing the god of death." Amanda Grouch remained silent for a moment. Then she said something that nobody understood. "Thank you." Amanda Grouch stood upright, her arms spread wide. Suddenly, her eyes turned completely black. "Now I truly want to stake my entire life on this." The moment that thought crossed her mind, every muscle in her body tensed. Her muscles swelled so much that her shirt looked as if it would tear apart at any second. Minsu stared at her with wide eyes. What the hell? Amanda placed one hand on the ground again, but this time not for support. She used it to launch herself forward. She charged straight at him, so fast that Minsu only had enough time for a single thought. Just dodge the kick. Then it's over. But this time, it wasn't her legs. A massive arm came swinging directly toward his face. Smack! Amanda's enormous hand slammed brutally across Minsu's face. He was sent flying across the arena while his mind struggled to process what had happened. What the hell is this? Amanda didn't stop there. She immediately seized the opportunity and climbed on top of him. Spreading her arms wide, she prepared another attack. A deep sense of dread filled Minsu. Too dangerous. Before he could react, two heavy blows crashed directly onto his head. For a moment, the entire arena seemed frozen. Desperately, Minsu tried to use the last bit of strength he had left. He thrust two fingers toward Amanda's thigh, attempting to pierce it. But Amanda continued striking relentlessly. Bam! This time she crushed part of Minsu's face, sending blood spraying everywhere. The impact launched him all the way into a wall. His body bounced against it like a rag doll. Watching from the stands, Chairman Hanjin became excited. Has she finally won? Then his expression suddenly changed. Wait, that's blood. Blood was running down both of Amanda's thighs. She could barely remain standing. Only then did Amanda realize something was wrong. When did this happen? I can't feel either of my legs anymore. Even she was on the verge of collapsing helplessly. Meanwhile, despite seeing his ally severely injured, one observer remained calm as if nothing unusual had happened. The important thing is how much Han Minsu can recover. Minsu's body trembled violently. His vision was blurry. A numb mind, complete body paralysis. I've experienced this many times since childhood. Through his blurred vision, he saw Amanda struggling to stay upright. Even in the worst situations, I've always managed to get back up and survive. Despite being completely exhausted, he stubbornly forced himself to stand. Blood streamed down his head as he raised a fighting stance. Amanda took a sharp breath. She wasn't willing to lose either. All right now. She raised her powerful arms once again, completely determined. Even if my heart breaks, I can't stop. Using her massive hands for support, Amanda shouted, "Finish!" That cry signaled the beginning of the end. Like a violent gust of wind, she charged forward. Every ounce of her determination was poured into that final attack. Minsu stood frozen. Amanda shouted as she rushed him, "I've staked my life on this." Hearing those words, something stirred inside him. I thought I had forgotten this feeling. Am I afraid? A huge hand appeared right in front of his face. This strike was several times stronger than the previous one. Boom. The devastating blow smashed Minsu straight into the broken wall behind him. Minsu spat blood and collapsed shortly after. That's when everyone saw that Minsu's bloody fingers looked like they had pierced something else. It turned out that right before he was thrown away, Minsu had created a hole in Amanda Grock's stomach. She was shocked. Since when? Suddenly, just a second before disaster, a memory flashed in Amanda Grock's mind. Now I have nothing left. After that thought, she collapsed. In the stands, Hanjin became tense after watching this scene. The weird man beside him looked the same. Sun-woo became even more worried, his face twisted in distress. Amanda Grock lay motionless on the battlefield. Minsu's condition wasn't much better either. It looked like both of them were completely exhausted. Then he softly called out her name, a mix of anger and worry. "Amanda." He stood close, looking down at her, and whispered, "Now this is a fight to see who gets up first." A surveillance camera zoomed in on their faces. Minsu moved slightly. Seeing this, he immediately shouted in excitement. He moved. Down in the arena, Minsu slowly opened his eyes and thought, "What happened?" He asked himself, "Am I dead?" Minsu's slightly open eyes became visible. At that moment, the system immediately announced, "Because player Han Minsu has regained consciousness, Han Minsu officially advances to the semifinals. After the victory, he excitedly slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Amazing! That's the vice chairman of the HS group." Meanwhile, Seong Yin sat quietly with her arms crossed. Her bodyguard said, "Chai won, so our side will gain even more influence." But she gave a mysterious smile and replied, "No, she will definitely come to our side." On the other side, two men stood helplessly. He was shivering with rage. Damn it, the other side is definitely celebrating right now. Even though Hanjin was furious, he still gave orders. Check Amanda Grock's condition and treat her by every possible means. His subordinate replied, "Yes, sir." After that, he helplessly stared into the distance. Hanjin's eyes were blood red. When he shouted, "Chai Youngwoo dash," the mysterious man appeared again. "Yes, now we will announce the order for the next match." With a sadistic look and a hateful smile, Ryan entered the ring. Facing him with an ice-cold face and powerful fists, Kim Mi-ho started the fight. In the stands sat Jason, the CEO of GDF, Korea's top investment firm. He thought, has this moment finally arrived? The youngster standing beside him was super excited and full of hope. He said, "Just win this match, and you can stop selling that drug which turned your daughter into an addict." Hearing this, Jason's face twisted in worry. "I've staked everything on a gamble with that drug dealer, Kosu. If I lose, I'll have to invest all my assets into that crazy pharmaceutical company." The other man said sarcastically, "You made such a gutsy choice facing Ryan." Jason replied sadly, "This is the only way." He convinced himself, "If not now, I won't get another chance. I just have to defeat that bastard Ryan." Down in the ring, Ryan stood with an arrogant look. He looked at Miho's small body and felt disgusted. "Another damn boxer," he taunted. Stupid idiot, Ryan thought. Humanity's scientific and technological capabilities had led Ryan to accept injecting drugs into his body, all to become an evolved human. Many people had mocked him before and thrown their gloves at him in protest. This made Ryan furious. "These people who only know how to run their mouths call me a cheating trash." He stood with full determination under a large banner. He thought, "I have to prove my power to these pests who don't appreciate my strength." Ryan had constantly injected drugs into himself to satisfy his physical urges. With these same fists, after taking the drugs, he started sending more people to meet their ancestors. Even though he had proved this countless times, the thirst kept growing. It was driving him crazy. Back to the present, he stood excitedly in the middle of the arena. Then this glorious place appeared. A moment later, Ryan taunted, "And you even brought the younger brother of the man I killed." A wild animal's eyes began to shine. "This is too funny." Then his face turned quite dark. His voice was filled with harsh criticism. Pathetic. Ryan knew he was talking about him, and his temper flared. His facial muscles twisted. "What?" Kim looked down at him with disgust. "Using drugs and sneak attacking an injured fighter. You dare call yourself strong?" With eyes full of hate, he declared, "Come here, kid. I'll show you what real power is." He gritted his teeth in anger and taunted, "Your brother was also exactly like this," running his mouth. And then he fell down and died. Hearing this, Miho swung his fist in rage and shouted, "Shut your mouth." Meanwhile, Ryan also charged forward. His speed was like piercing through the air. Both fighters swung their hands and landed powerful punches on each other's faces at the same time. Taking the hit, Miho thought in panic, "What kind of punch is this?" Miho couldn't believe it either. "What kind of pain is this? I just have to overpower him with speed." So he quickly lowered his stance. Ryan didn't hesitate and suddenly smirked. Miho immediately threw a left hook. As the blow came, Ryan leaned to the side to dodge it. Then a fast and powerful right hook followed, but Ryan easily leaned back and dodged that too. Next came a straight punch, but he dodged every attack as if he were untouchable. Every time a punch flew, Ryan easily dodged it, like he was just playing in the middle of the match. Miho's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Inside the waiting room, Goisu, the chairman of City Biopharmaceuticals, watched the match and said, "His fastest speed isn't anything special either." His wide-eyed assistant replied, "Sensory doping lets you read the enemy's intention before they attack. Landing a hit on Ryan is difficult for anyone." Back in the arena, Ryan lowered himself into a defensive stance. "When you're this naive, how can I pretend that I don't know?" Miho replied coldly, "All right, let's see how far your predictions go." As soon as he finished his words, his legs moved so fast that they left multiple afterimages. Miho charged with dizzying speed. Weaving in front of his opponent, he looked like an uncatchable shadow. In the next second, he unleashed a barrage of punches. But Miho managed to raise his hands and block them. Ryan had already read all the blows. Miho frowned. Clear frustration was visible on his face. Ryan smirked and said in a cold voice, "It's useless." Then Ryan suddenly stomped hard on Miho's leg, pressing it down with so much force that the ground cracked. He raised his fist and shouted, "You only rely on your speed. Now what will you do when your leg is pinned?" Miho frowned and replied while breathing heavily, "All right, just don't lift your leg." After that, both of them were seen exchanging extremely fast punches. Their speed was too fast for a normal person to follow. Then Ryan shouted, "I told you it's useless." Miho warned him, "Hold my leg firmly. This is just the beginning." A new series of punches instantly rained down on Ryan like a storm. A right straight, an uppercut, and a right hook. Ryan gritted his teeth. He was struggling to block under the pressure. In a helpless voice, he shouted, "Too fast. How can you think about the next move so quickly?" While dodging, Ryan thought, "First, I'll create some distance to make his attacks easier, then counter." As soon as he thought that, he immediately lifted his foot off Miho's leg and quickly retreated to create distance. But Miho was way too fast. In one moment, he appeared right in front of him. Ryan thought in disbelief, "This is the next attack." Miho put all his power into his fist and shouted as he threw a straight punch. At that exact moment, both of them landed devastating punches on each other's faces. The force of the punch sent dust flying around them as if it had exploded. Miho was pushed back by the impact. On the other side, Ryan was also thrown backward and dragged across the ground. His face was covered in blood and he was breathing heavily. His condition wasn't much better either. Coughing violently, he said again, "Looks like you're no different from your brother." Hearing this, Miho's face darkened and he stayed silent for a few moments. Suddenly, Ryan's eyes widened in surprise as if he had seen something. With a determined, angry look, he growled, "If you want to land a punch on me, you also have to be ready to take one hit." He coughed tiredly. Miho exhaled but continued in a confident voice, "The only way to keep up with my speed is to take one of my hits." Ryan taunted, "If we both take one hit each, it's obvious who will die first." Smiling, he added, "I wonder if your last weapon is still working." Then Miho moved forward at lightning speed and instantly appeared in front of him. At that moment, both of them once again punched each other in the face. Miho took a straight hit to the forehead. His head snapped backward. But Ryan's case was different. He got hit straight in the eye. He screamed in pain, "My eye!" Without stopping, Miho landed another punch. Next is your hearing. A devastating blow landed straight on Ryan's face. He couldn't react in time and took the full painful force of the blow. Ryan's vision started to blur. His senses were breaking down. Then Miho shouted with killing intent, "Next is your sense of smell. You bastard." Immediately, another punch landed straight on Ryan's nose, causing blood to splash everywhere. At that moment, he remembered his manager's words. Ryan's senses, sight, hearing, and smell, are focused. Kim Miho's ability to adapt to these three senses is what matters. Miho gritted his teeth and poured all his power into his fist. "No need to hold back. I just have to destroy those senses, and it's over." A furious fist flew toward Ryan without giving him any time to react. He was getting beaten badly, his face twisted in panic and fear. "I can't escape. I'm going to lose." The next second, the punch landed on his face. Ryan's entire body flew backward from the force. Ryan's face was bloody and twisted. In his rage, he thought, "Someone like me, who staked his entire life to become strong. How can I lose to this weakling? Just because of my senses?" He saw a powerful fist coming from Miho. Doubt and anger rose in his heart. "How dare you treat me like an insect?" Right after that, Ryan took the devastating punch to his face without being able to resist. He fell with his mouth wide open in pain. "I can't feel anything." Meanwhile, Miho thought seriously, "I don't need to use energy for movement. I'll put all my speed into this punch." He gathered all his remaining power into his fist. Miho charged forward and thought, "Brother, please watch me now. Look how strong I've become." He unleashed a relentless barrage of steel lake fists, like a storm. He gave Ryan no time to rest. He moved forward, repeatedly hitting him with full power and burning rage. Ryan was in extreme pain. He screamed while begging, "Please stop." Then a blinding light exploded in the air, along with a desperate, echoing scream, "Please forgive me." After a long, tough fight, Miho landed the final blow and slammed Ryan into the wall. Watching the entire fight, Jason jumped to his feet, grabbing his head. His face was filled with pure joy. In contrast, Yisu's face was in total shock. Even the bandaged man was quite impressed by this fight. Ryan fell unconscious to the ground from the beating, covered in his own blood. Miho stood there coldly looking at his fallen opponent. His own body was badly beaten, his clothes soaked in blood, and his breathing exhausted. Then a voice announced, "Match over. Ryan can no longer continue fighting." The man declared, "The third contestant to advance to the semifinals is Kim Miho." Hearing the result, Jason was so happy he couldn't sit still and shouted loudly. Meanwhile, Miho looked up at the sky with teary eyes and said, "Brother, did you see? I did it." A secretary picked up the list and looked at it. She said, "Looks like Miho really is." She gave a devilish smile and completed her sentence. "The candidate to become humanity's strongest human." Then the mysterious person on the screen spread his arms and announced, "Now, for the final quarter-final match." He revealed, the first contestant to enter the arena will be, with a confident and provocative smile. Then he said, his opponent is Melon, who walked onto the stage with his tongue sticking out. His eyes were filled with maniacal excitement. Meanwhile, in a secret room, the bandaged man said, "This fight is between Melon, who has overcome every type of doping, and Cam, who is the peak of the new doping line." Saying this, he seriously placed his hand on his face. His subordinate adjusted his glasses and asked, "How long has he been here?" The bandaged man replied, "How long? He has been here from the start." He rested his chin on his hand thoughtfully. Melon is one of the 3 survivors from the first doping batch, a man with monster-like power. Melon walked onto the stage with a confident smile on his face. His eyes were shining with arrogance. Meanwhile, Dookum also slowly stepped forward. His arms were crossed, and his entire body was ready for the fight. Then a voice announced, "So the final match of the 8th round will now begin." As soon as the words were spoken, Dookum immediately placed his hand on Melon's shoulder. Smiling arrogantly, he said, "I didn't participate in the last season, so I'm really curious." After that, Dookum started throwing a punch and shouted, "I wonder if someone who has been on drugs for 20 years can even take one of my punches?" But Melon just stood there. He took the full force of the powerful punch without moving. The blow was so powerful that it created a shockwave that spread throughout the entire arena. But contrary to expectations, Melon remained standing in his place. His body only moved slightly. Seeing this, Dookum's glowing red eyes widened. He asked, "Still standing?" The punch on Melon's side had deeply sunk into his stomach muscles. The impact mark was clear, as if it was tearing his body apart. But in just a moment, those weird stomach muscles healed on their own. The muscles returned to normal as if they had never been injured. Seeing this, Cam's surprise escaped his lips. He was filled with extreme shock and caution. With a shining smile still on his face, he looked up and said, "So now it's my turn, right?" With those words, Melon moved like the wind and appeared in front of Dookum. A devastating punch landed straight into his chest. It was clear that this punch was much stronger than the previous one. Dookum's eyes widened and his face showed panic as he looked at the scene in front of him. When he looked behind, he saw blood splashing all over his back. The skin on his back had been torn apart. Then Melon's voice asked, "How did this old man's punch feel? Want to trade another blow?" Hearing this, Dookum couldn't hold back his laughter. His eyes turned dark as he shouted, "You need to take another punch." Dookum smiled. "What trade?" At that moment, he slammed his foot hard on the ground, causing the floor to crack slightly under the pressure. Immediately, he gathered all his power into his fist. Dookum charged forward like an arrow. "Do you think the next turn will be yours?" And just like that, Melon took a devastating punch to the face. Enduring the full force of the punch, Melon was instantly sent flying. The impact was so brutal that his neck snapped with a weird sound. His head jerked backward at a horrifying angle. Seeing this, Mohawk and the other person's eyes widened in fear. His neck is broken. As the dust slowly settled, Melon's face became clear. His head was hanging down and his body was motionless. Seeing this, Dookum's lips curled into an arrogant smile. His eyes didn't leave his opponent. "Wow, that's good," he thought, believing he had won. He said, "Thanks to that experiment you dedicated your entire life to." Dookum laughed happily and shouted, "You created a supreme being like me." But then Melon's leg moved, making him stop. Even with a broken neck, he could still speak. "The one who should say thank you is me." Melon raised his head. Looking demonic, he said, "You willingly chose to become a sacrifice." Then he moved forward to attack. "For the experiment, I dedicated my entire life to." Caught off guard, Dookum took a punch to the stomach. The blow was extremely painful. He couldn't help but stare wide-eyed in shock. Where the punch landed, Dookum's stomach skin had sunk deeply. The director gritted his teeth in anger. Sun-woo's eyes also widened in surprise when he saw it. Dukum collapsed to the ground and blood splashed across the entire arena. Melon stood there, his fist clenched and held forward. The camera quickly moved to observe the situation. After seeing Dukum motionless, a voice announced, "Dukum is unconscious. Therefore, the last person to advance to the semifinals is..." The mysterious man declared, "Melon." After defeating his opponent, he raised his hands and snapped his neck back into place with a crack. The boss of TV Sky was so excited that he slammed his hand on the table and jumped up. Fantastic! The department head of Hojian Group, Chawoyan, was also very happy. What a sight! I wish I could see my arrogant cousin's face right now. He gave a devilish smile. Now I just have to win the prize and my cousin will be at my feet. His secretary replied, "Not so fast, sir. That Melon guy, it's impossible to gauge his power." A little later, a muscular arm covered in sensor wires. The man observing Melon's physical condition said in surprise, "Incredible." He nodded. Finally, the regeneration ability has awakened. Then the bandaged man walked in and said, "My dream is about to come true." But Melon smiled and replied, "No." With a mysterious smile, he sat up and said, "The peak of regeneration already belongs to someone else." After that, the scene shifts to Sun-woo, who was standing alone with a cold expression. A bodyguard said in admiration, "Truly impressive." He looked at the screen and said, "Room 10 was considered the weakest." Then the guard looked at the list of semifinalists and continued, "But they have 3 people in the semifinals." He added, "Unfortunately, both Park Vasek and Amanda Grok lost to Han Min-soo." Hearing this, Sun-woo frowned in anger. Then he went to Sejayan and asked, "Did everyone get out safely?" He turned his face and stammered. Seeing this, Sun-woo angrily shouted, "What is it? Did something happen?" Sejayan said seriously, "Even though we monitored inside and outside carefully, strangely." He turned to report and said, "We found no trace of anyone leaving." Sun-woo shouted in shock, "What?" He was extremely furious and asked, "Then where the hell did they disappear to?" At that moment, a sealed iron door is shown. From inside, a screaming sound echoes, along with splashes of fresh blood. Back in the arena, the bandaged man said, "Now we will introduce the 4 best semifinalists for the semifinals. The first is Han Min-soo, whose martial art is killing arts. Next is Melon, whose martial art is a question mark. The third person is Kim Miho, and his martial art is boxing. And finally, Kang Sun-woo, whose martial art is street fighting." Then the mysterious person growled and announced, "And now, the schedule for the first semifinal match." He revealed, "It will be Min-soo." With a sharp gaze, Min-soo walked onto the stage. His opponent is Sun-woo. Seeing that expression, Sun-woo gritted his teeth in anger. The mysterious person continued, "The match will start once the fighters have safely recovered." After that, another scene shows a breathing tube going down into the water. A muscular man was swimming underwater with a respirator on his mouth. In his dream, he thinks of a name, Kang Sun-woo. Then the past appears again. He thinks, "I am now a martial arts master." He looks at thugs and judges and thinks, "I have enough power to eliminate street thugs." The man's face was drenched in sweat. He thought, "I will have to interact with real masters and real powerhouses. These thugs can't even compare." He thinks that the only person worthy of standing with him is one person. Right then, he passed by someone. That person was none other than Kang Sun-woo. He was sweaty. Looking at Sun-woo's bag, he thought, "That's right. Kang Sun-woo won't treat me like a newbie like those other people." After that, Hanjin looked at the notebook in his hand and its shadow. He thought, "Just look at this martial arts notebook and it's clear." His eyes had a killing and confident aura. "Only I am worthy of being your opponent." Kang Sun-woo was then called by someone. "Hey, Kang Sun-woo," that person teasingly said, "Stop showing off and come hang out with us." Hearing this, Sun-woo turned his head and gave them a warning gaze. He said, "Get lost." Hearing this response, that group of people was shocked and angry. Hanjin, watching all this, became filled with excitement. He thought, a hateful word, "Get lost," for those arrogant people who think they are so great. Remembering that cold gaze and the words, "Get lost," the smile on his lips grew even deeper. Pathetic fools. Only I am worthy of becoming Kang Sun-woo's friend. Time passed outside the school. Sun-woo held the martial arts notebook in his hand with a soulless expression in his eyes. He sat alone in the classroom, deep in thought, staring at the thing in his hand. Then Hanjin threatened, "You will definitely be surprised, won't you? Knowing that there is another genius at your level." The next morning, his shadow was in the hallway. Hanjin was tense and his face was drenched in sweat. "Today I will talk to him." Then his steps suddenly stopped, as if he had bumped into something. He looked down at the ground in shock. The martial arts notebook was lying on the ground. Hanjin cursed. What the hell? Who dared to touch my thing? He bent down to pick it up. Kang Sun-woo is definitely searching for it everywhere. Hanjin told himself, all right, I'll return it and start a conversation. There's already a connection between us. In an isolated corner of the school, he slowly approached Sun-woo. Hanjin watched the scene with disgust. It's that same annoying fly-like guy again. Sun-woo was unbothered. Get lost. Hanjin silently supported his idol like an excited fan. That's right. That get lost sounds so satisfying. A hateful word for fools. His expression darkened. With an unpredictable vibe, he thought, no matter how hard you try, the only martial arts genius worthy of Kang Sun-woo is me. Then Hanjin stepped forward to start a conversation. Hey, Kang Sun-woo. He happily held up the notebook. You dropped this, right? Actually, I dash. Suddenly, Sun-woo raised his hand, making Hanjin flinch. Sun-woo's voice carried clear killing intent. Hey. He showed a death-like expression and said, get lost. Hearing this, Hanjin was terrified. All the blood drained from his face. He ran away as fast as he could. His mind was screaming, help me. Just kill me. Because of his high speed, he fell to the ground. Hanjin screamed in pain. Someone please kill me. He desperately pressed his face into the ground. Damn it, I can't even run away. He thought, someone like me should just die. After that, Hanjin was lying unconscious in the emergency room. But a thought came to his mind. No, this insect must die here. Then he woke up with fiery eyes and said, not me. Now back to the fighting ring. A powerful Sun-woo stood there. Suddenly, Hanjin shouted loudly, Kang Sun-woo. Sun-woo looked shocked as Hanjin continued speaking. Look carefully at that martial arts notebook you once looked at with disgust. He charged forward like a storm. Let's see what you do now. A punch landed straight on Sun-woo's head. He was furious, his face covered in blood. He sinisterly spun around and continued. That's right. Just keep running until you have nowhere left to escape. Hanjin continued chasing while Sun-woo kept dodging. In a constant and fast-paced sequence of moves, Sun-woo endured bone-shattering pain. No part of his body was uninjured. He said angrily, you dash. He tried to counterattack in rage, but Hanjin dodged and powerfully countered. Even if you try to avoid vital spots, you will still turn into a pile of meat. Sun-woo's body was covered in blood with countless overlapping scratches. He was exhausted, breathing heavily, and thinking about his strategy. This guy is not just fast. He is accurately analyzing my weaknesses. I don't know how much longer I can last. Hanjin continued spinning at rapid speed. He landed another critical blow, making Sun-woo stagger. The director stood in the corridor, and there was more than anger on his face, there was pure madness. His lab coat was completely soaked in blood. No one is leaving this place. The experiment isn't over yet. He growled as he spread both of his arms wide, like a conductor controlling absolute chaos. Then, with a twisted grin, he continued, if you don't want to watch your comrades die, then stand still and accept your fate. The very next second, he slammed his hand down on a massive control lever. A deafening metallic roar echoed throughout the corridor. The enormous steel doors separating Sun-woo's team from the outside world began to descend. The thin strip of daylight shining through the opening grew narrower and narrower. Their last escape route was closing. Sun-woo's eyes widened in horror. No, it's closing. As the gap became smaller, a crushing sense of hopelessness filled his heart. It's over. His voice cracked. The light of hope in his eyes slowly began to fade. Suddenly, a horrifying scream echoed from outside. It wasn't human. Sun-woo instantly looked up. The director was standing beyond the doorway, but a hand had completely pierced through his chest from behind. Blood poured from the massive wound. His trembling eyes looked back in shock. How could you? The mysterious figure slowly pulled its hand back out of the director's body. The director staggered forward, collapsed onto the floor, and a pool of blood spread beneath him. His body twitched once, then became completely still. Dead. Sun-woo stood frozen in disbelief. No way. Then, a man stepped through the doorway. It was Sun-woo's father. Even amidst the chaos, his face remained strangely calm. His eyes were warm and gentle. He smiled softly. Sun-woo, let's go home. Sun-woo's throat tightened with emotion. For a brief moment, it felt as if the entire world had stopped. Dad, his voice trembled as tears filled his eyes. But their reunion didn't last long. Terrifying roars echoed from deeper inside the corridor. A terrified soldier shouted, they're coming. Move. Now, Sun-woo immediately turned around. Adrenaline surged through his exhausted body once again. Run! Everyone sprinted with everything they had while the monster's deafening roars shook the walls behind them. Then the facility's automated announcement echoed throughout the building. Code 0 initiated. Self-destruct sequence activated. The countdown began. 3. Massive steel support beams started breaking apart. 2. The ceiling began collapsing. The lights flickered and dimmed. Every hallway filled with thick smoke. 1. A catastrophic explosion erupted from deep within the facility. The enormous shockwave swallowed everything. The arena, the laboratories, and every dark secret hidden inside them. The entire research complex was buried beneath fire, rubble, and silence. When the dust finally settled, the combat research complex had been completely erased from existence. But the story didn't end there. Using the influence of his father's corporation, Cha Sung-gun leveraged his connections to bring everyone responsible to justice. With undeniable evidence, he exposed his 2 corrupt brothers and had them imprisoned. Afterward, he rebuilt the Hazen Group, restoring the company to its rightful place and undoing the damage caused by corruption. Justice had finally been served, and a new beginning awaited those who had survived. Inside her sleek office, Cha Sung leaned back in a leather chair. Her half-closed eyes clearly showed her exhaustion. One hand rested on a towering stack of reports. She let out a slow sigh. "I'm so tired, completely exhausted." Looking at the sunlight filtering through the blinds, she quietly murmured, "Sometimes I wish I could go to school like him. It would be a nice change." There was no jealousy in her voice, only a peaceful sense of relief that the outside world had finally returned to normal. The scene shifted to the school courtyard. The air was filled with students laughing and chatting. Sun-woo stood by the classroom window, quietly lost in thought. He smiled to himself. "The most important thing is, because of Minon's father, I was able to fulfill my mother's final wish." He had graduated. As for his father's mysterious doping effect, the one everyone thought had completely disappeared, it unexpectedly returned after his terrible injuries. A faint smile appeared on Sun-woo's face. For the first time in a long while, life finally felt normal, peaceful, a life truly worth living. Time passed. For the first time in many years, the Kang family stood together beneath a clear, peaceful sky. Sun-woo's father had opened a small but very popular boxing gym. It was simple, clean, and built on honest hard work. At that moment, he was kneeling on the floor, carefully cleaning the training mats. Every movement reflected discipline. It was as though he wasn't just wiping away dust but also erasing the fear and pain of his past. Just then, the gym door creaked open. Mark walked inside. His familiar warm smile immediately brightened the room. "You're still doing this yourself?" he joked. Sun-woo's father looked up with a gentle smile. Mark stepped closer, and his expression softened. After glancing at the punching bags and then towards Sun-woo, he said, "He's still got plenty of rough edges, so please take good care of my son." Sun-woo's father wiped his hands with a towel and chuckled. "What are you talking about? After everything your son did for mine, teaching him is the least I can do." He smiled warmly. "Honestly, I should be the one thanking you." He then looked around the gym and frowned slightly. "Speaking of training, where did our instructor disappear to this time?" Before anyone could answer, Kim-il burst into the gym like a storm. He suddenly stopped, awkwardly scratched the back of his head, and said, "Sorry, boss. I was in the restroom." Sun-woo's father dropped to one knee dramatically and let out an exaggerated sigh. "I told you to take it easy. You run to the restroom faster than you ever ran inside the ring." Kim-il laughed awkwardly. "I couldn't help it." At that moment, Amanda walked into the gym. Curiosity filled her voice. "Uncle, why does he come here every single day when he doesn't even box anymore?" Mark folded his arms with a smug grin. "Good question, Amanda. I was wondering the same thing." Sun-woo's father sighed and rubbed his temples. "Because he comes here every day, none of my real customers can get inside." The gym fell silent for a moment, before everyone burst into laughter, enjoying the peaceful life they had fought so hard to protect. He stared out the window and muttered to himself. Below, an enormous crowd had gathered. Reporters, fans, and photographers were all shouting at once. Camera flashes exploded like fireworks. Sun-woo's father placed a hand on his forehead. "Great, just what I needed." It's turned into a complete circus. Through the crowd, Cha Sung stepped out of her car and waved toward the building. "Uncle, has Kang Sun-woo arrived yet?" Sun-woo's father's eyes widened. "Oh no," he whispered. "Even the CEO of the Hazen Group is here now? What am I supposed to do?" A little while later, Sun-woo walked into the gym, scratching the back of his head with an embarrassed grin. "Sorry, I'm late." His father's expression instantly darkened. "Perfect. Now everyone's here. Even better." With a vein bulging on his forehead, he pointed toward the exit. "Kang Sun-woo, take your friends and leave this place right now." Sun-woo laughed nervously and raised both hands in surrender. Okay. As he looked around the gym with a gentle smile, he thought to himself, my body still feels strange sometimes. But then he smiled. I'm not a monster anymore. At least, I don't see myself that way now. The world was finally beginning to heal, but far away. Inside a cold, dark laboratory, that peace was already beginning to crumble. An angry voice echoed through the corridor. Did the experiment really fail? Inside an office shrouded in shadows, Menon stood behind a desk covered with documents and medical files. In frustration, he slammed his fist onto the desk. Papers scattered everywhere. One photograph slid across the surface. It was a picture of Sun-woo. Menon stared at it with burning obsession. A dangerous smile slowly spread across his face. No, he said in a cold voice. Our true desire has only just begun. His eyes remained fixed on Sun-woo's photograph, the boy who had survived, the one who had completely defied the conclusion of the experiment. Hidden in the darkness, Menon's expression revealed an endless hunger, a hunger that would never disappear. He whispered quietly, true evolution begins now. What do you think would have happened next? And with that, the story of Fighting Ward comes to an end.